Chapter 1937. Bang! A loud sound rang out amid the blood sand filling the air. The demonic blood thousand-wing snake had destroyed Qi Yunfeng's precious war chariot. Xiao Chen did not know if Qi Yunfeng was still in there. If he was, he probably would not have escaped death. Even if he managed to survive, he would probably feel heartache. A one-star heaven-suspending war chariot was already worth more than 100,000 Primeval heavenly pills. Furthermore, it was hard to buy. Now that it was destroyed, it truly hurt. Murong Yang lay on a boulder, which rose and fell amid the blood sand filling the air. Did they all run away? Murong Yang sneaked a look around, but his vision was blurry. When he did his best to look, he could not see anyone. This seems like an opportunity. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yang's eyes as he revealed a smile. This demonic blood thousand-wing snake looked like it was showing off its ferocious might, but in reality, it was aggravating his injuries. If everyone had already fled, then he might be able to obtain all the value of this demonic blood thousand-wing snake. Murong Yang chewed on the rank 3 heavenly pill that Liu Ruyun gave him, and his injuries healed quickly. Those people cannot block this great desolate eon demonic might. I have a divine dragon bloodline and actually hold a significant advantage. The martial techniques of the red dragon race can be said to be the most ferocious of the 6-colored divine dragons. I can take a gamble. The battle flame in Murong Yang's eyes blazed increasingly fiercely as he stared at the demonic blood thousand-wing snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Murong Yang carefully leaped around the boulders, seeking a suitable opportunity for himself. I have to wait patiently. Despite his blazing battle hunger, Murong Yang still cautiously advised himself. Finally, the opportunity arrived. The demonic blood thousand-wing snake landed at an extremely suitable spot for Murong Yang to attack. Its already irrepressible battle hunger erupted like a volcano. Blood-devouring dragon fist, boundless madness. Murong Yang roared ferociously, and a surging aura burst out of his body. A heat wave soared into the clouds, looking like a resplendent meteor. A berserk aura surged out, sweeping away everything in its path. Everything within 10 kilometers turned to dust. Just the berserk aura alone could already reach such a level of might. This showed how ferocious this fist technique was. Murong Yang laughed loudly, and a dragon roared. A fiery light spread out as his fist light landed on the demonic blood thousand-wing snake. Oh no! In the distance, Xiao Chen, who was using the dragon might containing the heaven dragon's mysteries to protect Liu Ruyun, slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch the scene before him. Murong Yang fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-wing snake alone, displaying the fiery ferocity of the red dragon race. There was a smile on his face, and his mind surged with excitement. He fought to his heart's content. Soon, Murong Yang was somewhat shocked to discover that although the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's aura was weakening, it was not weak at all. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but does not fall down, let alone an overlord-level humanoid king ferocious beast. In merely 10-odd moves, Murong Yang found himself in a perilous situation, on the verge of revealing his great desolate eon bloodline at any moment. Wait for me, don't move. Xiao Chen warned. You might become our trump card and reverse the situation at any time. When Liu Ruyun heard that, she nodded and said, Don't worry. I understand. Xiao. Before Liu Ruyun could finish speaking, she saw Xiao Chen turn into a flash of electric light and charge over. In an instant, he arrived above the demonic blood thousand-wing snake. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to land his killing move. Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate eon ancestor dragon transcended time and space, coming from the past to the present. Its rage filled the sky. When one looked up, it looked like the rage of the firmament, unquenchable. A colossal flaming palm tore through the sky. Xiao Chen showed a stern expression, and 2 Dao discs of the lightning Dao and the saber Dao appeared behind him. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao infused into the colossal palm. Immediately, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers became like sabers, flickering with electricity. When he smashed the palm down, he smashed the demonic blood thousand-wing snake down from the sky. Electric light exploded, and the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's entire body trembled. Xiao Chen's 5 fingers were like sabers, leaving 5 huge holes in the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's body. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen. When Murong Yang saw Xiao Chen appear, he rejoiced at first. Then, he said, quickly, let's go. This demonic blood thousand-wing snake is harder to deal with than we imagined. We cannot kill it. It's too late. Xiao Chen sighed softly. What do you mean? Murong Yang still did not understand. Closely after that, many figures appeared. Sichu Changfeng, Wei Hongfei, and Duan Fei appeared one after another. Damn! Why are you all here? Weren't you all scared off? Murong Yang exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chen said helplessly, you are overthinking things. It is not just them. Eccentric Tai, the Murong couple, Bailey Xiu, and the others should be here as well. They were just waiting to see if there were any fools who could not resist making a move. Then, they would reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, they succeeded in their gamble. Murong Yang could not help raging, damn, these fellows are using me as a tool. Xiao Chen, what should we do now? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. At some point in time, Xiao Chen had already become the core of the team. All the decisions had to be made by him. I can't be bothered. In for a penny, in for a pound. After we kill this reptile, we will take 80% of the profits. Decisiveness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He said coldly, if they want to watch a show, then let them watch to their heart's content. The breathing of the others turned somewhat ragged. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive, going all out against them. Good. Everyone was influenced by Xiao Chen. They did not hesitate to speak seriously. The group attacked together, not holding anything back as they fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-wing snake. In the darkness, eccentric Tai hid behind a rock and smiled coldly. A bunch of fools. Did they really think that they scared us away? The Murong couple also revealed smiles, happy to see this happen. After Bailey Xiu smiled coldly, he heaved a sigh of relief. His team had suffered the most casualties. Of the 9, only 5 remained. Originally, Bailey Xiu worried that his team's strength would drop and that he would not have the right to speak. Upon seeing this scene, Bailey Xiu could not help feeling overjoyed. Whoosh! As Bailey Xiu thought, a figure landed between them. This startled him. Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng was significantly injured. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Brother Bailey, do you mind if I rest here for a while? The heaven-suspending war chariot had been destroyed, and Qi Yunfeng had managed to escape. However, he had lost his greatest support, so he came to Bailey Xiu's place to form a temporary alliance. Bailey Xiu understood. He smiled and said, You are very welcome. Bailey Xiu happened to lack manpower. How could he reject? A centipede might die, but it would not fall over. However, this demonic blood thousand-wing snake was too severely injured. Xiao Chen's group of 5 did not give each other any warning. They attacked with their full power, working together and stabilizing the situation. They trapped the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, not giving it a chance to counterattack or flee. The group used the dragon race's martial techniques. Strong winds, lightning, fire, and sunlight formed the divine dragon 4 divisions formation. Xiao Chen and the others decided to end the battle quickly. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiao Chen saw that the demonic blood thousand-wing snake was about to launch a desperate counterattack, he snorted coldly. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist and punched. A blazing dragon might materialized a banner filled with killing intent burning in flames. The instant the banner appeared, the killing intent in the air soared. The heaven dragon's might on Xiao Chen's body soared, bursting out with the arrogance of a sovereign looking down on the world. You want to counterattack? No way. Get down. Boom. This supreme dragon banner with surging killing chi descended from the sky. It carried an incomparably tyrannical air, carrying the might of the heavens. It turned into a beam of light and instantly stabbed into the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's neck. Rumble. The ground shook continuously. Xiao Chen's supreme dragon banner pinned the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, which wanted to launch a powerful killing move, to the ground. The demonic blood thousand-wing snake roared endlessly, struggling endlessly. The supreme dragon banner shook, on the verge of breaking. Red dragon's profoundness, inextinguishable rage. Murong Yang roared, and his entire body radiated the pure red dragon's dragon might. His figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the flagpole. Golden dragon profundity, inextinguishable light. Wei Hongfei snorted coldly. His body spun around continuously, releasing a golden light made of golden dragon qi that shone in the surroundings. Murong Yang supported the sky with one hand and placed it above his head. Then, Wei Hongfei landed firmly on his hand. Boom! The might of the supreme dragon banner increased. The demonic blood thousand-wing snake roared in pain, and its aura plummeted. Green dragon's profoundness, spring wind and rain. Blue dragon profoundness, wind conquers the world. As Sichu Changfeng and Duan Fei joined in, using their own strength to support the supreme dragon banner, the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's aura continuously weakened. Heaven dragon profundity, heart higher than the heavens. Xiao Chen descended from the sky, and his dragon might merged with the heaven dragon's mysteries. Then, he landed firmly on Sichu Changfeng's palm. Bang! The final strike caused the might of the supreme dragon banner to soar explosively, and the snake's head separated from its body. The demonic blood thousand-wing snake's mountain-sized head directly blasted away. The supreme dragon fist, which contained fist force, turned into thousands of strands of dragon qi spreading out. The few people, who were like pillars supporting the sky, quickly scattered, revealing smiles on their faces. Clap, clap, clap. The outstanding talents of the Empire are truly incredible. This is a great eye-opener. This old man is in awe. Eccentric Tai clapped his hands and appeared with a superficial smile. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's corpse on the ground. Indeed, I did not choose the wrong people. Hee. However, you can all withdraw now. It is time for us to decide how to split this demonic blood thousand-wing snake. Murong Sheng and his wife, Bailey Xiu, and the others appeared one after another. They all felt that they had the upper hand, so they directly told Xiao Chen and the others to scatter. Eccentric Tai frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Why are you still not scramming? Do you think you can split the war spoils?" "I don't have much patience." Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. After a while, they suddenly guffawed. This baffled Bailey Xiu and the others, making them feel somewhat depressed. Xiao Chen shouted, "How do we deal with those who offend our empire's dragon might? Kill without mercy, fight to the death." Murong Yang and the others answered loudly. Before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the five activated their great desolate eon bloodlines at the same time. In that instant, an ancient dragon might from the great desolate eon surged out. The five all had divine dragon bloodlines. The moment they activated their bloodlines, the ancient bloodline power in their bodies surged out uncontrollably like a flood that broke the dam. In the dusky sky, there was only the roar of the dragon, deep and furious. "Run!" Bailey Xiu and the others were so frightened that they nearly cried. They simply did not expect Xiao Chen's five to be so decisive. The five did not give them a chance to negotiate, not compromising at all. At the same time, they activated their great desolate eon bloodlines. The first to bear the brunt was Eccentric Tai, who stood at the very front. The five struck Eccentric Tai at the same time. In less than a second, the berserk divine dragon veritable essence energy blasted his body apart, leaving no corpse behind. Chapter 1938. Eccentric Tai's death was truly unjust. It was not that he did not expect this. No matter how weak the five were, they still had their divine dragon bloodlines that had not been activated. However, once the divine dragon bloodline was activated, the group's originally weak bodies would become even weaker after the process ended. At that time, not to mention a star venerate, even a major primal core venerate would be able to end them. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chen and the others would definitely compromise. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen and the others would not even bother saying a word? They had already thought of how these people would deal with the situation. At the same time, they activated their great desolate eon bloodlines. Caught off guard, they could not even retaliate. They were blasted into dregs. The five's auras flourished as they chased relentlessly. Before Bailey Xiu's team got far, they were all destroyed. Qi Yunfeng was right. When the five activated their great desolate eon bloodlines, even a sovereign personage would have to run. Furthermore, they were far from a sovereign personage. How could they run? Bang! 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 Murong Sheng and his wife were prepared. They endured their severe injuries and ran far away. However, Xiao Chen did not want to let them go. A red light flashed on his ring, and the demon blood vulture screeched as it gave chase. In mere moments, only Qi Yunfeng remained of the group of people that came with a ferocious aura, fleeing wildly. Qi Yunfeng paled in fright. Cold sweat poured down his face as the fear of death shrouded his heart. A horrifying great desolate eon dragon might spread out in the world, preventing him from bringing out even 50% of his strength. Flying Cloud Talisman. The deaths of the others bought Qi Yunfeng some time to bring out his trump card. A talisman appeared. After activating it, Qi Yunfeng stood on a flying cloud, and his speed more than tripled. It looked like Xiao Chen and the others would not be able to catch up. A wind blew, and willow leaves fluttered. A saber light chased after the sun and clouds, piercing Qi Yunfeng's chest. Qi Yunfeng fell like a broken kite. Who knew? He held his breath and endured the intense pain, continuing to flee. Liu Ruyun stretched out her hand and grabbed her saber. She frowned slightly. Clearly, she had not expected Qi Yunfeng to have the strength to continue fleeing. Qi Yunfeng's armor should have blocked much of the saber's might. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. Don't give chase. Seeing that Zhong Xian still wanted to pursue the matter, Xiao Chen spoke up. Qi Yunfeng was not a simple person. Xiao Chen did not know what other trump cards he had. If he ran, so be it. Xiao Chen, who knew his background, did not take him too seriously. As soon as they finished speaking, their auras weakened rapidly, falling to the bottom of the valley. However, all of them had smiles on their faces. They all felt incomparably delighted. Back then, they had been worried. If this group of people waited for them to finish killing the demonic blood thousand wing snake and kill the donkey after it was no longer of use, how would they deal with them? Xiao Chen didn't think too much about it. He had already planned this move, activating his bloodline and striking like lightning. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to show mercy. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've had such a good time. These bastards are all hiding and not coming out. They actually dare to use me as a tool. Murong Yang vented his frustrations and felt incredibly delighted. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "Xiao Chen, thank you." Xiao Chen and Sichu Changfeng exchanged glances, thinking that they heard wrong. This Murong Yang was famous for being heartless. Xiao Chen and Sichu Changfeng had saved him many times, but he had never said a word of thanks. This was the first time the two heard it, and they found it strange. The others also looked at Murong Yang strangely. Murong Yang asked anxiously, "What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong?" Wei Hongfei scolded, "Brat, you are used to being heartless. You finally said something nice. Xiao Chen, how should we deal with this demonic blood thousand wing snake?" Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Just its head was the size of a small mountain. As for its body, it was even more colossal. It was indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. If they dealt with it all, they would probably waste a lot of time. Just take the important ones. As for how to split them, we can talk about it when we return. We can just take away the essence of the great desolate eon demonic blood. However, we have to take away all 1,000 pairs of purple patterned wings. They are all peak materials for refining, worth at least 1 million Primeval heavenly pills. We also have to take away the snake crown. However, be careful of the poison. Pull out the venomous fangs. Xiao Chen sized up the demonic blood thousand wing snake as he gave instructions seriously. Even though it was much simpler, this was still a huge project. However, the group worked very hard, feeling very excited. Originally, they could only get 20% of the demonic blood thousand wing snake. Now, they got more than 80%. The rest were just scraps that they did not need. As for the demonic blood thousand wing snake's most valuable beast core, Xiao Chen personally went to retrieve it. The beast core was covered in purple cloud patterns and gave off a strong aura, flickering with a faint light. This was the beast core of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast. Its value already surpassed Xiao Chen's estimation. He needed to find a good appraiser to give it a reasonable valuation. Otherwise, if he sold it off carelessly, he would suffer a huge loss. Xiao Chen, we already removed all the purple patterned wings. We have more or less collected the great desolate eon demonic blood essence. We obtained the venomous fangs. He. There are a total of 9 of them. Even without refining them, they are bone weapons equal to Dao tools. We already took out the snake crown. It was really difficult to deal with. The venom nearly spilled on me. The people who obtained the demonic blood thousand wing snake's parts came to report to Xiao Chen one after another. They did not say anything, directly handing them to him for safekeeping. This was a form of trust. The decisiveness and level-headedness that Xiao Chen showed in the past few dangerous situations convinced the others. Xiao Chen, come and take a look. What is this? Wei Hongfei called out to Xiao Chen as he stood on the demonic blood thousand wing snake's head. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Wei Hongfei. Then, he looked in the direction Wei Hongfei pointed. That is, Xiao Chen saw many terrifying black lightning bolts in the demonic blood thousand wing snake's head. This is tribulation lightning. Xiao Chen exclaimed with some shock. What tribulation is this demonic blood thousand wing snake undergoing? To think that this tribulation lightning even makes me feel some fear. Wei Hongfei thought to himself, we got lucky. It turned out that the demonic blood thousand wing snake that we were fighting was refining the tribulation lightning at the same time. Its lightning tribulation probably sent down an extremely special tribulation lightning, wanting to subdue and refine it for its own use. We got lucky this time. If it did not refine this tribulation lightning, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Hongfei explained his analysis. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. This tribulation lightning piqued his interest. Among us, you are the only one who cultivates the Thunder Great Tao. You should subdue it, Wei Hongfei said when he saw through Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen did not reject. I'll give it a try. After saying that, Xiao Chen directly entered the head and used his saber intent to carve out a path for himself. Then, he followed the source of the tribulation lightning. Pa. 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 The lightning in the head occasionally struck Xiao Chen's body, causing him some pain. This made him even more interested. Found it. Traveling through the head was not easy. Xiao Chen spent a lot of effort before arriving at the source of the tribulation lightning. A sword. Xiao Chen revealed a strange expression. To think that the demonic blood thousand wing snake had already refined the source of the tribulation lightning into a crude sword embryo. Ancient words formed naturally in the world were carved on the embryo. They flickered with golden light and contained the supreme principles, swimming around like tadpoles. It is actually a strand of grand unity profound lightning. There were records in the incomplete memories of the foe god flame that Xiao Chen inherited. The tribulation lightning that contained the supreme principles of the world was called Grand Unity Profound Lightning. It was extremely rare. It was the Tao naturally materialized by the heavenly Tao, produced when it mixed with the lightning. It could only be found and not sought. It was very difficult to obtain. No wonder this demonic blood thousand wing snake wanted to refine it into a weapon. Once it succeeded, it would be a Grand Unity Profound weapon. Its might would be unimaginably great. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking too much, he erased the remnant thoughts and spiritual mark on the sword embryo. Then, he placed his spiritual mark on it and stored it in his palm. However, this was just a primitive sword embryo. He did not know how much time it would take to form. Of course, if he did not want to refine it into a Grand Unity Profound weapon, he could directly absorb it. Xiao Chen's divine lightning eye was sufficient to digest this Grand Unity Profound lightning. Xiao Chen could accept both choices. It all depended on which one he chose. After leaving the demonic blood thousand wing snake's head, they discovered that most of the valuable parts of the demonic blood thousand wing snake had already been harvested. When Murong Yang and the others gathered, they handed the other parts they collected to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. The huge body that remained was actually very valuable as well. However, it was too large. The group's storage rings could not contain it. Gah! Gah! The demon blood vulture that chased after the Murong couple returned amid strange cries, perfectly completing its mission. Let's search the surroundings. There are usually 10,000-year-old spirit herbs around Overlord-class ferocious beasts. Perhaps there might be an unexpected harvest. Xiao Chen said softly as he looked around. I nearly forgot about this. We do have to search properly, Wei Hongfei said with a smile. If they found it, it would be a huge pleasant surprise. Chapter 1939. As the others searched for unknown natural treasures, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The demon blood vulture sent him a voice projection. Ran away. When Xiao Chen saw the demon blood vulture returning with a baleful aura, he thought that it had perfectly completed its mission. Unexpectedly, it still let the two go. So be it. Xiao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. He would teach the other party a lesson. In the future, the other party would know who he should not offend. After casually consoling him, Xiao Chen did not take this matter to heart and joined the search. In the distance, a flickering heaven-suspending war chariot flew over the fleeing Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng raised his head to take a look. The war chariot flew too fast, so he could not see it clearly. He only saw the insignia of the heavenly lodging palace on the war chariot. It was the heaven-suspending war chariot of the heavenly lodging palace. Furthermore, it was a 2-star one. A 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot could not compare to a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. With this war chariot, Xiao Chen would not even need to fear a sovereign personage. Qi Yunfeng's chest was still bleeding. The incredibly weak Qi Yunfeng did not even know if he could walk out of this desolate God Valley. How could he think about anything else? Retracting his gaze, he continued walking forward. Oh, isn't this the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng? The heaven-suspending war chariot that just flew over returned. The hatch opened, and a youth in blue embroidered clothes walked out. He mocked, "Why are you in such a sorry state? Where is your 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot? Drive it out and compete with my 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot." Qi Yunfeng felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the war chariot to return. The blood sand was hazy, and Qi Yunfeng's strength had dropped, so he could not clearly see that person's appearance. After a long time, Xiao Chen discovered that it was Hua Qingyun, the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's young sect master in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen's grandfather was an existence that surpassed sovereign personages in the Heavenly Lodging Palace. He was very strong and could be considered a wealthy young master of the sect. Furthermore, he managed some authority in the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. In ancient desolate town, Xiao Chen was someone who could do whatever he wanted. Qi Yunfeng had met Xiao Chen once before, so he knew that the other party was mocking him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Hua must be joking. How can my broken war chariot compare to young Master Hua's? Furthermore, the demonic blood thousand-wing snake already destroyed my war chariot." What? A demonic blood thousand-wing snake? Hua Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Speak! Where is the demonic blood thousand-wing snake? Men, invite him up here." Qi Yunfeng had purposely said this to attract this person's attention. After he went up, he told the story of his encounter, adding details to the story. He sighed softly. After all, they are disciples of the Divine Dragon Empire's Dragon's Gate. We just killed the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, and they immediately fell out with us. Our ruling sword gate cannot afford to offend them. Right now, a group of people is probably harvesting the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's corpse. Hua Qingyun sneered and said, "How dare you? I'll help you vent your anger. This is not their Divine Dragon Empire's territory. To think that they dare to be so arrogant in ancient desolate town. Many thanks, young Master Hua. However, they are disciples of the Dragon's Gate, after all. If I suffer some grievances, I will just endure it. Young Master Hua, there is no need to make a big fuss and offend the people of the Dragon's Gate." Hua Qingyun laughed loudly and said, If they were inner sect disciples, I would give them some face. However, they are just a group of outer palace disciples. How dare they bully the people of our ancient desolate town? No way. Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart. Seeing that he managed to incite conflict with Hua Qingyun with just a few words, he could not help feeling cocky. Why are you still sitting there? What are you doing? Feeling confused, Qi Yunfeng asked, Young Master Hua, what do you mean? Scram. I already said that I would stand up for you. Do you still want to go with me? Bang. Right after Hua Qingyun spoke, he kicked Qi Yunfeng off the heaven-suspending war chariot. When Hua Qingyun saw Qi Yunfeng land and roll a few times on the ground, he could not help laughing loudly. Qi Yunfeng lay on the ground in so much pain that tears flowed out. He cried out in grief. Today was really the worst day of his life. Young master, good kick. This fellow is full of bad intentions. He might even be feeling cocky about successfully sowing discord between young master and those Dragon's Gate disciples. A grey-clad old man came over and fawned over Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun mocked, others might not know what kind of person he is, but do you think I do not know? He is just a broker. He has done several shady things. I thought that no one knew. The grey-clad old man asked, Young master, what are your plans? A bright light flashed in Hua Qingyun's eyes as he said, the ninth elder of the main palace hall seems to have reached a bottleneck in his poison cultivation technique. I can give him a demonic blood thousand-wing snake spirit core. The grey-clad old man said, however, Elder Shu and the others said that they made a big discovery in Desolate God Valley and needed this 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to hold the fort. What's the rush? It is just a group of Dragon's Gate cultivators who activated their great desolate Eon bloodlines. Dealing with them will not take much time. Hua Qingyun's tone brimmed with pride, not caring about Xiao Chen's group at all. 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot, accelerate at full speed. Xiao Chen and the others, who were searching for natural treasures, did not know that a huge problem was quickly heading their way. Found it. Liu Ruyun cheered, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a scarlet, glistening 7-petal flower under the rubble of a mountain range. A fruit that looked like a ghost face grew in the middle of the petals, looking exceptionally sinister. A demonic blood ghost face flower, Wei Hongfei exclaimed, we really struck it rich this time. Xiao Chen went over to take a look. Then, he said, it is more than 10,000 years old. As for how old it is, we will need a professional alchemist to determine it. Liu Ruyun frowned and said, this ghost face looks really scary. This fruit is actually the essence. However, we cannot consume it. Demonic Dao cultivators can use it and exchange it for resources in the black market. Let's keep these 7 demonic blood leaves and consume them when we reach the sovereign personage realm. They will be able to bring out their greatest effects and strengthen our soul energy. Sichu Changfeng understood the demonic blood ghost face flower very well. The group carefully picked it off and handed it to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. Boom! Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from the distance. Liu Ruyun found the voice familiar. She exclaimed in shock, it's a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. A 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot was several times faster than a 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot. By the time the group discovered it, they could no longer flee. Bang! The war chariot landed in front of the group and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge shockwave that surged out. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed slightly. Right now, they had not recovered much of their strength. Calm down. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he released the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture understood Xiao Chen's meaning. It let out a loud cry, and its demonic nature erupted, turning its entire body scarlet. A strong scarlet wind blew back the shockwave, nearly sending the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot flying. Hua Qingyun cursed in the war chariot. When he saw that it was the demon blood vulture, his eyes lit up. He said, there are so many good things. The few of you, go out and say that this young master is interested in this demon blood vulture. Get them to hand over the demon blood vulture and the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's beast core, and they can leave. Young master is really benevolent. You only want the beast core and the demon blood vulture. You are giving them too much face. Hua Qingyun smiled and said, stop sucking up. Quickly go out. There's no need. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. Hua Qingyun demanded, who is it? Bang. Hua Qingyun's reply was a heavy punch from Xiao Chen. 50 cauldron force flew out together with a dragon roar. The 2-star heaven-suspending war chariots hatch directly shattered. Then, it flew into the war chariot with the remaining force. The broken hatch whizzed over, kicking up a boundless strong wind that scattered the decorations in the war chariot, turning it into a mess. You are seeking death. Hua Qingyun raged. He stretched out his hand and caught the hatch. However, Hua Qingyun had somewhat underestimated the strength of the hatch. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he got knocked back. Xiao Chen blocked the entrance alone and gave it a cursory glance. There were 10-odd people in the war chariot. Aside from the cultivators controlling the war chariot, there were 10 other holy venerates. This was a rather strong team, especially that grey-clad old man. He was no weaker than eccentric Tai. A vital qi cultivator. The grey-clad old man frowned and asked, friend, where are you from? Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, can't you make out the dragon race aura on me? The grey-clad old man immediately felt goosebumps in his heart. He had kicked a metal plate this time. As he looked at the calm and relaxed Xiao Chen, he found him somewhat unfathomable. He stretched out his hand to stop the enraged Hua Qingyun behind him. So, it is a dragon race disciple. I wonder what kind of misunderstanding there is. We are just passing by. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, stop pretending. It's not like I did not hear what you said in there. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen had many reservations about his current strength in the sect, preventing him from bringing it out. However, once he left the sect, he had many trump cards. Unless a sovereign personage arrived, he would not fear anyone. As long as Xiao Chen did not bully others, it would be fine. Those who dared to target him were simply reckless. Old Yang, why are you afraid of him? Attack together and take down this mixed-blood dragon. Hua Qingyun snorted coldly. Then, he led the cultivators in the war chariot to charge at Xiao Chen, ignoring the grey-clad old man's obstruction. You overestimate yourself. Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then, 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, and his great perfection Dao might layered over each other. Then, he infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into his dragon might. His aura immediately soared as he charged at Hua Qingyun's group of 10. Chapter 1940. Bang! The sounds of intense fighting came from the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot, making Murong Yang and the others outside nervous. Damn it! I'll go and take a look. Murong Yang cursed and wanted to charge over. However, Liu Ruyun blocked him. Liu Ruyun said, the few of you have not recovered yet. You are not even comparable to a star venerate. What can you do in there? Xiao Chen said that he can go alone. Trust him. Murong Yang grumbled somewhat irritably. Then, he looked at the demon blood vulture at the side and said, this silly bird looks pretty strong. Why is it not going in to help Xiao Chen? Sichu Changfeng and the others sat cross-legged and cultivated, refining medicinal pills to recover their strength, ignoring him. Liu Ruyun said, it should be staying behind to protect you. Don't worry. Just watch what Sichu Changfeng and the others are doing. Just follow. Murong Yang turned his head and discovered that Sichu Changfeng and the others were treating their injuries quickly. Murong Yang slapped his forehead and said in frustration, I should have reacted earlier. Clearly, doing his best to recover his strength at this moment was the most important thing. Seeing Murong Yang turn obedient, Liu Ruyun relaxed slightly. However, she still felt somewhat worried. Like Murong Yang and the others, Xiao Chen activated his great desolate Eon bloodline. Why is he still able to fight, even boldly charging into the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot alone? What trump cards does he have? Never mind. I'll just do as he says. Liu Ruyun moved like a leaf, gently drifting down and landing above the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen wanted her to guard the back door. If anyone tried to escape, she was to immediately block them. However, Liu Ruyun did not know where Xiao Chen got his confidence to be so sure that he could force the other party out of the war chariot. In reality, Xiao Chen's spiritual energy and veritable essence energy were already drained. However, he still had his demonic Tao veritable essence energy, which he did not use at all. His vital qi was not depleted at all. Xiao Chen had not used his divine lightning eye, sharp spirit finger, Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and many other trump cards. Naturally, he could still fight. Furthermore, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries that Xiao Chen comprehended had already materialized. He could infuse it into all sorts of martial techniques and movement techniques. Inside the heaven suspending chariot, the battle was intense. Hua Qingyun led 10 people, ignoring the grey-robed old man's attempts to stop him, charging at Xiao Chen. In the end, after a chaotic battle, the team of 11 people was completely unable to display their advantage in numbers against Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen merged the light of freedom's thunder dragon steps. His body moved like lightning, moving about freely. As for their auras, with the combination of Xiao Chen's 2 greater success Dao auras and the Heaven Dragon's ultimacy, the auras of the dozen-odd people were firmly suppressed by Xiao Chen from the beginning until the end. Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chen watched as the 10 people executed their killing moves, intending to go all out. Their holy venerate wills strengthened continuously. Their auras actually temporarily surpassed his. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Lightning flickered on the enormous hand that supported the heavens. Its 5 fingers were like blades. With a single palm strike, it swept through everything before it. No one could stop it. Bang! Bang! The 11 people, including Hua Qingyun, were all sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. When one looked around, the entire war chariot's interior was in tatters. Aside from the grey-clad old man, only Xiao Chen remained standing. Damn it! If I had not been careless, I would have used the war chariot from the start to kill you all. This would not have happened. Hua Qingyun felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He wished that he could swallow Xiao Chen alive on the spot. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. It turns out that this is a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. The people are gone, but the war chariot remains. This matter is over, Xiao Chen said indifferently after sizing up the surroundings. Young man, don't go overboard when doing things. We only heard from Qi Yunfeng that you snatched the demonic blood thousand-wing snake from him and wanted to uphold justice. Now, it looks like there is a misunderstanding. Let's just say that our heavenly lodging palace is in the wrong. Is that all right? The grey-clad old man, who had not made a move all this while, snorted coldly. Then, he unleashed his aura, and a star chart with thousands of stars moving around appeared behind him. Aside from showing off his strength, the old man placed special emphasis on the words Heavenly Lodging Palace. The Heavenly Lodging Palace was one of the few rank 7 sects in the northern region, a super faction. Its overall strength was not much weaker than the Divine Dragon Empires. This was especially so in ancient desolate town, where the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was stronger than the other factions. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "Do you think that's all with just one sentence? Since you know that you are in the wrong, why are you not apologizing? However, I am a very easy person to negotiate with. There is no need for an apology. Just compensation will do." When Liu Ruyun, who was in the heaven-suspending war chariot, heard this, she quivered and nearly fell over. Did I hear wrong? To think that Xiao Chen actually turned the tables and threatened the other party, even demanding compensation. The other party was from the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Furthermore, he was facing a late-stage holy venerate old man. Where did he get his confidence from? You. The grey-clad old man trembled in anger. He said furiously, "You are going too far. Don't go overboard. Old Yang, why are you wasting time with him? Just kill him and end all troubles." Hua Qingyun shouted as he struggled to get up. He had never felt so sullen before. Just obediently lie down. Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike and smashed Hua Qingyun back down. Then, he pulled over a chair with a wave of his hand. Holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber with one hand, he sat down. As the grey-clad old man stored up power and prepared to attack at any moment, he smiled and said, "Brat, it is not that you, the steward, are not willing to not attack. It is that he does not dare to. Old man, I was right, right? You have been observing me, trying to find openings in my fight with this trash, trying to figure out my limits. However, the more you watch, the more shocked you are, the less confident you are, right?" As he sat on the chair, Xiao Chen revealed an indistinct smile. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they pierced the grey-clad old man. The grey-clad old man was immediately stunned. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. How does he know everything? That was right. From the very start, the grey-clad old man had been observing Xiao Chen. The openings were secondary. The main thing was to figure out Xiao Chen's limits. When one grew old and could not see clearly, one would not have the courage to make a move. Since when did such an incredible youth appear in the northern region? As the grey-clad old man watched Xiao Chen calmly sit on the throne, the confidence he exuded put a mountain of pressure on the grey-clad old man. Everlasting heavenly constellation, reversing the starry heavens. Under the immense pressure, the grey-clad old man had to make a move even if he did not want to. The grey-clad old man roared ferociously. Success or failure depended on this palm strike. Then, he threw a palm strike. The surroundings suddenly changed. The war chariot vanished, and everyone seemed to be in the boundless starry heavens. As the grey-clad old man threw a palm strike, the entire starry heavens spun in reverse. It was like a black hole appeared behind him, and a horrifying suction surged towards Xiao Chen. What a strong palm strike! If this old man had attacked from the very start, the situation might have changed. As for now, Xiao Chen smiled coldly, and his left hand moved, forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. It was like water could not be refined, like the sun and moon could not stay in the sky. Xiao Chen's killing chi increased sevenfold. His killing intent wanted to fill the boundless starry heavens, slowing the spinning starry heavens. This is. The grey-clad old man was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such horrifying killing chi in his life. It was not over yet. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. Xiao Chen formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist with his right hand, using his overwhelming killing intent to drive this Supreme Dragon Fist. Roar. A berserk dragon roared, and killing intent soared into the clouds. When he punched, the starry heavens shattered. Xiao Chen's punch knocked the grey-clad old man into the wall of the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen hovered in the air, dragon chi surrounding him. His killing intent blazed, making him look like a murderous god. Xiao Chen had modified his Supreme Dragon Fist, using killing chi to replace resentment with the 7-kill seal. With the 7-kill seal, the might of this punch increased sevenfold. Not only did the grey-clad old man's palm strike, but it also knocked him half dead. Horror filled his eyes. However, the grey-clad old man was incredible. The instant he retreated, he grabbed Hua Qingyun. "Let's go." Not daring to linger, the grey-clad old man picked up Hua Yunfeng. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. They must have used the formations in the heaven-suspending war chariot to send them out. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and fixed it on the others who remained here. Finally, he fixed his gaze on one person. He demanded coldly, "Speak. Where was your 2-star war chariot heading in the first place?" When that person saw the murderous god Xiao Chen, he immediately trembled like he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body trembling in fear. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll speak. Xiao Chen, we're here to help you." Just at this moment, Murong Yang and the others rushed over after recovering some of their strength. When they saw this scene, their jaws nearly fell off in shock. Chapter 1941. When Xiao Chen saw Murong Yang and the others enter, he nodded slightly and continued interrogating them. For a group of holy venerates to drive a 2-star war chariot into desolate God Valley, they definitely had other motives. The 2-star war chariot was extremely powerful. If this group of people had started, they would have used the 2-star war chariot to attack them. Even Xiao Chen could not deal with it. Unless he used the god shadow bow, he could only bring his group far away. Thankfully, Hua Qingyun had been careless and had given Xiao Chen the opportunity to charge in and finish him off. 3 days ago, Elder Shu led the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch and mysteriously charged into Desolate God Valley. If there's a major discovery, ask young Master Hua to bring the 2-star chariot over to help suppress the situation and seal off the scene. Under Xiao Chen's mental pressure, the man did not dare to lie and confessed. Elder Shu? What Elder Shu? Our Heavenly Lodging Palace branch has 2 leaders. One is Elder Shu Feng, and the other is Elder Lang Quan. This time, the leader is Elder Shu Feng. Almost all the elites of the branch have been mobilized, and only Elder Lang Quan is left to oversee things. How strong is this Elder Shu? Elder Shu advanced to sovereign personage many years ago. Now, he is already a small perfection sovereign personage. What did you find? I don't know. I really don't know. Hua Xiao doesn't know either. They only said that it was a very shocking discovery, and even Elder Lang Quan almost came. Right now, they are trying their best to seal off the news. Pa. It looks like he really does not know. Xiao Chen knocked out the other party with a palm strike. Then, Liu Ruyun led the fleeing grey-robed old man and Hua Qingyun back in. Clearly, the grey-robed old man had not expected that Xiao Chen would expect him to flee and had made arrangements in advance. Xiao Chen got Liu Ruyun, who was at her peak, to stand guard above the war chariot, ready to receive orders at any time, catching the other party off guard. Gentlemen, we admit defeat this time. However, we are members of the Heavenly Lodging Palace, one of the 3 rank 7 sects of the northern region. There's no need to kill us all. The grey-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and once again brought up the Heavenly Lodging Palace's name. Xiao Chen said coldly, if the Heavenly Lodging Palace really cared about you, it would not have kept you in the branch. Furthermore, we have the Divine Dragon Empire backing us. Why would we fear your Heavenly Lodging Palace? You can only blame yourselves for being brainless, thinking that you can bully Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples. The grey-robed old man said angrily, are you trying to incite a conflict between the 2 superpowers? When Xiao Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This grey-robed old man was so anxious that his IQ had dropped. If there was no direct conflict of interest, why would the 2 superpowers fall out because of such a small conflict? If that were the case, the world would no longer be peaceful. Sects would be fighting each other everywhere. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiao Chen gently knocked down the tyrant saber in his hand, knocking out the severely injured person. Hua Qingyun, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Xiao Chen, then at the people around him, feeling extremely regretful. Damn it. If I have the chance to return alive, I will definitely beat up Qi Yunfeng. What dog's hit is this? To think that I got into trouble for nothing. Boom. The heaven-suspending war chariot trembled for a while before spewing out a plume of flame. Then, under Liu Ruyun's control, it soared into the sky. Aside from him, toss everyone else out. Murong Yang smiled and said, Roger that. I'll handle this matter. Haha. Everyone in the war chariot, regardless of whether they were breathing or not, threw them to the ground with a palm strike first. When Hua Qingyun saw this scene, he was startled and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, the others did not say anything to him. After placing restrictions in his body, they knocked him out with a palm strike. He obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot just like that. Murong Yang felt like everything was a dream, feeling incredulous. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said meaningfully, Xiao Chen, how much strength did you hide from us? Right now, everyone could tell that Xiao Chen's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Xiao Chen was already much stronger than them. Even though they all used their great desolate Eon bloodlines, Xiao Chen could still put up a fight. Xiao Chen barged in alone and dealt with 10-odd ordinary Holy Venerates. One of them was even a late-stage Holy Venerate expert. Xiao Chen replied honestly, it is nothing. That Shu Feng should have taken away all the elites. Aside from the grey-clad old man being somewhat difficult to deal with, the others are not worth mentioning. I estimate that these are loose cultivators that the heavenly lodging palace recruited in ancient desolate town. Let's not care about that for now. Xiao Chen, what do you plan to do? Sichu Changfeng asked. Right now, there were two paths before the group. One was to return home. The harvest this time was already sufficiently bountiful. If they went back and sold what they obtained, they would gain a great profit. Furthermore, they obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot for free, which was a pleasant surprise. The second choice was to see what exactly the heavenly lodging palace discovered for them to make such a big fuss about. The former was foolproof, but the latter was somewhat dangerous. How should they choose? Xiao Chen, you make the decision. I'll listen to you. Wei Hongfei was rather straightforward, directly letting Xiao Chen make the decision, not even bothering to discuss it. In any case, in the end, Xiao Chen would make the final decision. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, the other party should have discovered something big. Otherwise, they would not have sent out all the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch and still felt that it was not enough. Given our strength, going over to join in the excitement would just be seeking death. Sometimes, one should not join in on the excitement. If one was not careful, one might end up as cannon fodder. Are we giving up? Wei Hongfei felt somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Chen smiled and said, naturally, that is impossible. After we return to ancient desolate town, we will spread the news. Doesn't the Heavenly Lodging Palace want to seal off the news? We will not go against their wishes. We will let the entire ancient desolate town know that their Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a startling fortuitous encounter. Sichu Changfeng's eyes lit up. Good idea. We will have a chance only if we stir up the situation. Then, we will sell off the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's materials. We will use this opportunity to raise our strength. At that time, we will be more confident. Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of his thoughts. Murong Yang scratched his head and asked, what if they obtain the fortuitous encounter in advance? What should we do? Xiao Chen replied calmly, that is impossible. I have a feeling that the thing that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered cannot be dealt with in a short time. Otherwise, there would be no need to make such a big fuss. Good, it is settled, then. Whoosh. After making up her mind, Liu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and flew towards ancient desolate town. Naturally, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's insignia on the heaven-suspending war chariot was removed. The group also made some changes to its exterior. Otherwise, it would be somewhat problematic to drive it into ancient desolate town. Liu Ruyun had a heaven-suspending war chariot. Under her directions, the group quickly familiarized themselves with this 2-star war chariot. There were many formations in the war chariot that needed to be linked. It was very difficult for one person to control them fully. After familiarizing themselves with the war chariot, the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot turned into a dazzling beam of light and rushed towards ancient desolate town. By relying on this 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot, the group rushed back in less than 1 day. It had to be said that the war chariot was indeed astonishingly fast. Look at the 2-star war chariot. It is really fast. Whose 2-star war chariot is this? Why is there no insignia? 2-star war chariots were extremely rare in ancient desolate town. Aside from those large factions, the number of them could be counted on one hand. When the group returned to ancient desolate town, the 2-star war chariot immediately attracted a lot of attention. After the group rented a luxurious courtyard in ancient desolate town, Xiao Chen made arrangements. Ruyun and I will go to the Merchant Association and sell the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's materials. You all should hurry and spread the news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery, adding details to the story. Hee. No problem. Xiao Chen did not fear attracting attention. He got Liu Ruyun to drive the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to the Merchant Association. The top 10 merchant associations of the Central Great Realm all have branches in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen, which one are you going to pick? Liu Ruyun asked as she drove the war chariot. Xiao Chen nodded and said, let's go to the second-ranked merchant association. Got it. Boom. The war chariot sped up, moving quickly in the sky above ancient desolate town. Soon, The war chariot arrived above Xiao Chen's destination, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Then, it slowly descended. The various large merchant associations had a place to receive war chariots. When the manager saw the 2-star war chariot descend, his eyes lit up. A major customer is here. Receive him according to the standards of a gold VIP. Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyun opened the war chariot's doors. The scene before them shocked them slightly. Xiao Chen saw 10-odd girls in their prime standing on both sides. They all wore the same clothes, looking sexy and enchanting. All of them bowed at the same time. Ha ha ha. Honored guests, sorry for not coming out to welcome you. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides with a forthright smile. Xiao Chen secretly sized up this person. He saw that this person had an extraordinary air. He was actually a peak holy venerate, looking like he would break through at any moment. This humble one is Li Xiuhai, the person in charge of this Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Might I ask who the two of you are? As the two approached, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat surprised. Two youths actually walked out of the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. One of them was not even a holy venerate. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling disappointed. However, he did not show it on his face. The person in charge? In that case, it's you. There's no need for you to ask who we are. Cancel the other contracts. We have a big business deal to do with you. Xiao Chen waved his hand and led Liu Ruyun away, completely ignoring this Li Xiuhai. This startled Li Xiuhai. What arrogance! Just as he felt displeased, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already walked some distance away, so he quickly followed. Li Xiuhai held back his anger and asked with a smile, "Might I ask how big the business is?" However, Li Xiuhai smiled coldly in his heart. What kind of business has the Nine Cauldron Pavilion not seen? You are so young. What kind of business can you have? Could it be bigger than a sovereign personage's business? It is not that big. I just killed a demonic blood thousand-wing snake, Liu Ruyun replied softly with a smile. When Li Xiuhai heard that, he could not help feeling shocked. Did I hear wrong? A demonic blood thousand-wing snake? An overlord-class ferocious beast of the sovereign personage level. Chapter 1942. This greatly startled Li Xiuhai. He only reacted after being stunned for a long time. His eyes filled with disbelief. However, he did not dare to slight such a big deal. He instructed the person beside him with a grave expression, "Go and invite Mr. Bai." Mr. Bai was the highest-ranked appraiser in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town branch. There was no treasure that he could not appraise. Inside the booth, Li Xiuhai smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "Little brother, I have not asked for your great name yet." Grasshead Xiao, Sun Guang Chen, Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen replied indifferently. So, it is young Master Xiao. Since you killed a demonic blood thousand-wing snake, shouldn't you take out something to prove it? A brilliant light flickered in Li Xiuhai's eyes, and the smile on his face never faded. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "Even if I let you take it out, can you appraise it?" Li Xiuhai could not help feeling embarrassed. I have managed the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's branch for so many years. I still have some discerning eyes. Let's wait for the appraiser to arrive first. I do not want to waste time. After Xiao Chen said that, he ignored Li Xiuhai, making the other party feel somewhat uneasy. This young master, are you waiting for this old man? The door to the private room opened, and a well-dressed, spirited old man with powerful soul energy walked in. He had an extraordinary bearing. Li Xiuhai stood up and said, "Mr. Bai, you are finally here." These two youths said that they killed a demonic blood thousand-wing snake. A demonic blood thousand-wing snake. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up. He said, "Let me see the beast core." Xiao Chen did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, he took out a mirror box and handed it to the other party. Boom! The mirror box opened, and a great desolate eon demonic might immediately surged out, spreading out in all directions. The entire private room shook slightly, and the array formation that was secretly reinforced in the room also trembled incessantly. An illusory demonic blood thousand-wing snake charged out of the beast core at Mr. Bai. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling startled. "Mr. Bai, Beast, you are seeking death. Mr. Bai snorted coldly. Then, a strong soul energy surged out from his forehead and scattered the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's ferocious spirit. Such powerful soul power. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This Mr. Bai's soul energy probably already rivaled that of a sovereign personage. When he controlled it, it was even more smooth and easy, and it contained boundlessly profound techniques. Good, good, good. Master Bai said good 3 times in a row. Then, he guffawed, it is indeed the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's beast core. To think that it died less than 3 days ago. Furthermore, it was stored in a treasure box used to seal the soul. Little brother, it seems like you know quite a lot of things. Li Xiuhai immediately rejoiced in his heart. Since Mr. Bai said so, it was clearly a big transaction. Ha ha ha, young Master Xiao Chen, no, young Master Chen's moves are truly extraordinary, worthy of admiration. Is it possible for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to take all the other parts? Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Even the way he addressed Xiao Chen instantly changed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, there is no rush. Let's value this beast core first. Right. There is no rush. There is no rush. Master Bai, how much is this beast core worth? Li Xiuhai asked in anticipation. Master Bai thought for a while before replying, the value of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast's beast core is rather public. Normally, it is worth about 2 million Primeval heavenly pills. However, young Master Xiao's beast core still has a remnant soul, so its value is at least 20% higher. I estimate that 3 million Primeval heavenly pills should be enough. Li Xiuhai felt very cocky. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, when he secretly glanced at Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyun, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chen still maintained a calm expression, no change could be seen on his face. As for Liu Ruyun, she had a smile on her face, but she was not startled. One was the White Dragon King's daughter, and the other had seen many grand scenes. How could they be easily frightened by 3 million Primeval heavenly pills? Liu Ruyun giggled and said, I recall that there was an auction in the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor Dragon City last year. Those who are not sovereign personages and the Dragon's Gate inner sect disciples are not allowed to enter. An Overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast's beast core seems to have been sold for 4 million Primeval heavenly pills. If I recall correctly, the one hosting the auction back then was the Bai clan's current clan head. He also seemed to have auctioned it at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Bai clan is one of the 3 appraisal noble clans of the Central Great Realm. I believe that they would not do something that would tarnish their reputation. The moment Liu Ruyun said that, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai were startled. Li Xiuhai looked at Liu Ruyun and asked, might I ask what Mrs. Identity is? Do you need me to repeat myself? Just take good care of us. Don't ask about our identities. Xiao Chen's face sank, revealing displeasure. This Li Xiuhai really did not care about his words at all. Sorry. This one is in the wrong. This one is in the wrong. For some reason, Li Xiuhai's heart sank when he saw Xiao Chen's expression, so he quickly apologized. Master Bai sent a voice projection, Li Xiuhai, this girl's identity seems to be extraordinary. She understands my Bai clan very well, so we will not be able to fool her. The 2 of you are people who have seen much of the world. If we do not grasp this business well, it will end up in the hands of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Very well. How much do you think this demonic blood thousand-wing snake's beast core is worth? 5 million. Good. That's the price. No matter what, we have to get this business. An entire demonic blood thousand-wing snake is worth half a year's worth of business. The 2 discussed in secret and quickly came up with an idea. Naturally, there will be a high price in the auction. If the 2 of you are willing to sell the other parts of the demonic blood thousand-wing snake at our 9 Cauldron Pavilion, I can offer 5 million Primeval heavenly pills for this beast core. Li Xiuhai showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. It seemed like he wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Chen said indifferently, you can offer as much as you want. Don't add any other conditions. I do not like discussing business with people like this. Be more decisive. 5 million Primeval heavenly pills. Do you accept it or not? Dealing with businessmen was a headache. The other party looked like he was making a lot of concessions. However, once Xiao Chen agreed, the other party, who held the initiative, would definitely take it back with the other parts. This was what Xiao Chen hated the most. He said coldly, "Put away your little tricks. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Li Xiuhai immediately felt nervous. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Li Xiuhai was at a complete disadvantage. Master Bai could no longer keep watching. He said sullenly, "It's settled, then. 4,500,000 Primeval heavenly pills, no other conditions. One by one. I will make the final decision on this transaction." Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Right. Master Bai, make the final decision. Good. 4,500,000 Primeval heavenly pills, deal. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to take out the purple patterned wings on the demonic blood thousand wing snake's body. He kept 100 pairs for himself and offered the remaining 900. After Master Bai carefully appraised the wings, he offered 2 million Primeval heavenly pills. Then, there was the great desolate Aeon demonic blood essence, the venomous fangs that contained a strong poison, and the softest demonic blood thousand wing snake skin. Every time Xiao Chen took out an item, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai felt startled. They simply could not believe that so many demonic blood thousand wing snake resources came from one person. In the end, they became completely numb, unable to speak. After the transaction was completed, the number of Primeval heavenly pills reached a horrifying 12 million. Li Xiuhai took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiao Chen. Then, he smiled and said, "This is the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Grade 1 VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy extremely high discounts in the entire Central Great Realm's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This VIP card is extremely rare and limited. In the future, Sir Xiao will be a friend of our 9 Cauldron Pavilion." Xiao Chen put away the VIP card and nodded slightly. "I still need some things." A thought occurred to Li Xiuhai. He smiled and asked, "What does Sir Xiao want to buy?" "I need a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks." Master Bai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao is currently a peak consummation star venerate. Although his cultivation is not high, his accumulations are frighteningly vast. The vastness of his veritable essence energy is no weaker than that of a regular holy venerate. If you want to break through, you need a rank 4 heavenly pill at the very least. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion happens to have such a medicinal pill." "What medicinal pill?" "The 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. A rank 4 heavenly pill, worth 2 million Primeval heavenly pills. If young Master Xiao wants to buy it, it will only cost 1,500,000 Primeval heavenly pills." "I'll buy it." Now that Xiao Chen could buy a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks that he did not even dare to think about in the past, he did not even blink. This was a rare fortuitous encounter. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to break through to Holy Venerate clearly did not fit Xiao Chen's character. Previously, Xiao Chen was poor and did not dare to think about anything. Now that he had so many Primeval heavenly pills, he naturally dared to think about anything. Xiao Chen said sullenly, "I still need you to help me find a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool. The price is not a problem." Master Bai guessed, a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool would be a rank 3 Grandmaster blacksmith. Such a person is not easy to find. "Li Xiuhai, do you have any connections in this area?" Li Xiuhai smiled and said, "As the person in charge of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town, naturally, I know people from all walks of life. Give me one day, and I'll help young Master Xiao find someone." Xiao Chen nodded and handed the tyrant saber to Li Xiuhai. "There is no rush. Let him look at this saber first. If he is confident, he can come." "How heavy?" After Li Xiuhai received the tyrant saber, his expression changed slightly, finding it incredibly taxing. A look of shock flashed in Master Bai's eyes. However, he did not say anything. Soon, Xiao Chen obtained the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. Then, he asked Liu Ruyun, "Is there anything you want to buy?" Liu Ruyun smiled and asked, "What do you think?" After asking a nonsensical question, Xiao Chen put away the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill and boarded the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Things are going very smoothly on my side. However, I wonder how Murong Yang's side is doing. Young Master Xiao, take care. Come again when you have time." Li Xiuhai sent Xiao Chen off enthusiastically. When the war chariot took off, he could no longer control his expression. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. This is great. I managed to close a transaction worth more than 10 million Primeval heavenly crystals in one day. If I can do a few more, I can be transferred away from this desolate place at the end of the year." Master Bai's expression did not change. As he looked at the tyrant saber in Li Xiuhai's hand, he muttered, "It really is the saber of misfortune, the tyrant saber." "Master Bai, what did you say?" "Nothing." Chapter 1943. Did you hear? The Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a deity corpse in desolate God Valley. A deity corpse? That's impossible. Haha. Where did you hear that? The Heavenly Lodging Palace clearly discovered a damaged Heavenly Realm divine weapon. Damn. Where did you hear that? Why did I hear that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a divine beast in desolate God Valley? Divine beast? Divine my ass. How can there be a pure-blooded divine beast in this day and age? Cut the crap. It is a Heavenly Realm divine weapon. Why is it impossible? There are pure-blooded golden crows in the Golden Crow Empire. You are too ignorant. As Xiao Chen and Li Xiuhai discussed the deal, Murong Yang and the others spent money to hire people to spread rumors. At first, the rumors did not attract anyone's attention. However, some observant people discovered that something was wrong with the Heavenly Lodging Palace. The originally untrustworthy rumor had become confusing. Big news. The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have all left the branch. Now, only Senior Lung Quan remains. Damn. Could the rumors be true? What is the Heavenly Lodging Palace doing? To think that all the elites left the branch. There's more news. The Heavenly Lodging Palace sent people back from desolate God Valley. The Heavenly Lodging Palace set up a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. Murong Yang and the others did not need to worry too much about the rest. All they needed to do was add fuel to the fire. The news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery in desolate God Valley instantly spread throughout ancient desolate town. This attracted the attention of many factions in ancient desolate town. The upper echelon of the ruling Sword Gate, one of ancient desolate town's rank 6 sects, gathered together to discuss what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Yi Rong, the ruling Sword Gate's vice-sect master, asked with a grave expression, "Everyone, what do you think of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's abnormality?" Everyone here was a sovereign personage. Nearly all the elders of the ruling Sword Gate were present, presenting a grand spectacle. Right now, rumors are everywhere. However, none of them are reliable. The elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace have indeed been sent out. They have also carved out a forbidden area in desolate God Valley. However, they have not revealed any information about what they discovered. An elder of the Imperial Sword Gate said with a solemn expression. Another elder added, "There's no need to overthink this. For the Heavenly Lodging Palace to lock down the news so tightly, they must have made an incredible discovery. They do not want others to know so that they can keep it for themselves. Humph. This Heavenly Lodging Palace is really becoming more and more overboard. The Heavenly Lodging Palace's headquarters were not here. As an external faction, they frequently suppressed the ruling Sword Gate and the other nearby rank 6 sects. The ruling Sword Gate had accumulated a lot of resentment. This time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace went overboard. Xiao Chen directly carved out a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. How could these elders not be angry? Sect Master Li, that disciple of mine, Qi Yunfeng, spends most of his time in desolate God Valley. Perhaps he knows some information that we do not. Right at that moment, an old man with the appearance of a rat said with a smile. Li Rong frowned slightly when he saw this old man. This old man didn't have a good reputation. Xiao Chen had also heard of Qi Yunfeng, Qi Yunfeng's disciple. He was a true inheritor of the ruling sword gate, yet he ran off to become a broker. But at this time, Li Rong realized that he really needed this person. He said, "Let him come over." Qi Yunfeng, who was currently recuperating from his injuries, felt confused. When someone brought him to the important place of the sect where all the elders were, he was immediately frightened into feeling weak in the knees. Normally, Xiao Chen had violated the sect rules many times. Just as he was feeling anxious, he saw his master say to him, "Little Qi, you are familiar with Desolate God Valley. Tell sect master what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace is doing." Su. Seeing the gazes of the many elders focused on him, Qi Yunfeng immediately felt somewhat guilty. How could he know what happened to the Heavenly Lodging Palace? He hurriedly looked at his master as if asking for help. Li Rong was extremely disappointed by his master's performance. Just as he was about to wave his hand for him to leave, Qi Yunfeng said loudly, "I know. No wonder that Hua Qingyun drove the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to Desolate God Valley. So, that is the reason." It turned out that this Qi Yunfeng had received a voice projection from his master. Qi Yunfeng, who naturally liked to take advantage of opportunities, immediately felt that his opportunity had arrived. Li Rong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Good. In that case, tell me the details. If there is any basis, I can go and convince the people of the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Mountain Manor, and the Azure Flame Pavilion to come with us." The ruling sword gate could not openly offend the Heavenly Lodging Palace by itself. Only by working with all the rank 6 sects near ancient desolate town would there be a chance. At that time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would settle the score. If the rank 6 sects worked together, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would not be able to do anything. That place is a forbidden land in the first place. Normally, there are not many cultivators there. Rushing there is just seeking death. I once accidentally barged in. If I had not retreated early, I would not have survived. Li Rong frowned and asked, "What exactly is in there?" Qi Yunfeng replied sullenly, "I'm not sure. I was chased by a group of damned servants and did not dare to stay for too long." Clearly, Qi Yunfeng's answer did not satisfy Li Rong. However, it was within his expectations. This was already sufficient to convince those rank 6 sects to travel with the ruling sword gate. If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really obtained something, their already difficult days would become even more difficult. That's it, then. Leave half of our forces to guard the sect. The other elders and true inheritors will all go together. Qi Yunfeng. Present. Qi Yunfeng felt goosebumps from Vice Sect Master Li's stare. He did not dare to meet Vice Sect Master Li's gaze. "Since you are familiar with the terrain, you will lead the way. When necessary, provide some suggestions," Li Rong said seriously. "Yes." Qi Yunfeng immediately felt incredibly excited. This was an excellent opportunity to make a contribution. It was very likely that the rank 6 sects would need him to lead the way. "My luck has changed. Hua Qingyun, don't let me run into you again." When Qi Yunfeng thought of that kick, he still felt extremely sullen. This was even more sullen than when Xiao Chen and the others chased after him. He had never felt so wronged before. It was not just the ruling sword gate. The other major factions in ancient desolate town moved at nearly the same time, sending out their own scouts. They all wanted to know what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered for them to be so secretive, even sending out all their elites. Immediately, a storm brewed, and undercurrents surged. As for the instigators of all this, Xiao Chen, Murong Yang, and the others, they all rejoiced. When they returned to the courtyard and learned of the amount that Xiao Chen had obtained, they were all stunned. Although they knew that the parts of the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's corpse would be extremely valuable, no one had expected it to be such a horrifying sum. In the end, they still had to thank Xiao Chen. If not for his decisiveness, they might have obtained only 10% of the profits. That was 1,500,000 Primeval heavenly pills. After splitting them evenly, they would have 300,000 to 400,000 Primeval heavenly pills. The rewards were still pretty good. However, that was all there was to it. It was far from enough to make everyone rejoice. After all, They were all heaven-class core disciples of the divine Dragon Palace. The resources that they obtained had never been lacking. However, things were different now. 15 million Primeval heavenly pills. Even if the 6 of them split it evenly, each of them would get an astronomical sum of 2 or 3 million. Ha ha ha. We really struck it rich this time. A smile bloomed on Murong Yang's face. Then, he said with a grave expression, I'm afraid that even my master would not have so many Primeval heavenly pills. With such a large sum of Primeval heavenly pills, I will definitely be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Wei Hongfei gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then, he said, I suggest that Xiao Chen get 5 million Primeval heavenly pills each. The rest of us can split the rest. Right. Xiao Chen, don't ever reject this. This is the amount that you deserve. Murong Yang immediately expressed his complete support without any objections. The others all understood that if not for Xiao Chen, Qi Yunfeng and the others would have worked together to make a fool out of them. The rewards that they would have obtained would not even be a fraction of what they were getting now. No one would be upset. For a moment, Xiao Chen did not know how to reject. Actually, he had kept some of every part of the demonic blood thousand-wing snake for himself. He had already obtained enough. Unfortunately, after he said it, the others still did not say anything. They shoved 5 million Primeval heavenly pills into Xiao Chen's hands, not giving him a chance to reject. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. Obtaining the acknowledgement of these friends indeed made him feel very comfortable. Liu Ruyun looked at Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd. Then, she tilted her head and revealed a smile. The more Liu Ruyun looked, the more she felt that Xiao Chen was the real Liu Ruyue in the painting. At some point in time, Xiao Chen, who came from the Heaven Dragon Palace, became the absolute core of the group. No wonder Wei Hongfei fell out with senior brother Zhongli for Xiao Chen's sake. The unity of the people in the group was far better than having an experienced and strong person. Sir Xiao. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew why the other party was here. He stood up and said, Everyone, make good use of your time in the next few days to make another breakthrough. I will try to break through to Holy Venerate. Don't fall behind, either. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yang's eyes. He said, Don't worry. With so many resources, it would be too embarrassing if we still could not break through. Xiao Chen smiled and took his leave of the group for now, going to meet Li Xiuhai alone. Indeed, a tall and stout old man followed Li Xiuhai. This old man had a vast aura of fire and strong soul energy. With one look, it was clear that this was an extremely skilled blacksmith. Chapter 1944. Sir Xiao, this is Senior Yun, a rank 4 Grandmaster. He should be able to satisfy your requirements. Li Xiuhai introduced Senior Yun to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and asked, Senior Yun, have you seen my saber? Senior Yun said proudly, I have. It is a peak-inherited Dao tool. This old man believes that I can refine a Dao tool of this level again. Xiao Chen looked at Senior Yun somewhat suspiciously. Based on Senior Yun's expression, it seemed like he did not recognize the tyrant saber's origins. Boss Li, please step back for a while. Li Xiuhai did as he was told, performing a cupped fist salute and leaving. He did not know what Xiao Chen was up to. This saber of mine is not an ordinary inherited Dao tool. Senior Yun, you can take a closer look. Xiao Chen made an inviting gesture. Seeing Xiao Chen so serious, Senior Yun's expression turned grave. Then, he grasped the scabbard and carefully examined it. Lightning attributed. It has been passed down for a long time. What else is there? Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chen and said, Young Master Xiao, please draw the saber. Clang. Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber with a backhand motion. A spot of cold light flowed down and gathered at the saber's tip, looking like a flickering icy star. Senior Yun's expression changed slightly. Then, he gently flicked the saber with his finger. A melodious saber hum rang out, and the saber hummed. Then, Senior Yun heard something else amid this humming. Those were the cries of countless tyrannical, powerful bladesmen before they died. This is that misfortune saber. Senior Yun finally recalled it. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen in shock. Young Master Xiao, you are really bold. Despite knowing the origins of this saber, you still dare to use it. This saber is not very auspicious. Anyone who wields this saber will eventually achieve hegemony. However, they will not have a good ending, dying a violent death. Xiao Chen said indifferently, that is because they do not understand the hegemonic Tao. Senior Yun, are you confident of modifying this saber for me? Senior Yun smiled and said, why not? How do you want to modify it? Just say it. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and opened his palm. The Grand Unity Divine Lightning appeared in his hand. Tai Yi Profound Bomb. Old Yun was startled. He grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and said excitedly, bring it over. Do you have more? Xiao Chen jumped in fright and quickly retracted the Tai Yi Divine Lightning. Was there something wrong with this old man? Sorry, I was too excited. You don't know how excited we, as refiners, are when we see such a magical item that only exists in legends. I've been stuck at the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm for many years. Xiao Chen asked curiously, this thing is deliberately helping Senior advance. Advancing might not be possible, but you will definitely gain a lot. Are you thinking of merging the Tai Yi Divine Lightning with the Tyrant Saber? It was a good idea. In this way, the domineering saber might grow into a Tai Yi dark weapon in the future. There will be unlimited possibilities in the future. The more Elder Yun spoke, the more excited he became. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to start refining now. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, I say, Elder, there's no need to be so agitated. Ha ha ha. You do not understand the blacksmithing Tao. Naturally, you do not understand my current feelings. Right now, I feel like you found a supreme and profound saber technique and can't wait to practice it. Elder Yun guffawed and said, since it is merging the Tai Yi Divine Lightning, I will not take your payment. After all, this is my first time doing this. Instead, I will be gaining experience for myself. When Xiao Chen heard that, he rejoiced. This was great. He could save a lot of resources. A rank 4 Grandmaster Refiner would be very remunerative. 200,000 Prime Val Heavenly Pills would probably be astronomical. However, I cannot help you pay for the other supplementary materials, Elder Yun said. Xiao Chen smiled and said, don't worry. I will get Li Shouhai to make arrangements. Elder Yun, this way, please. When I rented this courtyard, I specifically requested for a suitable refiner. After handing the Tai Yi Profound Lightning and the Tyrant Saber to Elder Yun, Xiao Chen said seriously, I'll leave the rest to Elder Yun. I want to activate the strand of soul in the Tyrant Saber and improve my Thunder Great Tao. No problem. I will do my best. Sparks flickered in Elder Yun's eyes, appearing incredibly excited. Xiao Chen frowned to himself. He did not know whether this would work or not. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. A rank 4 Grandmaster was already extremely incredible. If not for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xiao Chen would not be able to find a rank 3 Grandmaster by himself. Sir Xiao, what instructions do you have? Li Shouhai walked over with a smile. Now, he firmly believed that Xiao Chen was the god of fortune. It would not be wrong to befriend him. Xiao Chen made a list of all the supplementary materials needed for refining and handed them to the other party. Li Shouhai took a casual glance and said that there was no problem. Then, he pretended to say casually, recently, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's matter caused a huge commotion in ancient desolate town. I wonder if Sir Xiao has heard of it. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said, what is it? Tell me. Does this fellow really not know? Li Shouhai could not see any suspicion in Xiao Chen's expression. He felt somewhat disappointed as he continued, I don't know what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered in desolate God Valley. They actually sealed off the place and turned it into a forbidden zone. The 4 nearby rank 6 sects, the Ruling Sword Gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Sect, and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, could not hold back and sent their elites over. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, to think that there is such a thing. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered one of the top 3 merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. They can be considered a super faction, but they did not make any moves. Li Xiuhai said embarrassedly, "Sir Xiao, you must be joking. The 9-cauldron pavilion of this ancient desolate town is nothing compared to us. Just in the northern region alone, there are 3 ranks above me. How could I be in the mood to join in on the excitement? Even if I wanted to, I could not." The last sentence was clearly directed at Xiao Chen. Li Xiuhai felt that there should be an expert behind Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen was willing, their 9-cauldron pavilion was willing to form an alliance with him and investigate the situation together. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Sly old fox." Then, he smiled and said, "Boss Li, you are too humble. That will be all. I will not send you off." Li Xiuhai turned his head back and discovered that Xiao Chen had already sent him to the courtyard without him realizing it. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling depressed. He had not gotten anything out of Xiao Chen yet. However, Li Xiuhai could only give up now. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Sir Xiao, come over often when you have time. I'll get someone to deliver the items on this list tomorrow. Take care." After the other party left, Xiao Chen immediately withdrew his smile. The plan worked. They had finally stirred up the waters. Other than the 4 6th-grade sects, there were probably many other hidden forces and powerful individuals. They all wanted to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Given this, the Heavenly Lodging Palace no longer had any hope of monopolizing the spoils. The muddier the waters, the better. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he closed the door and returned to the cultivation room to prepare for his breakthrough. Since Xiao Chen intended to get involved in this mess, he needed to improve his strength further. Otherwise, he would not be sufficient before a sovereign personage. Even if an ordinary initial perfection sovereign personage came, Xiao Chen would not be a match for them. He would only be able to barely flee. If Xiao Chen did not raise his strength, he could only watch the excitement and be a bystander in this mess. 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Xiao Chen took out the medicinal pill and entered deep thought. Given Xiao Chen's situation, even without the help of a rank 4 heavenly pill, breaking through to Holy Venerate was just a matter of time. If not for the situation changing, breaking through naturally would have been the best for Xiao Chen. However, the situation was urgent. He could not care so much. After placing the Prime Val Heavenly Pill in the Spirit Gathering formation below, Xiao Chen sat in the center of the formation in the air. Open. Xiao Chen gently tapped the Spirit Gathering formation, and the Prime Val Heavenly Pill turned into extremely pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout the entire cultivation room. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving, continuously pouring in Prime Val Heavenly Pills into the Spirit Gathering formation. After the Spirit Gathering formation spun 100 times and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room turned into clouds, Xiao Chen stopped pouring in Prime Val Heavenly Pills. As Xiao Chen looked at the spiritual energy above him that looked like real clouds, he sighed, "How extravagant." For the sake of raising the spiritual energy in the room to the level of the Heaven Dragon Palace's profound dragon platform, Xiao Chen used a total of 100,000 Prime Val Heavenly Pills. All this was for the sake of a smooth and perfect breakthrough. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art. Xiao Chen circulated 2 kinds of energy at the same time. Then, he opened his mouth and directly swallowed 100,000 Prime Val Heavenly Pills. The Prime Val Heavenly Pills all turned into liquid. Xiao Chen was like a whale swallowing the sea, continuously absorbing this vast veritable essence energy. If an ordinary person were here, they would definitely faint from fright. If a star venerate absorbed such a vast amount of Prime Val Heavenly Pills, his body would explode and he would die on the spot. However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. His physical body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. The whirlpools formed by the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art were like black holes in his body, continuously digesting and turning the spiritual energy into veritable essence energy. Boom! The 2 veritable essence energies intersected, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy spun continuously. Xiao Chen sat down, and a mottled Taiji diagram appeared. Black and white yin-yang fish chased each other in the diagram. When they reached a balance, Xiao Chen felt his physical body swell up slightly. He knew that he had already reached his limit. Xiao Chen closed his mouth and stopped absorbing the Primeval heavenly pills. After refining for a while, he opened his mouth again and swallowed the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. When the medicinal pill entered Xiao Chen's mouth, the medicinal energy ignited in that instant. Then, it quickly exploded in a way that Xiao Chen did not expect. Boom! Boom! First, an intense explosion came from Xiao Chen's soul pool. Following that, an even more horrifying explosion came from his 9-star primal core. PUCI. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Intense pain filled his entire body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and he nearly fainted in that instant. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. I was too anxious. I was still overconfident. He thought that with so many resources, rank 4 heavenly pills, and his outstanding talent, it would be a piece of cake for him to break through the bottleneck of the Holy Venerate stage. It should have been a piece of cake. There should have been no need to worry. Unexpectedly, while he broke through the bottleneck, he nearly exploded to death. He could not stabilize the soul energy and veritable essence energy that continuously poured into him after advancing to Holy Venerate. Oh no! Just as Xiao Chen calmed himself and put in all his effort, a cold snort suddenly rang out in his heart. Trash! Trash! To think that breaking through to Holy Venerate still requires so much effort. I must have been blind to have chosen you as my successor. Chapter 1945. At the crucial moment, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's lingering soul, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen gently breathed out some dragon qi, and the explosive veritable essence energy and soul energy in his body immediately stabilized. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was still the same as usual. Every time he appeared, he would belittle himself. Xiao Chen, who was already used to this, smiled softly and said, "Senior, I have already arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire and joined the Heaven Dragon Palace." The Heaven Dragon Palace? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor felt slightly stunned. He reacted only after a long time. Then, he said in shock, "That's right. I still find it strange." What's so strange about it? The Blue Dragon bloodline ceased to exist long ago. How could I join the Blue Dragon Palace? These words sounded strangely sorrowful coming from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. As the strongest Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the first thing that came to his mind was that Xiao Chen wanted to join the Blue Dragon Palace. By the time the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor reacted, he realized that the Blue Dragon bloodline had ceased to exist long ago. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left, the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, even glorious. Even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not know how the Blue Dragon bloodline perished. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had not gotten used to a divine dragon empire without a blue dragon. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to check on his body's various aspects after advancing to Holy Venerate. He had too many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Senior once discovered a dragon city in the soaring dragon Great Realm. It turned out that the Black Dragon King was sealed under that dragon city. However, the seal is broken now. The foe god flame guarding the seal is reaching its limit. It told me that the Black Dragon King will reappear within 100 years. That senior seems to be your subordinate. After speaking for a long time, Xiao Chen discovered that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was somewhat indifferent, not as attentive as he imagined. Speaking of which, senior blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, why are you not shocked or worried at all? Shocked, my ass. I was the one who laid the formation. Do you think I don't know how long it can last? What use is there in worrying? Trash like you, could it be that you can help me kill that black loach? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words rendered Xiao Chen speechless. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor sounded very reasonable, he could not refute them at all. After being stunned for a long time, Xiao Chen could only say softly, "Oh. To think that you did not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you." Suddenly, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor discovered something. He roared angrily, "Brat, what should I say to you? Why are you not cultivating my divine dragon body tempering art?" Why did you run off to cultivate the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art? Is the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you very weak? Actually, the reason why the blood-soaked dragon emperor was so angry was that Xiao Chen was like him, both taking the path of righteous and demonic dual cultivation. He wasn't really angry at Xiao Chen. He didn't know what he was angry about, but there was hatred in his heart. Xiao Chen was startled and felt a bit guilty. With his mental state, there were very few people who could make him feel like this. Only the blood-soaked dragon emperor could. Xiao Chen explained, showing that he had not wasted his time. I have been cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art all this time. I have already finished cultivating the first 3 layers. I have already refined the dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon blood. I have also succeeded in cultivating the 4th layer. I can now bring out the divine dragon war body and the blue dragon divine wings. I intend to continue cultivating the 5th layer after I break through to the holy venerate stage. Humph. What kind of dog's hit divine dragon war body is that? When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will be able to defeat me. When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will know that the divine dragon body tempering art is just the beginning. Don't embarrass me. I feel embarrassed for you. The blood-soaked dragon emperor snorted coldly in disdain. Xiao Chen could tell that the blood-soaked dragon emperor was in a much better mood. He smiled and said, I got it. I will focus on cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art from now on. I will definitely not let Senior down. When Senior wakes up again, you will definitely see the complete divine dragon war body. Next time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned incredibly gloomy. There will not be a next time. These sudden words stunned Xiao Chen. His heart sank as he asked, What do you mean? Don't tell me that you are going to die. Without my permission, you absolutely cannot die. Haha. I have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Why are you so excited? Right now, I am just a strand of remnant soul. I will die sooner or later. However, I am still worried about you. You always make me worry. How are you going to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future? The blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned gentle. However, it made Xiao Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Chen hoped that the blood-soaked dragon emperor would scold him like before. Xiao Chen clenched his right fist tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. It seemed like every time the blood-soaked dragon emperor woke up, the blood-soaked dragon emperor helped Xiao Chen, saving his life no less than 3 times. Is it because of this? Is it because the blood-soaked dragon emperor drained his already dwindling remnant soul to save me? Suddenly, Xiao Chen blamed himself. Brat, don't overthink. I already said that I died a long time ago. I am just preserving the essence of my soul for the sake of passing on the inheritance. The blood-soaked dragon emperor seemed to guess what Xiao Chen was thinking, consoling him. Xiao Chen's heart did not calm down even after a long time. Actually, he had long gotten used to the strand of remnant soul in his body. Although it rarely appeared, it gave Xiao Chen something to rely on. Unfortunately, back then, that black loach turned the entire Great Thousand Realms upside down, triggering a great war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The flames of war spread to the deities of the heavenly realm. Even the heavenly realm was affected and shattered, no longer existing. However, it still lost to me, obediently getting sealed. However, in the end, I lost to time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor sighed, the survivor is king. In less than 100 years, that black loach will come out again. Brat, buck up. While I can still maintain my inheritance and memories, properly receive my inheritance and help me defeat that black loach again. Right after the blood-soaked dragon emperor spoke, a resplendent red light burst out from his 9-star primal core. The scarlet dragon seal flew out and quickly crumbled, turning into beams of light that merged with Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. In that instant, a life flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes like a movie. There was beauty and elegance. There was arrogance and unparalleled arrogance. From inexperience to maturity, from the innate realm, he grew step by step. Finally, he stood at the peak of the Great Thousand Realms, refining an immortal divine body and lighting up a supreme divine flame. He was filled with lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness, wanting to unify the 8 great empires and establish the divine dragon dynasty, restoring the supreme hegemony of the dragon race during the Great Desolate Eon. However, the Black Dragon King appeared out of nowhere and threw the 3 realms into chaos, triggering the ultimate war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The heavenly realm shattered, and many deities fell. The structure of the entire Great Thousand Realms changed. When everything became a thing of the past, when the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor grew old, the final scene appeared before Xiao Chen. That was the scene before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's death. When the scene shattered, countless memories appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Those were the greatest treasures and inheritance that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left for him. After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. In a trance, it felt like 10,000 years had passed. So it turns out that he really died many years ago. Xiao Chen felt sad and dispirited as he recalled the few words he exchanged with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen somewhat regretted being born too late. It would have been great if he could have personally seen the glory of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor when he was alive. Don't worry, I will definitely revive the Blue Dragon bloodline and defeat that Black Loach for you once more. A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His body emitted wisps of illusory light. Behind Xiao Chen, he was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual force. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image looked at Xiao Chen below. Then, he revealed a smile. Pretty good. After feeling conflicted for such a long time, I should be able to relax. However, now, how unfortunate. How unfortunate. I really cannot see you successfully practice the divine dragon body tempering art. I have no more regrets in this life. Then, whoosh. The wisps of light scattered, and the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image vanished completely. Chapter 1946. After obtaining the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance, many memories appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. There were all sorts of secrets about the dragon race, the various mysteries of the blue dragon race, and the various mysteries of the dragon race's martial techniques. All sorts of information gathered into a vast sea before him. After calming down, Xiao Chen compressed and sealed these precious memories. When he wanted to use them, he could just go and retrieve them at any time. Otherwise, he would not be able to digest them all at once, and his soul pool would explode. Xiao Chen selectively absorbed all the secrets of the blue dragon race and some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's special experiences back then. Just this alone took Xiao Chen 2 days. After 2 days, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He had somewhat forgotten that he had already broken through to the Holy Venerate stage. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen checked his soul pool. The mysterious phenomenon of stars in the sky above his soul pool had already vanished. Only 2 clumps of profound light hung high in the sky. One was like the bright moon, and the other was like the sun. However, it was still very obvious. From the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen learned that when ordinary people broke through to the Holy Venerate stage, they only had 1 clump of profound light. The mysterious phenomenon of 2 clumps of profound light like Xiao Chen's was called sun and moon shining together. Aside from this, there were many other extremely strong mysterious phenomena in this realm. For example, the clear sky bright moon. An azure sky with an upside-down bright moon would appear above his soul pool. Another example was the 9 stars alignment. 9 resplendent stars of varying brightness would appear, forming a line that looked like a sword piercing through the sky. The strongest was the 9 suns proud world. 9 clumps of profound light would look like suns hovering in the sky, exuding a might that could destroy the world. With all these mysterious phenomena, their holy venerate wills would become even stronger. When cultivated to a high level, these mysterious phenomena could also materialize and affect the real world, dealing great damage. The Great Thousand Realms are truly filled with wonders, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. With the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he realized that he had been a frog in a well, unable to see the world. This world was much larger than he imagined. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been dead for so many years. Xiao Chen still did not know what changes had happened to him. However, in terms of mysterious phenomena, his sun and moon shine together was also top-notch, comparable to the legendary 9 suns. With a thought, Xiao Chen activated his holy venerate will. 2 clumps of light immediately appeared in the air. A powerful will spread in all directions. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied expression. He felt that his will was significantly stronger than that of the other star venerates. In the past, people always used their holy venerate wills to bully Xiao Chen's star venerate. In the future, he no longer had to fear them. Once one reached the holy venerate realm, one would have to officially start cultivating soul energy. There were many secret manuals for cultivating soul energy in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen did not know how to choose. Xiao Chen wanted to familiarize himself with the first stage of the Holy Venerate realm before making a decision. It is time to properly cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was right. The true divine dragon war body truly began only after Xiao Chen cultivated all 6 layers of the divine dragon body tempering art. Whether Xiao Chen admitted it or not, he had indeed underestimated the divine dragon body tempering art in the past. In that case, Xiao Chen would charge to the 5th layer in one go. Now that he did not lack any resources and advanced to the Holy Venerate realm, he could not delay any longer. Xiao Chen stood up and headed for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Li Xiuhai personally received Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen, he showed a startled expression. Then, he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Sir Xiao, on advancing to the Holy Venerate realm. Although you have the help of the 7-aperture cloud breaking pill, breaking through is not easy. Unexpectedly, Sir Xiao managed to break through in 2 days. This is truly admirable." What Li Xiuhai said was true. Regular people would need at least half a month to break through, and their chances of breaking through would be only 50%. Xiao Chen advancing to the Holy Venerate realm so quickly indeed shocked Li Xiuhai. This Xiao Chen before Li Xiuhai became increasingly unfathomable. Xiao Chen took out a list and handed it to Li Xiuhai. "If the 9 Cauldron Pavilion has any stock on the list, I want them all. If not, help me get some substitutes. Bones of a sovereign personage, ferocious beast, Dao bone pill, 10,000-year-old heavenly bloodgrass. What is Sir Xiao's vital qi for cultivating a body tempering technique?" Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, finding this somewhat strange. Could Xiao Chen be a vital qi cultivator? If that was the case, then Xiao Chen's strength could no longer be judged by the standard of an early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "There is no harm in telling you. 50 Cauldron Force. If you can get me these resources, breaking through to 60 Cauldron Force will be easy." 50 Cauldron Force. Li Xiuhai's heart churned. As he sized up Xiao Chen again, he felt some fear. Even with Li Xiuhai's peak holy venerate cultivation, he would find it hard to keep Xiao Chen here. No wonder Xiao Chen did not care about him from the start. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all. Without a sovereign personage, no one would be able to suppress this person before him. Xiao Chen was a holy venerate with 50 Cauldron Force. Even in the entire northern region, it would be hard to find a young outstanding talent who could cultivate both at the same time. Li Xiuhai was stunned for a while. Then, he smiled widely and said, "Sir Xiao Chen, you are really unfathomable. Men, get these resources for Sir Xiao Chen according to the highest standards. If our store does not have them, go to the other stores to purchase them. Do not delay them." Li Xiuhai called someone over and gave the instructions for Xiao Chen. After waiting for some time, Li Xiuhai probed, "Sir Xiao Chen, do you know that the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace had several probing clashes in Desolate God Valley in the past 2 days? There were also several loose cultivators who tried to force their way in. However, the sovereign personage experts of the Heavenly Lodging Palace directly killed them." Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, "Did they fight with sovereign personages?" Li Xiuhai shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Once sovereign personages fight, the matter will blow up. However, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's actions have slowed down due to the harassment from the various parties. After all, the 4 rank 6 sects are all here, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace is only a branch. They do not dare to underestimate them." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "That means that the Heavenly Lodging Palace still has no results on what they discovered." "Not yet. The people who tried to force their way in all died miserable deaths. The heavenly lodging palace showed no mercy, intimidating a group of people. However, they probably will not be able to intimidate them for long. If this drags on for a few more days and the news spreads, the heavenly lodging palace's people will not be able to sit still. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Boss Li, you really care about this matter. Are you not planning to interfere? I have the heart, but I am powerless, Li Xiuhai said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, repeating his previous answer. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen delivered all the resources he wanted. After paying for the Primeval Heavenly Pills at a 30% discount, Li Xiuhai personally sent Xiao Chen to the door. Before leaving, he suddenly called out to Xiao Chen, I received some news, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Speak. Li Xiuhai appeared put on the spot as he said, it is the grandson of a heavenly lodging palace elder with authority. Something happened to Hua Qingyun in ancient desolate town. This fellow is rather famous in our ancient desolate town. Of course, it is infamy. I heard that there has been no news of him for several days already. Even his 2-star war chariot disappeared. I heard that he disappeared when he met up with the heavenly lodging palace's people. This matter could be major or minor. If something really happened to him, given that Hua Qingyun's grandfather is a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor, the entire heavenly lodging palace branch would suffer a calamity in his rage. Xiao Chen glanced at Li Xiuhai. When their gazes met, Li Xiuhai's face filled with a smile, but he did not shrink back. He was truly a smiling tiger. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he said calmly, aside from the purple gold dragon emperor, there are 5 other dragon kings in the divine dragon empire. Boss Li, do you know about them? I do. The white dragon king, silver dragon king, red dragon king, blue dragon king, and green dragon king. Each of them is an overlord of a region in the Great Thousand Realms. Why did young Master Xiao suddenly mention this? What do you mean? Li Xiuhai asked somewhat nervously, feeling confused by Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen glanced at the 9-cauldron pavilion behind Li Xiuhai. Then, he continued, which is scarier, the Dragon King's rage or a sovereign emperor's rage? Naturally, the Dragon King's rage. Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he patted Li Xiuhai's shoulder. You are just an insignificant person, not even worth a fart in the 9-cauldron pavilion. There are some things that you cannot ask about, so don't ask about them. Do you hear me? Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but cold sweat trickled down Li Xiuhai's forehead for some reason. He smiled and said, young Master Xiao is right. I know what to do. I wonder who spread the fake news. This is getting more and more overboard. Xiao Chen smiled and said, did I say anything? Businessmen like to take chances and take risks. This is a good thing. However, sometimes, don't be too smart. Learn from Mr. Bai. In the future, when I come to the 9-cauldron pavilion, don't appear. Let Mr. Bai receive me. Damn it. Li Xiuhai cursed in his heart. He knew that he thought himself smart and ended up offending Xiao Chen. Li Xiuhai immediately felt anxious. Young Master Xiao, listen to me. However, Xiao Chen had already turned around, ignoring Li Xiuhai. As Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen's back, he felt regret. What should I do? Chapter 1947. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao Chen did not delay and continued his closed-door cultivation. Li Xiuhai's words made Xiao Chen feel some urgency. In a few days, the heavenly lodging palace would not be able to withstand the pressure of the 4 rank 6 sects. Xiao Chen needed to break through quickly. He had to break through to the divine dragon body tempering ART's 5th layer. After arriving at the closed-door cultivation room, Xiao Chen took out the heavenly bloodgrass, Dao bone pills, and other precious resources for cultivating the body. It was really good to be rich. One could buy any resource they wanted at any time. These things that Xiao Chen did not even dare to think about in the past were easily obtainable to him, who had 5 million Primeval heavenly pills. However, in the past few days, Xiao Chen had spent only 2 million Primeval heavenly pills. However, the results were all worth it. Not only did Xiao Chen break through to the Holy Venerate stage, but he also obtained so many resources for cultivating the body. The Tyrant Saber would improve further. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the divine dragon body tempering art to the 4th layer for a long time. Making breakthroughs in the body were even more difficult than advancing his cultivation. However, Xiao Chen had so many resources and the experience he obtained from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Breaking through was not difficult. It just depended on how much time he spent. While Xiao Chen and the others made use of every second to cultivate, the upper echelon of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was in a terrible fix, feeling frustrated and uneasy. Damn it! Who exactly spread the news? One of the 2 people in charge of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch, Elder Shu Feng, a great perfection sovereign personage, looked into the distance at the war chariots and warships of the various rank 6 sects. He felt like there was a dagger at his back against these rank 6 sects troops. He could not make up his mind to explore with all his might. This great fortuitous encounter originally belonged to the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch. However, given the situation, he had no choice but to give it up. Damn it! If I find out who is behind this, I will make him die a horrible death. Shu Feng's rage silenced the other Heavenly Lodging Palace experts. After calming down, Shu Feng asked, "Has young Master Hua not appeared yet?" Reporting to Elder Shu, there is still no news of young Master Hua. No one in ancient desolate town saw him, someone whispered. Another piece of bad news. Shu Feng said in a low voice, "You only know how to cause trouble for me. No wonder you were exiled by the headquarters. You're a jinx." Although Shu Feng felt upset, he did not dare to speak too harshly. He said after some thought, given young Master Hua's background, no one would dare to truly threaten him. "Go and tell the ruling Sword Gates Li Rong that I want to meet them." "Elder, are you going to? Since we can't keep it to ourselves, let's explore it together and pull back our forces." "Humph, all of you think that I've found some delicious meat. Let's see how you all die when we really go in." The anger in Shu Feng's heart was completely reflected on his face. All sorts of troubles had finally made him choose to take this opportunity for himself. 3 days later. Inside a courtyard in ancient desolate town Boom, a streak of fiery light soared into the sky, forming a terrifying red fire dragon that circled above the courtyard, roaring furiously. The flames were almost tangible, spewing out terrifying dragon breaths that burned the clouds in the sky. Ha ha ha. Murong Yang, finally broke through. Murong Yang descended from the sky, accompanied by a fierce flame. His aura blazed like fireworks. The flames contained horrifying energy, looking like they could erupt at any moment. Murong Yang landed in an empty space in the courtyard and said, "My cultivation finally reached peak middle stage Holy Venerate, and my flame cloud art broke through to the 9th layer. Most importantly, I finally comprehended the mysteries of my Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique, the blood-devouring dragon fist." Whoosh! Just at this moment, thousands of golden strands of dragon chi burst out in the sky, condensing into a light. This light looked very solid as it appeared above the courtyard. A dragon might containing the aura of a ruler spread out, making that light even more piercing. No one dared to look directly at it. This fellow, Wei Hongfei, improved significantly as well. When Murong Yang saw Wei Hongfei in the air, he withdrew his aura and said softly, "Not bad. Murong Yang, I feel that your strength has increased by at least 30%. Wei Hongfei, who was wearing his battle armor, landed on Murong Yang and said calmly, "Not bad. Wind, listen to my call." The two, who were competing in the dark, quickly turned their heads to look. Wind and clouds gathered where Sichu Changfeng stood. It was like the entire sky obeyed his call. This served as a contrast to Sichu Changfeng's outstanding independence and boundless elegance. Wei Hongfei frowned slightly. He had always felt that, aside from Xiao Chen, Sichu Changfeng hid his strength the deepest. Seeing the two's gazes, Sichu Changfeng smiled faintly and slowly drifted down, seeming to merge completely with the wind. His landing posture was boundlessly graceful, not like he had landed. It was more like an omnipresent breeze was respectfully inviting him to come down. Soon, Duan Fei and Liu Ruyun came out as well. The two of them had improved. These people all had divine dragon bloodlines and were outstanding talents of the same generation. Now that they had all improved, they gathered together and stirred up a storm. I wonder how much improvement Xiao Chen has made, Sichu Changfeng said softly. Sichu Changfeng said softly. The gazes of the others immediately fell on the cultivation room where Xiao Chen was cultivating. Without a doubt, Xiao Chen would forever be an unfathomable existence. They always thought that they had figured out Xiao Chen's limits. However, when the clouds scattered, they discovered that it was just the tip of the iceberg. When they looked up, there was still a dense fog. The deeper they came into contact with him, the more unfathomable and unfathomable he became. Inside the cultivation room, KACA, crisp sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's bones rumbled like thunder, giving off continuous explosions. After Xiao Chen broke through to the Divine Dragon body tempering ART's fifth layer and executed the Divine Dragon War body, his body looked like this, swelling up. Xiao Chen's dragon might merged with his physical body, and a pair of blue dragon divine wings spread out behind him. Xiao Chen looked mighty without getting angry, like a humanoid true dragon returning from the great desolate eon. When Xiao Chen glared, he inspired fear in others. Senior Bloodclad is right. This Divine Dragon War body is still far from being complete. Xiao Chen's bones wriggled, slowly recovering with a thought from Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen completely recovered, that terrifying might and pressure slowly faded away. How terrifying! That was earlier, in the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others showed somewhat grave expressions. Earlier, Xiao Chen's expression had changed. In that moment earlier, a might that made their hearts tremble erupted from the cultivation room where Xiao Chen was. The pressure on their bodies multiplied. Fortunately, this might and pressure only lasted for a moment before vanishing. Under their gazes, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the quiet room. It was unexpected. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, who came out of closed-door cultivation, did not show the terrifying mysterious phenomenon that the group expected. He just walked out calmly. If not for the group feeling that terrifying might and pressure earlier, they would not have been able to tell that Xiao Chen made a breakthrough. After not seeing you for a few days, everyone's strength has improved to a delightful degree. Congratulations. As Xiao Chen looked at the group, he could tell with one glance that they had improved. Among them, Sichu Changfeng improved the most. Murong Yang and Wei Hongfei were about the same, followed by Duan Fei and Liu Ruyun. Wei Hongfei and the others smiled bitterly in their hearts. Compared to you, our improvements are useless. Their joy was completely diluted. Murong Yang said embarrassedly, I say, Xiao Chen, can you not give us a blow? The longer I interact with you, the less confident I am. I am an outstanding talent with the most potential in the future of the Red Dragon bloodline. Sichu Changfeng smiled and said, Xiao Chen, congratulations. When are we going to depart? Wait for my saber. Saber. Sichu Changfeng and the others exchanged looks, feeling confused. Among the refiners in the depths of the courtyard, Old Yun walked out in a disheveled manner. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he looked fatigued. He did not look like a rank 4 grandmaster at all. Only his eyes were sparkling with excitement. Ha ha ha. This old man finally succeeded. In less than half a year, I will definitely advance to rank 5 grandmaster. Old Yun rejoiced. He walked over with large strides and handed the tyrant saber to Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen was about to draw the saber to verify it, Old Yun grabbed Xiao Chen's wrist. When a new saber is drawn, it needs to see blood. Be careful. Right now, this saber already has the might of an inferior grade soul tool. I already helped you infuse the Grand Yi Divine Lightning into it. I already helped you activate the strand of inherited spirit that you wanted. Old Yun held Xiao Chen's hand, preventing him from drawing the saber. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, this saber is much scarier than you imagine. This old man nearly fell for it. You have to take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, this old man will become a sinner for all eternity. When Murong Yang and the others saw Senior Yun's incredibly grave expression, they were startled. What exactly happened to this saber? Chapter 1948. Seeing Old Yun's cautious expression, Xiao Chen, who was holding the tyrant saber, did not choose to draw it in the end. He could already sense that the saber in his hand was no longer what it was in the past. The instant Xiao Chen grasped the saber's hilt, a grave-killing qi and boundless surging energy surged out in his heart. It was like a volcano waiting to erupt. The moment it was drawn, it would erupt. Senior Yun looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This saber has been in the world for tens of thousands of years already, not appearing for more than 8,000 years. It was once of the highest quality, even surpassing spirit weapons and reaching the level of a divine weapon of the heavenly realm. However, as time passed, it became covered in dust, causing its quality to decline. However, that tyrannical and heartless soul never faded away. It awakened, revived, erupted, and climbed to the peak again. Although I made the soul in your saber reappear today, I also successfully infused a strand of Grand Yi profound lightning into it. This might be an opportunity for this saber." Xiao Chen said softly, "The Grand Yi profound lightning is born in the heavenly Tao and contains the supreme principles of the heavenly Tao. Does Senior Yun mean that the supreme principles contained in the Grand Yi profound lightning might be able to change some of the tyrant saber's origins?" "That's right. However, how to choose and where to go depends on you. The existence of this saber is a taboo in itself. The heavenly Tao rejects it, which is why it is so ominous. However, now, you infused a Grand Yi profound lightning into it. This is actually quite contradictory." Senior Yun smiled and said, "Because of this old man gained great comprehension during this refinement. My family name is Yun, and my name is Tian. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me through the Heavenly Alliance." The Heavenly Alliance? Liu Ruyun and the others revealed strange expressions. It seemed like they had not heard of this organization before. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Definitely. Goodbye." Senior Yun performed a cupped fist salute and left with an excited expression. Wei Hongfei asked, finding this strange, "Xiao Chen, you know about the Heavenly Alliance?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. Based on the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Chen knew that this was an extremely ancient organization. Due to its high threshold, it normally kept a low profile, so few people knew about it. The Heavenly Alliance was made up of blacksmiths, alchemists, swordsmiths, formation masters, appraisers, geomasters, and other grandmasters who were not martial cultivators. The threshold was very high. One had to be at least a first-level Supreme Power Master to join the Heaven Alliance. It was even to the extent that the Heavenly Alliance determined what a Grandmaster was. For example, an alchemist could only be considered a Grandmaster if he could refine the Primeval Heavenly Pill. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rule. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to understand this organization. After a certain period of time, they would hear of this organization, and they would often come into contact with it. If ordinary people wanted to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance's members, they could only rely on a third faction. Such a faction would normally be a merchant association. In the past few years, the merchant associations had grown closer to the Heavenly Alliance. Rumor had it that the peak merchant associations were even members of the Heavenly Alliance, responsible for providing resources and venues. After watching Senior Yun leave, Xiao Chen's group set off for Desolate God Valley. "Sir Xiao! Sir Xiao!" Just at this moment, a hurried shout stopped Xiao Chen's group, who was about to turn around. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. However, he was not alone. Aside from him, there was also the Appraiser Noble Clan's Master Bai and a group of middle-aged men. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss. "What is he here for?" Wei Hongfei asked, feeling suspicious. Xiao Chen teased, "Boss Li, your timing is really coincidental." Li Xiuhai smiled abashedly and said, "Sir Xiao, you jest." Seeing that Xiao Chen was still willing to pay attention to him, Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, "Sir Xiao, I was in the wrong the previous time. This time, Master Bai and I are here to make up for it. These people are the blacksmiths and formation masters of my Nine Cauldron Pavilion. They know a lot about the heaven-suspending war chariot. The core formation cannot be completely changed, but changing its appearance and making some changes is something that can be done quickly." When Wei Hongfei and the others saw such a scene, they felt inexplicably shocked. Why did the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss look like he was trying to curry favor with Xiao Chen? What was going on? This stunned the group. These people were very familiar with Xiao Chen, so they wondered if Xiao Chen had some hidden identity that they did not know. Master Bai said, "Young Master Xiao, this old man can guarantee that these people are trustworthy." Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen somewhat nervously, afraid that Xiao Chen would not be willing to accept this favor. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like this Li Xiuhai does want to mend their relationship. However, there is no need for him to move this war chariot. There are still people inside. Hua Qingyun has been locked inside all this time. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I appreciate your kind intentions. In the future, if there is any business, I will still take care of Boss Li." That will be all, then. Li Xiuhai still wanted to say something, but Master Bai stopped him. "Young Master Xiao, are you going to Desolate God Valley?" Xiao Chen did not avoid the topic. He nodded and said, "Since a fortuitous encounter appeared, we naturally have to fight for it. Most of the adventurers in ancient Desolate Town have already gone there, right?" Master Bai smiled and said, "It's far more than most. 3 days ago, the Heavenly Lodging Palace gave up on the seal and worked with the various rank 6 sects to explore. Nearly all the cultivators with some strength in ancient Desolate Town rushed over. Did you discover what it is?" "I'm not sure. The information is still chaotic, and it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. I still have to see it for myself to verify it." Master Bai performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I will not disturb young Master Xiao's group any further. If there are any gains, feel free to come to our 9 Cauldron Pavilion for a drink. Goodbye." After sending off the 2-star war chariot with his eyes, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He sighed, "This person still has not forgiven me. Why did I take the risk? I fancied myself clever, thinking that I could use this to figure out the other party's true origins." Master Bai consoled, "Don't overthink. It is already pretty good that you did not try to threaten him with this. No matter where this person came from, the aura that he gives me is already comparable to that of some sovereign personages. Just because of this, we cannot pry into him. We just need to befriend him. What about me? Don't worry. He still does not care about you. Given his boldness, he will not even remember you after this trip, much less take revenge on you. Don't even think about it," Master Bai said indifferently before turning to leave. Mr. Bai said faintly and turned around to leave. However, Master Bai already made up his mind to hand over Xiao Chen's information. In the future, when the Bai clan saw him, they would treat him well. As long as such a person was given an opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Inside the war chariot, Murong Yang could not hold back his curiosity. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, why is that Li Xiuhai so obedient to you?" It was not just Murong Yang. The others showed curious expressions as well, wanting to know the answer. Xiao Chen answered honestly, "There are no secrets to it. He cannot figure me out, but I can figure him out. Since he wants to gain benefits from me, naturally, he has to be careful and cautious. Such a person is very opportunistic. He has been at the bottom of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion for too long and does not want to miss out on any opportunities. He might have offended someone that he cannot afford to offend in the past. His weakness is very obvious. That's it. In that case, I know how to do it next time as well," Murong Yang said with a smile. This was a very simple principle. However, Wei Hongfei and the others were not like Murong Yang. After trying to figure it out, they found it extremely difficult. Only Liu Ruyun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Even if the others understood this principle, without Xiao Chen's aura, it would be difficult for them to succeed. She couldn't help but be extremely curious in her heart. What exactly had happened to Xiao Chen for him to always be so calm, composed, and unperturbed in the face of danger to form such a powerful aura? However, there was no way for her to ask. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not tell her. This would probably trouble Liu Ruyun for a long time. "We're here." The 2-star war chariot moved very fast. In less than half a day after entering Desolate God Valley, it overtook many cultivators and arrived at the mysterious place sealed off by the Heavenly Lodging Palace. "It should be nearby." Wei Hongfei pointed in the war chariot to the front, where strong winds blew endlessly. The few of them could clearly feel that there were many powerful auras gathering in front of the scarlet sand. They did not know how many cultivators had gathered here from all directions. "Go through it," Xiao Chen said softly. Then, Liu Ruyun controlled the war chariot and turned it into a beam of flowing light, shooting forward. After a while, the few people traveling through the scarlet sand suddenly saw something light up before them. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared before them was a vast and ancient city. The marks of time lingered in it, but the city was intact, without any damage at all. In the harsh environment of desolate God Valley, where ferocious beasts roamed freely, this was extremely incredible. A mysterious aura spread around the city, blowing away the endless scarlet sand that covered desolate God Valley all year round. This gave everyone a feeling of a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, suddenly enlightening them. In the previous moment, the group's vision had been filled with hazy scarlet sand. In the next moment, their eyes lit up, and a city appeared like magic. "This is the secret that the heavenly lodging palace sealed off." Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock, "How can such a complete city appear in desolate God Valley? If it existed, people would have discovered it long ago. There have never been any rumors of it before. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination." Murong Yang rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he saw. Logically speaking, there was nothing strange about a city. However, it was impossible for such a thing to exist in desolate God Valley. It was like seeing a floating beach in the sea. The most shocking thing was the aura that this city gave off. It was extremely ancient, filled with the marks left behind by time. Sichu Changfeng said sullenly, "It might not be impossible. Don't forget the origin of this desolate God Valley. The last great war between the righteous and demonic factions. During the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it involved the powerhouses of the heavenly realm, resulting in the destruction of the heavenly realm and the fall of many true gods. This desolate God Valley is said to be a land of the fallen, where the corpses of deities are buried." Liu Ruyun nodded and said, "I heard my father say that after one becomes a true god, one can materialize a small world into a nation, a world of its own. A strong true god can build a city in his own divine kingdom and bring in his followers, just like how the Buddhists worship believers. Perhaps a certain deity's corpse could not withstand the corrosion of time and completely rotted away. After the corpse disappeared, the divine kingdom was exposed, leaving behind such a city." Xiao Chen looked at the city in front. After he came out of the cabin, he remained silent, completely shocked by the scene before him. Through the memories that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind, Xiao Chen soon learned the origins of this city. This was the symbol of a true god, the symbol of the peak of the martial Tao, the dream of every cultivator. Youth, dreams, hot-bloodedness, and pride. Which cultivator on the path of cultivation did not have such a city in their heart? However, even a true god could fall. Their withered bones could not withstand the passage of time. A powerful true god, a peak immortal realm expert, left behind only a city after millions of years. That's not right. It is not that time left behind a city. It is time that snatched away my city. Chapter 1949. It was not time that left behind a city. It was time that was merciless, snatching away my city. No wonder the heavenly lodging palace wanted to seal off the news. A city left behind by a martial god. I really can't imagine what kind of vast fortuitous encounter there is in there. If the people of the heavenly lodging palace's branch monopolize it. Wei Hongfei said softly as a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Only 2 words echoed in his mind: martial god. Martial god. Martial god. It was not just Wei Hongfei. When the other adventurers saw this scene, they all had the same expression. After being stunned for a moment, they fell into a frenzy. Unlike Xiao Chen's melancholy, the others did not think too much. Only one word appeared in their minds: fortuitous encounter. Murong Yang smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, why are you in a daze? Look, the others have already entered. Shouldn't we go in as well? Look at the cultivators rushing in from all directions. If we are any later, there won't even be scraps left for us." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said calmly, "There's no rush. If it were so easy to obtain fortuitous encounters, The heavenly lodging palace would have made a move long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. The 6 of us will split into 3 groups. After patrolling the city once, we will rendezvous here. Sichu Changfeng approved of Xiao Chen's cautiousness. Although we have to make every second count before fortuitous encounters, we know nothing about this ancient city. If we lose our lives, no matter how great the fortuitous encounter is, it will be useless. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, I'll team up with Du and Fei. We'll go south. Sichu Changfeng smiled and said, in that case, I'll team up with Murong Yang. After that, only Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyun remained. They had no other choice. The group split up. Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyun headed for the north gate. The entire ancient city gave off a mysterious aura. When Xiao Chen tried to send his spiritual sense in, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This feeling was extremely strange. If there really was a strong barrier, it should have blocked out spiritual sense. However, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. An ancient city left by a martial god. Interesting. I was just about to leave when I actually encountered such a fortuitous encounter. Not long after Xiao Chen's group left, a group of dragon race cultivators appeared. The person who spoke was Zhong Li, whom Xiao Chen's group met in the White Dragon Palace. Liu Yunfei, who had a special body constitution, seemed quite excited as he followed beside him. However, this group was clearly not led by Zhong Li. The strongest was a golden dragon race cultivator. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with it either. Ha ha ha, I, Qin Aotian, am indeed blessed with great luck. I just obtained a fortuitous encounter and found another ancient city left by a martial god. This golden dragon race cultivator was Qin Aotian, whom Xiao Chen had beaten up in Blazing Sun Valley. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this fellow had actually grown stronger yet again. The only thing that did not change was the number of inheritance rings he had on his finger. The golden battle armor he wore was engraved with golden dragons. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were swimming. Even without a deep understanding, one could tell that the golden battle armor was extraordinary. Let's go. Without even thinking, Qin Aotian strode forward, and the others quickly followed. The White Dragon Palace's Zhong Li was very experienced. He wanted to say something but did not say it in the end. He wanted to say that this place looked strange and that they should not enter rashly. However, seeing Qin Aotian's interest, Zhong Li could not bring himself to say anything. Furthermore, they still had to rely on Qin Aotian to help them enter the city. Senior brother, do you think we will run into Xiao Chen's group? Liu Yunfei asked somewhat nervously. He felt that if Xiao Chen's group came to Desolate God Valley, they would definitely enter this city as well. Zhong Li said indifferently, he better pray that I don't see him. Humph. Zhong Li had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, greatly increasing his strength. He was very confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen, he would be able to squash him to death with one finger. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen, Liu Ruyun, and Sichu Changfeng met up and explained what they saw. After Sichu Changfeng heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he said sullenly, "It looks like it is as I thought. The 4 city gates each have their own mysteries. We cannot enter rashly, we have to choose carefully." Xiao Chen looked around. The east gate in front of him had faint purple qi lingering around it. He could even see a faint spiritual light with the naked eye. It looked auspicious. However, there was an unremarkable tower on the city wall. It happened to be able to suppress the luck of the entire area. The auspicious gate was countered, but the auspicious gate was not auspicious. After Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of his opinion, Sichu Changfeng exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Chen, you have done some research on the dragon-seeking art?" Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I know a little. However, don't overthink it. This ancient city appeared out of nowhere. There is nothing mysterious about it. I believe that this is a small trick that the original owner left behind. He knew that someone would come here, so he set it up. Every time we enter a gate, there will be a different test. There is no truly auspicious gate. Everyone has to go through a test. We just need to avoid the ominous gate." "Right, I have the same opinion as well. However, speaking of which, Why are Brother Wei and Brother Duan not here? Sichu Changfeng asked, finding it strange. 1 hour had already passed, but the two still had not appeared. We are here. Right after Sichu Changfeng spoke, Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei showed somewhat sullen expressions. When a group of people saw that we were dragon race cultivators, they attacked us without saying anything. Fortunately, our strength increased significantly during this period. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Wei Hongfei's expression was unsightly. Clearly, the earlier experience was not as simple as he made it out to be. That group of people seems to be observing the ancient city, just like us. They probably have accomplices. We have to be careful after we enter the city, Duan Fei analyzed. They attacked without saying anything. In that case, it looks like they are mortal enemies of the dragon race. That is good. It is better for them to expose themselves in advance than to be sneak attacked after we enter the city. The dragon race did not have many mortal enemies, but there were still many. Before they entered the city, there were already undercurrents. This was not a good sign. Let's enter through the south gate. The other 3 gates are fake auspicious and real ominous. The north gate is the true ominous gate. The west gate is very auspicious. However, it is hard to determine whether it is auspicious or ominous. The south gate is neither auspicious nor ominous. This is actually the best. After listening to what Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei saw, Xiao Chen made his choice. Alright, let's enter through the south gate, then. There was no way to fly above the city, so they could only enter through the city gates. What dense spiritual energy! Xiao Chen originally thought that this was a dead city. However, after entering, he discovered that it was very different from what he imagined. The spiritual energy in this city was even denser than the spiritual energy at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. So many years have passed, and the original master died long ago. I wonder what still maintains the spiritual energy in this city. Sichu Changfeng said, feeling somewhat suspicious as he looked around. There are so many corpses. Many pairs of clearly lifeless cultivators wearing armor wandered the streets. Their flesh had already rotted away, leaving only empty skeletons wearing heavy armor. Some of them even rode skeleton horses, looking very scary. These were all cultivators who had followed the original master when he was alive. However, after they died, they existed in such a manner. This looked somewhat sorrowful. The spiritual energy was clearly abundant. However, these corpses told everyone that this was a dead city. The two seemed to contradict each other. The group had just entered the city when a group of wandering corpses charged at them. Clearly, there was no advantage in fighting with corpses. This was especially so for these corpses. They had followed the true God when they were alive, making them even more difficult to deal with after they died. Dang, dang, dang. All sorts of attacks landed on these corpses. Their armor clanged, but the corpses remained undamaged. Murong Yang punched one of the corpses' armor. That armor gave off a clump of light, actually neutralizing most of Murong Yang's fist light. What kind of armor is this? To think that the formations in it can still operate. This development startled Murong Yang. However, the corpses surrounding him did not react much, continuing to attack him. I'll burn you all to death. Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yang sent out a fierce sea of fire. While it looked mighty, it was useless. Xiao Chen and the others were not the only ones in a bitter battle. The many cultivators who entered from the southern city could not even take care of themselves. Many of them cried out miserably. The corpses mercilessly killed them and dismembered them on the spot. The group had just entered the ancient city, and they already met with such an obstruction. This caught them off guard. The southern gate was already so dangerous. What would the ominous gate encounter? The group did not dare to imagine. Damn! What the heck is this? Quickly go back. Quickly go back. Qin Aotian and the others ran frantically. After they entered the eastern city, they discovered a blood rain falling from the sky. When the blood rain fell, it would automatically gather and form a blood monster. After killing the blood monster, it would quickly form again. Nearly half of the cultivators who entered from the eastern gate died the instant they entered the city. What was even more horrifying was that when the blood rain landed on the body, it would corrode the veritable essence energy. When the blood rain landed on the body, it would immediately corrode large amounts of flesh, revealing white bones. The weaker cultivators could not endure this blood rain at all. The stronger cultivators could hold on for a while at first. However, when they discovered that something was wrong, their veritable essence energy could not withstand this blood rain. Jin Yuan simply could not withstand the consumption. The east gate was simply a dead end. They could only retreat and take their time to think about it, choosing another gate to enter. However, there was also someone who slowly advanced with a calm expression amid the blood rain. That person wore white monk robes and held a string of azure beads in his hand. People continuously passed by him. They were people who could not endure the blood rain and were rushing back to the city. Great fortuitous encounters are bound to be places of great suffering. Let's see what is at the end of this path. This person wore white monk robes and had delicate features. He had a calm and serene expression. The middle finger and ring finger of this person's right hand were bent, and a string of azure Buddhist beads hung from the two fingers. The white-clad monk shouted as he performed a strange hand seal and pushed forward ferociously. Black Lotus secret technique, cleansing extermination. A light flashed, and a horrifying Buddhist might burst out from his hand. The Buddhist light burned and purified all the blood monsters charging at him, turning them into filth that spread out and could no longer reform. A lotus appeared under the white-clad monk's feet as he continued walking forward calmly. As Qin Aotian and the others rushed back, they brushed past the white-clad monk. Zhongli looked at this person with some surprise. When Zhongli's gaze met, he felt a deep fear, so he quickly looked away. Where did this monk come from? Why is he so powerful? Why does that black lotus under his feet seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 1950. Good or bad luck was hard to determine, so one could not make a rash decision. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood this principle. If he were alone, he might have chosen the ominous gate as well. Those who were confident in their own strength would not be afraid of any danger. A place of great suffering would definitely have great fortuitous encounters. However, everyone was a team in this adventure. Since they were in a team, they had to consider the entire team. They had to integrate themselves into the team, becoming one with the entire team. At this moment, the team was in danger. Facing these damned servants gave them an incredible headache. Xiao Chen, are we going to form the 4 divisions formation and charge out? Wei Hongfei saw many cultivators working together to form a formation, not wanting to fight, as they charged forward. Xiao Chen shook his head. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation was a trump card. There was no need to take it out so soon. Formations drained a lot of soul energy. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation could not be formed at any time. The South Gate was neither auspicious nor ominous. It was rather stable, so it should not be so difficult. There must be some detail that I missed. Bang! Bang! Vital chi surged as Xiao Chen punched. Each punch contained 60 cauldron force. However, such a great force could only push back these damned servants. The armor on their bodies negated too much of the energy. What kind of armor is this? Even Xiao Chen felt tempted when he saw it. He wanted to get a set for himself. It was nearly as good as the dragon-patterned battle suit that he obtained from Qin Aotian. The difficulty lay in the armor. More accurately, it was the formations in the armor. No matter what kind of formation it was, it required energy to activate it. These damned servants had no intelligence, only combat instinct. They should not be able to activate the formations in the armor. In that case, who was maintaining the formations in the armor? Murong Yang, protect me. Got it. Murong Yang shouted and threw a few punches. Then, he shouted at those damned servants, scram. Murong Yang charged over to Xiao Chen's surroundings, helping him block the damned servants charging over. With Murong Yang protecting him, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, continuously spreading out his soul energy. Like a rock sinking into the sea, there was no reaction at all. However, he did not give up. He continuously drained his soul energy, doing his best to sense the fluctuations in space. I see it. After a short while, Xiao Chen's efforts finally paid off. His soul power sensed a mysterious energy source at the center of the ancient city. The unknown energy source emitted countless strands of soul power, constantly transmitting energy into the armor of these death attendants. It helped them maintain the operation of the array formation in the armor. Its soul power wasn't strong, but its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. I have an idea. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said loudly, "Everyone, gather here. Let's stack our Dao might together." Although they did not know why Xiao Chen said those words, they did not ask him why. One by one, they quickly withdrew and landed around Xiao Chen. "Everyone, listen to me. Everyone, spread out your Dao might to a radius of 1,000 meters. Just 1,000 meters, no more and no less." Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with confidence, and he said in a deep voice, "I found a way to deal with these Deadpool." Murong Yang smiled and said, "I'll go first. Flame Dao, heed my call." Right after Murong Yang spoke, the Dao disc behind him gathered a spark and continuously rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a straight line. The Flame Dao's Dao might spread out, no more and no less, no more and no less, 1 kilometer. Wind Great Dao. Light Great Dao. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, forming a horrifying field within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen and the others. Saber Great Dao, Thunder Saber Dao. Xiao Chen shouted, and the two Dao discs condensed into one point. Then, the Great Perfection Dao might of fire and lightning surged out. Boom! Instantly, a space similar to a Dao domain formed within 1 kilometer, immediately isolating the thousands of strands of soul energy coming from the unknown energy source. Dao domain was a strong field formed when one cultivated great Dao energy to a certain level. Xiao Chen had seen the Heaven Dragon Palace's elder Tian Yun execute it before and had a certain understanding of its might. Hence, he thought of this method. Although the layered Dao might of the group could not compare to a true Dao domain, it was more than enough to block those strands of soul energy with strong penetrative power. "Liu Ruyun, Duan Fei, quickly make your move," Xiao Chen said softly. Then, the two who did not use their Dao might immediately made their move. Falling leaves filling the sky. Liu Ruyun shouted and drew the short saber in her hand. A strong wind blew, and the falling leaves containing saber intent danced around. Whoosh! Whoosh! As these falling leaves covered a large area, the armors of the death servants within 1 kilometer fell like paper. "Success!" Liu Ruyun said joyfully. She continuously brandished the short saber in her hand, sending out strands of saber chi. The death servants within 1 kilometer turned into skeletons, shattering on the ground. "Xiao Chen, you are really something," Murong Yang exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he said, "It's not over yet. Use your strength at the same time and expand the Dao might tenfold." "All right." Boom. When the Dao might's range expanded to 10 kilometers, the many cultivators enveloped by the Dao might felt not only the pressure from the Dao might, but they also discovered that the armor of the death servants shattered upon contact. They also discovered that the battle armor of the death servants, which was very troublesome to deal with, would shatter upon touch. They immediately rejoiced. The group could not maintain this for long. After a while, the Dao might shrank and returned to the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. However, most of the death servants on the street died in a short time. Many thanks to our friends from the Divine Dragon Empire for helping us. After the cultivators who broke free expressed their gratitude, they quickly fled, afraid of getting surrounded by the death servants again. The danger was temporarily resolved. Wei Hongfei felt somewhat confused as he asked, "Xiao Chen, why did you take the initiative to help the others deal with the death servants? They are our potential competitors. As long as they wanted to, they could have left the city and not died at the hands of these death servants." Xiao Chen pointed to the ancient city and said, "This ancient city is so huge. We cannot explore too many places by ourselves. Furthermore, the more people we have, the more advantageous it is for us to face the strong rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace. Doing what we can kill many birds with one stone." That makes sense. The explanation made the others' eyes light up, feeling that this was indeed the case. "After this, we will split up and explore. If there are any major discoveries, send a message." As long as the core disciple identity cards of the Dragon's Gate's branch palaces were unlocked, they could communicate with each other. This was very convenient in this ancient city. Xiao Chen could tell that such an arrangement was due to the vastness of the ancient city. Wei Hongfei and the others wanted to try their luck. Their recent increase in strength gave them the confidence to do so. You. Stop right there. Xiao Chen called out to Liu Ruyun and said, "Come with me." Liu Ruyun asked in dissatisfaction, "Why? You relied on me to kill those death servants earlier. If no mortal enemy of the dragon race appeared, given your strength and trump cards, I would not mind letting you roam around on your own. After all, people have to grow up eventually. However, this time, it is not up to you." Xiao Chen's forcefulness forced Liu Ruyun to follow him obediently. "Go out by yourself." With a wave of his hand, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then, it circled around Xiao Chen a few times before flying out excitedly. When Liu Ruyun saw this scene, she said angrily, "I am not even comparable to a stupid bird." "That's right. In certain aspects, you are indeed inferior." Xiao Chen continued as he walked forward. The demon blood vulture's life force was much stronger than Liu Ruyun's. Defeating it would not be difficult. However, killing it would be somewhat difficult. Xiao Chen's casual words angered Liu Ruyun to no end. She gritted her teeth in anger. The ancient city was filled with fortuitous encounters of various sizes. The southern city seemed to be a place for refining pills. Many of the palaces had intact pill furnaces and sealed pill bottles. However, the death servants here were alchemists with strong soul energy when they were alive. After they died, they were even more problematic. Dealing with them was rather problematic, taking up a lot of time. An alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. After exploring 10-odd palaces, he finally obtained a pleasant surprise. He found a jade strip on one of the death servants, which recorded the alchemic recipes of many ancient medicinal pills. After checking it out, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. This thing would be very useful in the future. "Xiao Chen, quickly come over. Someone discovered a medicinal spring here. There seems to be a pill river as well." Just at this moment, Murong Yang's voice came from the identity token. He had discovered a great fortuitous encounter. "Let's go." Xiao Chen and Murong Yang did not dare to delay, rushing over. Chapter 1951. Medicinal Spring? Pill River? The southern city was littered with alchemy houses. Xiao Chen had guessed that there would be a medicinal spring or a pill river as the core of the entire southern city. Unexpectedly, someone found them so quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew about in the silent southern city. Countless people leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the medicinal spring and pill river. There were restrictions in the city that suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body. It would not be easy to rush over quickly. However, these restrictions did not suppress Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyun, who possessed the dragon race bloodline, as much as ordinary cultivators did. What a dense medicinal fragrance. Did someone break the barrier around the medicinal spring already? As Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyun approached, they smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance at the same time. Their fatigue was swept away, and they felt refreshed and comfortable. Liu Ruyun exclaimed in shock, "The quality of this medicinal spring is probably at least grade 8 heaven ranked. Compared to the medicinal spring in our ancestor Dragon City, it is already equal." Heaven ranked was the highest grade of many medicinal pills, spirit veins, cultivation techniques, magic skills, and secret techniques in the Great Thousand Realms. For example, heaven ranked medicinal pills, heaven ranked war chariots, heaven ranked spirit veins, heaven ranked secret techniques, and so on. Grade 8 heaven ranked was second only to grade 9 heaven ranked. The two held their breaths and did not say anything as they sped up. After 15 minutes, they met up with Murong Yang, Wei Hongfei, and the others on the roof of a pavilion. After exploring for a while, they should have gained something. However, compared to the medicinal spring and pill river, they were not worth mentioning. Murong Yang pointed to the front and said, "Look." When the two looked in the direction Murong Yang pointed, they saw a vast herb garden in the distance. A spring gushed continuously in the center of the herb garden. A natural medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions, gushing endlessly. Not far below, there was a wide pill river. A viscous green liquid flowed slowly in the river. Indeed, it was a pill river and a medicinal spring. Who knew how many heaven-ranked medicinal pills were piled up in the pill river for it to reach such a horrifying level? Aside from the medicinal spring and pill river, there were many abandoned herb fields in the herb garden. Many medicinal herbs were left to rot in the soil because no one took care of them. It made people's hearts ache. Not far from the medicinal spring, there was also a towering tree. It was too far away for Xiao Chen to see clearly. From time to time, mottled spiritual mist would rise from the herb garden, obstructing one's vision and preventing them from seeing the entire herb garden. Just now, a human king blasted open a hole, and a huge amount of medicinal power leaked out. However, that hole quickly healed. Right now, everyone is waiting. No one dares to act rashly. Murong Yang had arrived earlier and understood this place better than Xiao Chen and the others. It's that person. Sovereign personage? Sovereign personages had a total of 4 stages: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and peak. Sovereign personages were not like star venerates and holy venerates. Every minor cultivation realm was like a layer of heaven, an insurmountable existence. Even in ancient desolate town, sovereign personages were rare existences. Any faction would treat them with respect. In a rank 6 sect, a sovereign personage could directly become an inner sect elder. In the 4 dynasties, a sovereign personage could be conferred nobility. Xiao Chen soon discovered that the person Murong Yang mentioned was not very old, looking like a middle-aged man. This person stood upright with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at the herb garden. It looks like the barrier is not easy to break. Come, let's go over and take a look. As they were too far away, Xiao Chen could not figure out the barrier. So, he quickly led the group over. After a while, they arrived at the herb garden's entrance. Where did this trash come from? Do you think that just anyone can come to the herb garden's entrance? Boom. The moment Xiao Chen landed, he suffered an attack. A peak holy venerate grey-robed old man attacked him. When the grey-robed old man raised his hand, his might spread out. His veritable essence energy surged, and his aura was boundless. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and punched, clashing with the grey-robed old man without fear. Bang! When the fist and palm met, they were actually equal. Soon, the grey-robed old man felt that Xiao Chen's fist light was somewhat strange. The fist contained saber intent that continuously tore apart the grey-robed old man's veritable essence energy, trying to invade his body. Although the grey-robed old man's veritable essence energy was vast, it seemed that no matter how much veritable essence energy there was, it could not block this strange veritable essence energy. The grey-robed old man quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Xiao Chen landed, a few people stood out from behind the grey-robed old man. They did not look like they were going to let this go, wanting to continue attacking Xiao Chen. Trying to bully me with numbers. Murong Yang and the others were not willing to fall behind. They landed behind Xiao Chen one after another. Their extraordinary auras immediately put pressure on the other party. Dragon race cultivators. The grey-robed old man felt slightly startled. He quickly retreated, not daring to say anything else. Only now did Xiao Chen discover that aside from that sovereign personage, there were several other people near the herb garden's entrance. Those who could remain here were all strong teams. Otherwise, they would not be able to come down. Without strength, how could others share the loot with them? Aside from the human king, the others were in groups of 2 or 3, forming their own teams. The middle-aged sovereign personage looked indifferently at Xiao Chen's group and said softly, "We have enough people. Attack together and break the barrier. Apart from you all, I, Liu Yuanzong, will kill anyone who dares to enter the spirit formation." Although his voice was soft, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him clearly. Xiao Chen felt a cold killing intent, and there was a strong sense of threat in that casual tone. Only now did Xiao Chen and the others understand why this sovereign personage did not make a move. It turned out that he could not break the herb garden's barrier with his own strength. He had been waiting for a team that caught his eye. Only those who caught his eye were qualified to enter the herb garden. It had to be said that he was very domineering. However, as a sovereign personage, Xiao Chen was indeed qualified to be so tyrannical. Senior Liu is right. Senior Liu, please instruct us to attack that point at the same time. The grey-robed old man who attacked Xiao Chen earlier said in a flattering manner. Right here. Boom. Liu Yuanzong pointed with his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword qi with motes of starlight shot out. The instant the sword qi appeared, everyone near the herb garden's entrance felt their hearts tighten. The terrifying sword intent was startling. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This casual finger strike equaled 30% of his attack power. Even a small perfection sovereign personage could not be underestimated. PUCI. When the sword qi entered the herb garden's barrier, it only left a crack that was neither large nor small. Furthermore, it quickly mended. Boom. 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 After Xiao Chen and the others found out where to attack, they did not hesitate to attack. Immediately, dazzling attacks shot towards the crack Liu Yuanzong had opened. Before everyone's expectant gazes, a hole finally appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Then, it continued to spread. But in the end, the hole was only the size of a bowl, and it began to quickly close up. The crowd simply could not enter the herb garden successfully. Damn it. You bunch of trash. Seeing that so many holy venerate experts could not break the herb garden's barrier, Liu Yuanzong could not help feeling enraged. Unless one has a soul tool, there is no way to break this herb garden's barrier. Xiao Chen, who had been secretly sizing up the herb garden, suddenly spoke up. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The grey-clad old man who did not get along with Xiao Chen earlier scolded, could it be that you are even more incredible than Senior Liu? Xiao Chen did not get angry. He replied softly, I do not dare. However, I am still slightly stronger than you. People who cannot even receive one punch from me are not qualified to speak. You are seeking death. The grey-clad old man roared, wanting to attack Xiao Chen again. Scram! Liu Yuanzong shouted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and knocked back the grey-clad old man. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, You have a way to enter the herb garden? Xiao Chen looked at the herb garden's entrance and said, Unless one has a soul tool, no one can force their way in. I believe that Senior Liu must have tried all sorts of methods before we arrived. Liu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat. How did Xiao Chen know? Indeed, Liu Yuanzong was the first to discover this herb garden. He had tried using his peak strike, but he could not break the barrier. He could only wait for more people to arrive before attacking together to see if there was a chance. Who knew, it still did not work. Could it be that we cannot enter? Many people showed pained expressions as they looked at the herb garden within reach. The fortuitous encounter was right before them, but they could not grasp it. How could there be anything more painful than this? I said that we cannot force our way in. I did not say that we cannot enter using other methods. Xiao Chen continued when he saw everyone's expressions. What? Quickly say it. Quickly say it. If you have a method, don't hide it. That's right. The group of people immediately argued endlessly, trying to get Xiao Chen to quickly tell them the method. Only Liu Yuanzong asked calmly, What do you want? Xiao Chen pointed to the towering tree in the herb garden and said, That tree belongs to me. The rest depends on your own ability. All right. Liu Yuanzong thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and decisively agreed. Chapter 1952. Xiao Chen, are you confident? Liu Ruyun asked somewhat worriedly. Although Liu Yuanzong did not say anything, he would not end up well if he offended a sovereign personage. Don't worry. It's fine. After Xiao Chen observed the barrier of the herb garden for a long time, he confirmed that it was a formation from the blood-soaked emperor's memories. This formation was called the Essence Sealing God Locking Formation. If it were at the beginning, even a faux god would not be able to break it. However, after so many years, the might of this formation had weakened. Now, one could break it with a soul tool. Xiao Chen did have a soul tool and more than one. However, he clearly would not take it out in front of so many people. It would not be difficult to break this formation. Xiao Chen looked around and said, "Who has formation flags? Lend me some." Damn. I thought that you were really a formation master. In the end, you don't even have formation flags. Can you do it? With one look, I can tell that he is bragging. We might as well try again. There is no need to trouble him. These words immediately incited many people's dissatisfaction. To think that Xiao Chen did not even have formation flags. Liu Yuanzong looked around and asked, "Are there any formation flags? If there are, hand them to him." Formation flags were one of the tools that formation masters used to lay formations. Ordinary cultivators only knew some simple formations and did not need tools. However, there were many people here, so there were always exceptions. After the sovereign personage spoke, Xiao Chen received 10-odd formation flags of various sizes. Including the dozens of formation flags that Xiao Chen already had, he barely had enough. When Liu Yuanzong handed the formation flags to Xiao Chen, he revealed a suspicious expression but did not say anything. Xiao Chen wiped away the spiritual mark in the formation flags and infused his spiritual sense into them. After familiarizing himself with them, he started. The main purpose of the essence-sealing God-locking formation was not to defend against enemies but to seal the natural essence of the world and lock down the souls of all things. It was laid here to prevent the spiritual energy of the herb garden from leaking out. After some herbs gained spirituality, it would help them stabilize their souls. As long as one understood its mysteries, it would not be too difficult to break it. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen continued to make hand seals, the array flags turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distant ground. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense followed the array flag and spread out on the ground. He instantly sensed a huge array formation. Spiritual light overflowed in all directions, vast and boundless. Relying on his knowledge of the formation, he avoided the streams of light and inserted the formation flags into the key nodes. After everything was done, sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He looked at the herb garden's barrier and said, "I have temporarily taken control of the formation. All you need to do is merge your quintessence with the aura of the herb garden, and you will be able to enter." Liu Yuanzong remained silent. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the spirit formation barrier. He closed his eyes and breathed in a wisp of the spiritual energy in the herb garden through the barrier. He was surprised to find that his arm had silently passed through the barrier. Success! Everyone was pleasantly surprised and cheered. However, Liu Yuanzong was not in a rush to enter. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "How do we come out?" That's right. This barrier was not forcefully broken. In that case, if they wanted to come out, wouldn't they still be restricted by Xiao Chen? In the end, a sovereign personage was more thorough and meticulous. Xiao Chen said calmly, "This is an essence-sealing formation. It does not affect the physical body. After we enter, we do not need to absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy and can directly walk out. Of course, if you do not listen to my advice and absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy, you will not be able to force it out of your body. Don't blame me if you cannot walk out. I'll trust you one more time." Liu Yuanzong did not say anything more. He was not too worried. He also had some trump cards that he could use, but he wasn't willing to use them. Furthermore, as long as he kept an eye on Xiao Chen, the other party would not be able to play any tricks. "Please." Liu Yuanzong smiled playfully and gestured for Xiao Chen and the others to enter first. "There's no need to worry. Let's go in." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He placed his palm on the barrier and sent in a trace of the herb garden's aura through the barrier. Then, he successfully entered. After stepping into the herb garden, Xiao Chen directly forced out the trace of the herb garden's aura from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. People continuously entered the herb garden. Immediately, they were stunned by the dense spiritual energy and could not help wanting to absorb it. However, when they thought of Xiao Chen's warning, they swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to resist. Damn! This weed actually has spirituality. It is already comparable to a heaven-ranked herb. I wonder how much medicinal dregs are contained in this black soil. If we just casually dig up some, We will be able to grow herbs more efficiently in the future. I wonder if there is any way to refine medicinal energy from this black soil? That would be unrivaled. Just a bunch of useless people. Just casually grab a handful. Let's quickly go to the herb spring. Right. After entering the herb garden, everyone felt dizzy from excitement. Some people even ignored their image and dug up the rotten soil in the herb fields. They hoped that they would be able to dig out some intact medicinal herbs. Even if they could not, the value of the black soil would be very high. However, after being reminded, the crowd quickly executed their movement techniques and rushed to the herb spring in the center of the herb garden. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly. It was the grey-robed old man who did not get along with Xiao Chen. Before him was the tree that Xiao Chen had his eyes on. When the others saw it, they also laughed loudly. Only the trunk of that tree remained. It was riddled with holes and rotten beyond repair. There was no sign of life from it. It was clearly a worthless dead tree. Ha ha ha. Brat, your eyes are indeed unique, the grey-robed old man mocked as he looked at Xiao Chen. I was wondering what it was. After all this time, it turns out to be a rotten tree. No, we should thank this tree. If not for this tree, we would not have been able to enter the herb garden. The grey-robed old man jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you saying? Bunch of bastards. If not for Xiao Chen, none of you would have been able to enter this herb garden. Murong Yang roared as he pushed away the people surrounding the tree. His voice was very loud, and it immediately silenced the others. But who would have thought that after this angry shout, the others would be stunned? However, who could have imagined that after this roar, the rotten, towering tree would crumble and turn into a small mound of ashes, completely crippled? The others were stunned for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha. This won't do. I'm having a stomachache from laughing. Let me take a break. This idiot, he's really stupid to the maximum. This is great. There is not even a single strand of hair left. Murong Yang's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had not expected such a situation. He turned his head and said, Xiao Chen, what kind of eyes do you have? What tree did you choose? Xiao Chen replied calmly, I remember that your Red Dragon Palace should have one. However, it is normal that you do not recognize it. This tree is of a much higher grade than the one in your Red Dragon Palace. A coiling dragon tree? Murong Yang's expression suddenly changed. As he looked at the pile of ashes, he exclaimed, Red Dragon True Flame. Whoosh! Murong Yang sent out a wave of dragon flames. As the dragon flames burned the ashes, they glistened and turned into strands of 7-colored dragon chi circling the dragon true flame. A 7-colored coiling dragon tree. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, a coiling dragon tree that can bear 7-colored coiling dragon fruit. As the ashes burned, a young sapling slowly appeared. Whoosh! Xiao Chen reacted quickly, grabbing the sapling and placing it in a brocade box to nourish it. Murong Yang's eyes popped out. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. The one in our Red Dragon Palace can only bear red coiling dragon fruits. Xiao Chen, if you offer this tree up, I wonder how the Dragon's Gate will reward you. It is simply unimaginable. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, I have no intention of handing it up. A coiling dragon tree. It is actually a coiling dragon tree. The group of people who mocked Xiao Chen earlier were all stupefied. Unexpectedly, it was such a precious sapling. Hand over the coiling dragon tree. The grey-clad old man's group immediately could not take this lying down. They ferociously charged over and surrounded Xiao Chen and the others. Many other cultivators became restless, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Xiao Chen had already endured this old man for a long time. Now that this old man jumped out, he snorted coldly and directly attacked. Xiao Chen immediately threw a palm strike. Firmament's rage carried a colossal hand that held up the sky. Its fingers were like sabers flickering with electric light as it pressed down. What martial technique is this? This greatly startled the grey-clad old man. Horror flashed in his eyes as he watched the colossal hand pressing down from the sky. He retreated frantically. The others nearby hurriedly dodged, one after another. Pa. However, no matter where the grey-clad old man ran, he could not avoid the colossal hand that approached. The grey-clad old man fell heavily to the ground. When the hand vanished, his body was riddled with thousands of wounds, all of them flickering with electric light. The grey-clad old man was already half dead, completely losing his combat prowess. With one move, Xiao Chen defeated a peak holy venerate, completely shocking the others. The Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. I have not seen it for many years already. Unexpectedly, there is someone in the Divine Dragon Empire's younger generation who can reach the second layer. Are you interested in exploring this medicinal spring with me? It might have one of the 5 elemental energies you need, the heavenly spirit water. Shock flashed in the sovereign personage Liu Yuanzong's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Chapter 1953. Firmament's Rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiao Chen, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Liu Ruyun sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen as she sized up Liu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen replied, "There is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please." Xiao Chen stepped forward and gestured for Liu Yuanzong to enter. Liu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiao Chen quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Liu Ruyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiao Chen expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Gurgle, gurgle. Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sects. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water, and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs, and refined their veritable essence energy. At first, it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiao Chen had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiao Chen's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiao Chen had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Liu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiao Chen felt depressed. At the same time, he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Liu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame saint spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon essence energy. Spirit, said Liu. Essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Liu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiao Chen could not help thinking to himself, this fellow is crazy. Then, his body quickly descended. Xiao Chen could not help thinking, this fellow is crazy. After some time, Xiao Chen felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiao Chen felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights as resplendent as stars looked exceptionally piercing. Xiao Chen looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiao Chen and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiao Chen quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores! Liu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiao Chen could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiao Chen sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ha ha ha. A divine pill. What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Liu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw Liu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no! This old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Liu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Liu Yuanzong say, "The few of you, don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Liu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Liu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, they could not dodge in time. No. I don't want to go down. It's not up to you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen heard miserable cries. Liu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiao Chen could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiao Chen could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. Splash! Before Xiao Chen could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiao Chen knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Liu Yuanzong, Xiao Chen was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Tao. Even without this divine pill, Xiao Chen firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiao Chen watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, this entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiao Chen's thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has. After strolling around the underground, Xiao Chen discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only two. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Liu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise, it was a dead person. Xiao Chen sent out a strong wind, and that person fell over. Indeed. It was more or less as Xiao Chen guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiao Chen would have taken him down first. Whoosh. Xiao Chen gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiao Chen pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly, "Pill becoming vast." Xiao Chen, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiao Chen had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiao Chen looked around, and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiao Chen could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Chen could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people. Xiao Chen's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these 3 people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Liu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Liu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation, he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. Ah! The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chen's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die! 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 Whoosh! The 3 roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful, he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Liu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with two resplendent lights, one golden and one snow-white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The two lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram in front of Xiao Chen, blocking the three's attacks. Primal chaos veritable essence energy, Taiji universe. Xiao Chen's hands moved, not holding anything back. His primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated wildly. His demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chen drained his veritable essence energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang, 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams. When the mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chen shouted, "Taiji explosion!" Boom! The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram directly exploded. The 3 pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Whoosh! The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiao Chen did not dare to touch it. He stood on the lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bang! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon war body, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might, Thunder Great Dao, and Berserk Saber. Xiao Chen's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's aura clashed with the 3 pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiao Chen's only advantage was that the 3 pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiao Chen's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. 1000 Frost Battle Snow. Xiao Chen executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves, covering the ground. The snow and flames merged, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiao Chen a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiao Chen did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed, and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning, rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant, 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the 3 pill slaves. The huge impact, along with the electricity, sent the 3 pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the 3 pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 When Xiao Chen saw the 3 souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiao Chen thought of something. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while, he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiao Chen had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epoch. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiao Chen relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great Desolate 10,000 Beast Pill. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the Great Desolate Eon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the Great Desolate Eon but the epoch. Epochs came and went. It was unknown how many epochs passed before the martial epoch arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 Great Desolate Eon ferocious beasts in the martial epoch was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god-demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail, but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill tainted with a demonic nature before Xiao Chen horrified him. If it was released, it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiao Chen continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled towards Xiao Chen. Chapter 1955. Inside the herb garden, when Murong Yang and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. Why is Xiao Chen not back yet? Liu Ruyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky. Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tian's clone could not do anything to him. This time, he will be fine as well." Liu Ruyun said, however, that Liu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiao Chen was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiao Chen and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Liu Ruyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiao Chen is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Liu Ruyun said, "Are you doubting Xiao Chen? How can you do that? After all, He saved your life before. Wei Hongfei sighed softly. Naturally, I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So, there is no need to worry too much about Xiao Chen. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries. Liu Ruyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiao Chen gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiao Chen's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden's spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Liu Ruyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier. What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden?" The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. "Assemble!" Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yang and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then, a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling Sword Gate's people. The expressions of Liu Ruyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling Sword Gate cultivator holding the Ice Cloud Sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. Ha ha ha. Look. What did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We are going to strike it rich. Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvest combined." Thinking of leaving? Everyone, don't move. Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's, and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. "Shatter!" Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then, strands of terrifying icy sword qi burst out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword qi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword qi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. "Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Qi doesn't want to go on a killing spree and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvests from the herb garden, and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people." A ruling Sword Gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. "Senior brother, there are a few Divine Dragon Empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword qi." "What?" Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Liu Ruyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed, "Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die?" Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvests from the herb garden, the other ruling Sword Gate disciples became enraged. Murong Yang retorted indifferently, "Hand over my ass. You are just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave." Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today, I will leave you all behind. Many thanks, young Master Qi." Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes. Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We are just small fries. When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength, there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might. Sichu Changfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiao Chen is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword. Yes. Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. Die. However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling sword gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul energy and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling sword gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions, while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom. When this sword chopped down, Murongyang and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword Qi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword's sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murongyang wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it. Qi Yunfeng, put in more strength. Don't tell me that you are only capable of this. You bastard. This old man will kill you. Ice cloud sword, soldiers at the gates." Murongyang's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murongyang. Good job. It is time for us to make a move. It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murongyang attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murongyang did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his great desolate Eon bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murongyang's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. Damn it. I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me. When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling sword gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Liu Ruyun and the others arrived, the ice cloud sword's sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom. All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Liu Ruyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murongyang. Haha. Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sects. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the ice cloud sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. You all. Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. Humph. Do you think that your ruling sword gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Haha. Do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours. Chapter 1956. Inside the cave, under the medicine cauldron, Xiao Chen flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiao Chen held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling. However, before Xiao Chen could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiao Chen's feet, and the other 2 bound his hands. Damn it! Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiao Chen's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiao Chen feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon, Xiao Chen was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon War Body, break. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Chen finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then, he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings crackling with electricity spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiao Chen's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiao Chen's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Liu Yuanzong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Haha. Xiao Chen, to think that you have not left yet. Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Liu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiao Chen could not help but frown. Such an existence combined with Liu Yuanzong's strength would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Ha ha ha. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Liu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiao Chen's face. Whoosh! Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiao Chen flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Liu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the pill god's world, you can't leave. Liu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiao Chen. His speed was no slower than Xiao Chen's. Dang! 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 After Liu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiao Chen to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiao Chen was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha. Liu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiao Chen like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiao Chen's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious, mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble! The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave, and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes, Lord Pill God." Liu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiao Chen. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiao Chen was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, it was practically impossible for Xiao Chen to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiao Chen. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Liu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiao Chen. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this herb garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, they actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiao Chen felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he revealed a smile. So, that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The seven-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. Die. Liu Yuanzong saw Xiao Chen, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings, pause for a moment. Liu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then, a fist light that shook space flew over. However, just as the fist light was about to strike Xiao Chen, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xiao Chen, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Liu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Liu Yuanzong's body, and electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiao Chen's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this? Light of freedom. As Xiao Chen looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then, he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiao Chen did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the seven-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Whoosh! The grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring above Xiao Chen's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the seven-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the seven-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then, it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiao Chen recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this 7-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiao Chen fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. No! Liu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away, and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gates Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yang and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling sword gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun sect appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yang and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yang and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yang's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, it would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Sichu Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiao Chen was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows, stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-wing snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" What? The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-wing snake, an overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million Primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yang's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yang's group was like sparkling gold. Ha ha ha. Qi Yunfeng, oh, Qi Yunfeng, you hid it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious, and tyrannical dragon tooth-saber as he mocked. Qi Yunfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shua. The white-clad scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter. Humph. A bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people." Liu Ruyun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, She naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now, she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you are willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Liu Ruyun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant, and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. Dream on! Liu Ruyun shouted, and a saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then, they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom! The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind, whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Liu Ruyun and said, "Willow Leaf Saber, what is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "Humph. No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon tooth saber in his hand. Boom! The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh! 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 Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Liu Ruyun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon tooth saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon tooth saber. Rumble! The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. This is a coiling dragon tree. The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on? Just as the true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There is a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bow. That's not right. That bow is aimed at me. The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly, help me activate the dragon tooth saber secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The Wolf Smoke Pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god shadow bows shot out. Shio! The shadow of a god was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang! The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shockwaves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. A soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun sect's pretty woman, and the ruling Sword Gate's Qi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Chen was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. I'll go now. Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say. It is too late to leave now, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Liu Ruyun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Chen's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, "There must be some misunderstanding." "I can explain." Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, "This brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sects. If you kill him, you will offend the Wolf Smoke Pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive." Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you." The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god shadow bow. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. "Senior brother!" The Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, "You are seeking death. If the three of us work together, you will not be able to survive." Whoosh! Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Qi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiao Chen, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun Sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank. Chapter 1958. Bang! Two loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiao Chen continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun Sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The two sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Qi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiao Chen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it! How can it be like this? Qi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. "Sorry, I did not intend to let you go." Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers, flickering with electricity. Then, it smashed down with the rage of a great desolate Eon ancestor dragon. "You are going too far." Qi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the Ice Cloud Sword's attack to clash with this horrifying palm strike. Bang! The instant the gigantic palm landed, the Ice Cloud Sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Qi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. "Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy." Even with the strength of a few people, a soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, what exactly do you want?" The White Sun Sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious from Xiao Chen. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner." Liu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, "So what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself?" You want to fight to the death? I, Xiao Chen, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see. Xiao Chen twirled the god shadow bow in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened, and they didn't dare to say anything. God shadow bow. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiao Chen's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiao Chen. They did not know whether Xiao Chen could survive or not. However, if Xiao Chen used his full power on the bow in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiao Chen? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiao Chen on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiao Chen. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiao Chen took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, "My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier." Ah! The moment Xiao Chen said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiao Chen wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all. Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then, they picked up their dragon tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xiao Chen control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xiao Chen managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew, he ended up losing his gains? Is that enough? The white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xiao Chen nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun Sect's people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xiao Chen appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy, the ruling Sword Gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling Sword Gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The Ice Cloud sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. His heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xiao Chen, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go. You talk too much." Xiao Chen immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring, and released. Qi Yunfeng, dead. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread, and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xiao Chen again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the White Sun sect's people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment, and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother. The remaining true inheritors of the ruling sword gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xiao Chen. After using the ice cloud sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then, we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, nearly causing us all to die, Murong Yang said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Sichu Changfeng said, this person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with eccentric Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter. Sichu Changfeng said, this person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-wing snake, he already had bad intentions. Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and calmed himself. Then, he said, let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them, we should leave quickly. Liu Ruyun asked, Xiao Chen, what exactly happened below? Also, how did this 7-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Liu Yuanzong? Murong Yang and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation. At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiao Chen did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiao Chen's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiao Chen landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then, he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this 7-colored coiling dragon tree, the medicinal spring, and the pill river. Originally, Xiao Chen had wanted to leave the sapling behind. In the future, when the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate disciples came up, they could quickly increase their strength. Chapter 1959. Under the white-clad scholar's lead, the Northern Mountain Academy's group left the herb garden feeling extremely depressed. They only calmed their emotions after a long time. After all, this group had soul tools. As long as they did not run into a strange person like Xiao Chen, they would be able to reap great benefits in the ancient city if they put in some effort. Even if they ran into a sovereign personage, they would be able to hold their own without fear. No matter what, he absolutely could not run into Xiao Chen. Senior brother, where are we going now? The white-clad scholar replied, we cannot remain in the southern city. We came from the western city. That leaves only the northern and eastern city. Let's go to the eastern city. As far as I know, not many people go there. With a soul tool, we can dominate. Alright, I'll listen to senior brother. The group executed their movement techniques and continuously leaped from roof to roof in the ancient city. As they rose and fell, they traveled a long distance. These people were not weak. However, when they ran into Xiao Chen, they paled in comparison. When the god shadow bow clashed with the soul tool, it completely countered it. On a street in the eastern city, a white-clad monk looked at the item in his hand with joy on his face. Just earlier, he finally walked out of the blood rain that no one dared to touch. Indeed, he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter in this dangerous land. It turned out that there was a drop of divine blood at the end of the blood rain. This was a drop of martial god essence blood containing a divine nature. If one could refine it all, the benefits would be extremely startling. Unfortunately, even a sovereign emperor could not refine it all. At most, one would have to spend more than 10 years to slowly digest it. Otherwise, one might explode and die at any moment. The white-clad monk knew his own strength. He only took a trace of this drop of divine blood and used it for himself. Even if it was just a trace, less than 1% of the drop of divine blood, it still benefited the white-clad monk greatly. Even so, Xiao Chen still received boundless benefits. His physical body and bloodline were thoroughly purified. There was also some divine might that merged with his Buddhist might, making it even more wondrous. Someone is coming. The white-clad monk looked up into the distance. A group of people quickly leaped from roof to roof appeared at the limits of his vision. A soul tool? The white-clad monk focused his gaze on the folding fan in the white-clad scholar's hand. With one glance, he recognized the grade of the folding fan. However, this wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was that this person had a trace of an aura that he was rather familiar with. The aura of an old friend. The white-robed monk muttered to himself. Who was his old friend? Who was he? Naturally, this person was the Black Lotus Church's only remaining Holy Sun Ming Xian. The Black Lotus wholly venerates death allowed him to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma improved further. After making arrangements for the Black Lotus Church, Xiao Chen went to the central Great Realm alone. Treasure Path of Buddha Light. The white-robed monk's hands moved, forming hand seals. Buddhist light gathered above the dome. In the next moment, a golden path was carved out, and the white-robed monk stepped onto it. The golden path brought him along like an aurora movie, flying away. However, his clothes did not move in the slightest, and he looked rather calm and composed. In just a moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Northern Mountain Academy. Where did this monk come from? Move aside, don't block the way. The white-robed scholar looked at this monk. Although he chided him, he did not dare to underestimate this monk at all. The white-robed scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool encased the group. The Holy Sun Ming Xian looked at the white-robed scholar and said, I do not have any malicious intent. I just sensed the aura of an old friend on you. Who did you see earlier? I hope you can tell me. The moment the white-robed scholar said that, he immediately became enraged. Being humiliated by Xiao Chen earlier was the greatest humiliation of his life. How could he let others know? To think that this monk actually wanted him to say it the moment he opened his mouth. How could this be? An old friend? Wait a minute. Could this person be acquainted with Xiao Chen and is his friend? If I can subdue him, I might be able to recoup my losses from Xiao Chen. With this thought, the white-robed scholar could not help surging with a murderous chi. You do not have any malicious intent, but I do. Kill. The white-robed scholar gently waved the folding fan in his hand. Immediately, the Confucian scriptures in the fan started chanting. A vast righteous chi gathered above the white-robed scholar's head. The might of a soul tool is indeed extraordinary. The Holy Sun Ming Xian dodged by a hair's breadth. However, the fan's shock wave still struck him. The vast Confucian scriptures rang out in his ears, one word at a time. Bang! 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 The Holy Sun Ming Xian's mind shook, and his chi and blood surged. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being acquainted with Xiao Chen and befriending someone you should not have. The white-robed scholar's attack succeeded, and his righteous chi grew even stronger. He said seriously, life is like a dream, the curtain falls on prosperity. The scene in the folding fan immediately changed, showing 100 years of life. The curtain falls on prosperity, life is like a dream. As the palm strike flew over, it looked like a dream. It was like real life was just a dream in the first place. The Holy Sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, so, you really do know an old friend. Black Lotus secret technique, destroy. The Buddhist prayer beads in the Holy Sun Ming Xian's hand instantly formed a horrifying hand seal. Buddhist might surged all over his body, brewing horrifying energy. However, it was like the calm before the storm. There were no energy fluctuations coming from Ming Xian's body at all. Only when the holy sun Ming Xian stretched out his hand did all his energy erupt at this moment. Boom! A black Buddha statue appeared behind the holy sun Ming Xian. Its eyes showed an expression of loathing for everything in the world as it shouted. The tall building under the holy sun Ming Xian instantly turned to dust. The white-robed scholar bore the brunt of the attack. Before this secret technique, the holy sun Ming Xian appeared extremely petty, immediately getting blasted away. Bang! 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 When the dust settled, everything within 1 kilometer of Ming Xian was empty. No buildings could be seen. The many Northern Mountain Academy disciples were blasted into pieces. Their mangled corpses littered the place. Boom! Ming Xian's figure flashed. When he landed, he stepped on the chest of the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to get up. A miserable shriek rang out. The holy sun Ming Xian remained indifferent. He said indifferently, "You are not the only one with a soul tool. Now, can you tell me what happened to you earlier?" I'll talk. The white-robed scholar said with some difficulty, feeling unbearable pain. After the white-robed scholar finished speaking, the holy sun Ming Xian kicked the white-robed scholar into the air. Then, he said sullenly, "What a coincidence. However, I have an appointment with someone, so I won't be looking for you now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After learning about Xiao Chen's whereabouts, the white-robed scholar moved quickly. 1 hour later, on a tall building in the ancient city, "You are late." When Ming Xian reached the tall building, a mysterious person shrouded in scarlet shadows spoke to him indifferently. This person exuded a strong evil demonic Dao aura, a stark difference from the calm and peaceful Ming Xian. However, these two people with completely different auras ended up together. I was delayed on the way. The East Gate was indeed difficult to reach. However, it should not be too late now. The mysterious scarlet shadow person looked at the center of the ancient city and said, "It is not that easy for those undying old men of the heavenly lodging palace and the 4 rank 6 sects to break the restrictions." How surprising. Who could have thought that an ancient city left behind by a true god would appear in desolate God Valley? Ming Xian looked at the center of the city, where a mysterious crystal core supported the vast spiritual energy in the city, controlling everything in the city. That was a divine crystal. A divine crystal that contained divine Tao energy. Even a sovereign personage would not know how valuable it was. Only sovereign emperors, who surpassed sovereign personages, could understand a little about these existences that surpassed the mortal realm. Divine crystals held a fatal attraction. Ming Xian said softly, "To think that no sovereign emperors arrived. This is the most surprising thing. It looks like this ancient city is indeed appearing for the first time. The heavenly lodging palace did not know what was in there, either. This is an opportunity for us." Xiao Chen did not know where the two got their confidence from, daring to barge into the center of the city. The rank 6 sects and the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign personages gathered there. Everyone could tell that the center of the city had the greatest fortuitous encounter. However, as long as one knew one's limits, one would not take such a huge risk by getting involved. Inside the herb garden Xiao Chen, there is a total of 10-odd coiling dragon fruits of all attributes. This is a great harvest. The coiling dragon fruit's effects are not much weaker than your heaven dragon fruit, Murong Yang said joyfully. To think that the coiling dragon tree could sprout leaves and bear fruit in a short time. All of them were astonished by what they saw. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer," Xiao Chen said softly as he put away the coiling dragon fruits. However, this coiling dragon tree seems to be continuing to grow. "Should we not wait a little longer?" Murong Yang asked. The coiling dragon tree had already grown to 3 kilometers, but it had not given up. Clearly, it would bear more coiling dragon fruits. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt that it was a pity. If Xiao Chen had not given the immortal spirit ring to Ao Jiao, he could have ignored that pill demon and directly collected this tree. However, that was all he could do now. Let's go to the city. I feel that there are even greater fortuitous encounters there." Chapter 1960. The group left the herb garden one after another. Then, Xiao Chen turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree and the pill river. There was also the huge medicine cauldron at the bottom of the herb garden, where the others could not see. All of this held an incredible allure for Xiao Chen. I can't just give up. While the others were not paying attention, Xiao Chen casually formed a hand seal. Life bestowal spell. Some of the soil in the herb garden gathered and turned into a lively little bird, which became Xiao Chen's eyes. If the pill demon was destroyed, then Xiao Chen would do his best to subdue this coiling dragon tree and that incomparably huge medicine cauldron. Xiao Chen, why don't we refine this coiling dragon fruit here? It can increase our strength significantly in a short time, Sichu Changfeng suggested to Xiao Chen. Sichu Changfeng suggested to Xiao Chen. The others were filled with anticipation as well, eager to give it a try. Xiao Chen looked at the surroundings and nodded. Go ahead and refine it. I'll stand guard for you. Murong Yang took out the coiling dragon fruit. Dragon-shaped spiritual energy swirled around the group. The different colors represented different attributes. Murong Yang chose the red one. That was a fire-attributed coiling dragon fruit. If others consumed it, not only would it be useless, but it would even harm their bodies and minds. However, if the red dragon race members consumed it, they would benefit from both. Their soul energy and veritable essence energy would increase significantly. They would also gain great comprehension of the fire Tao, which had boundless wondrous uses. Murong Yang received the coiling dragon fruit and smiled. In our red dragon palace, only elders can consume the coiling dragon fruit. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions. Disciples have to complete very difficult missions or have exceptionally outstanding cultivations to be rewarded. Master said that when I enter Ancestor Dragon City, he will reward me with one. Ha ha ha. I can refine it now. When I return, I will probably be so shocked that my jaw will drop. After the others received the coiling dragon fruit, they all revealed joyful expressions. However, Liu Ruyun was surprised. She did not have a choice. She shook her head and said, I don't need it. I already refined a similar fruit 3 months ago. It would be a waste to refine it again. Xiao Chen shoved the coiling dragon fruit to her and said, there is no need to be afraid of wasting this thing. It is fine as long as it is not harmful. This white coiling dragon fruit is actually quite suitable for you. Leaving it in my hands would be a true waste. Liu Ruyun smiled helplessly and received it. The few of them began to refine it. Xiao Chen guarded it carefully. There were a lot of death servants here, so someone had to protect them. The Deadpool was extremely difficult to deal with, but as long as he was not surrounded, it would not be a big problem. Xiao Chen looked at the center of Xie City and was a little puzzled. What exactly was there? The dense spiritual energy that filled the entire city came from that point. The energy of the various restrictions and formations in the city also came from that point. That place should also be extremely dangerous, not a place ordinary people could go. 1 hour later, Murong Yang and the others woke up one after another. Strong auras surged out from their bodies. Their auras were clearly much stronger than before. Let's go. Setting off again, Xiao Chen's party's speed was much faster. Along the way, they met many cultivators and had some harvests. However, compared to what Xiao Chen and the others had obtained in the herb garden, it was nothing. However, as Xiao Chen approached the center of the city, he encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. One could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the air had become much heavier. The formless might and pressure placed an increasingly heavier restriction on them. The deeper they went, the more they felt it. How terrifying. I feel like my strength is suppressed by about 10%, Murong Yang said with a grave expression. As he looked at the unknown center of the city, he felt pressure. This is actually good news for us. This is actually good news for us. The pressure on sovereign personages will be even greater, Sichu Changfeng calmly analyzed. Xiao Chen felt that his strength was suppressed by about 20%, much more severely than Murong Yang and the others. Sichu Changfeng was right. The stronger one was, the greater the restrictions they would face. However, at the same time, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his physical strength was not suppressed. Under such pressure, his vital qi became even heavier. This was a piece of comforting news. Wait, there's the sound of fighting. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stopped and listened attentively. Sichu Changfeng closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened them and said, "It came from the west. I seem to hear some familiar voices. I heard them. It's Zhongli and the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Aotian." Sichu Changfeng was skilled in the wind great Dao. He could clearly hear the faint sounds coming from the wind. With an advantage that the others didn't have, the few of them were quite convinced of his judgment. Murongyang smiled and said, "Zhongli actually allied himself with Qin Aotian. Interesting. No wonder he has the confidence to fall out with us." Xiao Chen recalled that he seemed to have beaten up this Qin Aotian before. He asked seriously, "What is Qin Aotian's background?" Finding this strange, Murongyang asked, "You don't know?" His first brother is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace. He was already a late-stage holy venerate many years ago. He grasped two great Dao and even comprehended the Emperor Dragon's mysteries. Although he is known as the top expert of the Golden Dragon Palace, he is actually the top expert of the Outer Palace. Wei Hongfei should be clearer on this. Wei Hongfei ignored Murongyang. He said with a grave expression, "They probably ran into the group of people I met earlier, the mortal enemies of the dragon race." Murongyang's expression changed slightly. "Do we need help?" "I'm afraid we have no choice." Sichu Changfeng said, "They are currently being chased. The direction they are fleeing in happens to be where we are." Indeed, right after Sichu Changfeng spoke, hurried footsteps came from the front. Hurried footsteps came from ahead. Soon, Zhongli, Liu Yunfei, Qin Aotian, and the others appeared before them in somewhat sorry states. Aside from Qin Aotian, who was in a slightly better state, the others were all injured. "Ah!" A miserable shriek rang out. A saber light struck a dragon race disciple who was running too slowly. The black saber light turned into a malicious spirit, continuously gnawing on the other party's physical body and soul. The miserable shriek was incredibly mournful, making everyone tremble in fear and their legs go soft. "What saber technique is this?" Murongyang asked with a somewhat trembling voice. This was too evil, he had never seen it before. "We have never seen anyone with a saber before." The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei said softly. When Zhongli and the others saw Xiao Chen, they were startled. Then, they said joyfully, "Xiao Chen, Wei Hongfei, you came at a good time. We ran into the flood dragon humans. Help us block them." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before they could react, the pursuers had already arrived. A group of black-clothed men wearing masks that covered the lower half of their faces, revealing only their foreheads and eyes, as well as a man wearing a bamboo hat wielding a saber, appeared. When Wei Hongfei saw the leader of the black-clad men, his expression changed drastically. He cried out hoarsely, "Yang Tsangming." Although that person wore a mask, Wei Hongfei immediately recognized his eyes. This was the flood dragon human Yang Tsangming, whom Wei Hongfei fought in the abyssal underworld battlefield. His strength was still fresh in Wei Hongfei's mind. With one hand, Yang Tsangming beat Wei Hongfei until he could not retaliate. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is a group of defeated people." Yang Tsangming only glanced at Wei Hongfei before shifting his gaze to Xiao Chen. He said seriously, "Very good. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. Jin Yuan, you should be very happy, right?" Whoosh. The bamboo hat man removed the conical bamboo hat from his head and waved it. The conical bamboo hat immediately shot towards Xiao Chen. As it spun around, it actually turned into a black dragon image. When it arrived before Xiao Chen, the black dragon image appeared and roared ferociously. A berserk dragon might surged out. This stunned Murongyang and the others. They felt immense pressure and could not help taking a step back. Bang! Xiao Chen calmly attacked, throwing a punch and shattering that black dragon image along with the conical bamboo hat. Boundless shrapnel flew into the air. "Xiao Chen, it has been a long time since we last met." Under the conical bamboo hat was a face that Xiao Chen was very familiar with. It was the profound light temple's Jin Yuan. However, he now had hair, and his face looked older. When Xiao Chen saw that strand of saber light earlier, he had already suspected it. Unexpectedly, it really was Jin Yuan. After absorbing the Black Dragon King's strong demonic nature, Jin Yuan actually did not turn crazy. Not only that, but Jin Yuan even mingled with the Flood Dragon humans, who once followed the Black Dragon King. Damn! These dragon race cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll leave them to you, Xiao Chen. Yang Tsangming had an innate hatred for cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. When he saw them, he would feel an uncontrollable murderous intent in his heart. In reality, the Flood Dragon humans had an inextinguishable hatred for the dragon race. Back then, the Flood Dragon humans could not stand the pressure of the six-colored divine dragons and followed the Black Dragon King to the abyssal underworld. Now, they lived at the bottom of the abyssal underworld, even more miserable than they had been in the divine dragon empire. Naturally, the Flood Dragon humans placed all this hatred on the cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines. I'll block them. You all split up. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection to Murong Yang and the others. Then, he activated his divine dragon war body, and his body instantly swelled up. His bones crackled like thunder. Xiao Chen's dragon might immediately strengthened several-fold. What was even more shocking was that Xiao Chen's dragon might completely merged with his physical body, not leaking out at all. This blocked Yang Tsangming, preventing him from continuing forward. Xiao Chen, I'll leave these people to you. We'll go first. When Zhongli and Qin Aotian saw the situation, they rejoiced in their hearts. Then, they laughed loudly and turned to leave, not lingering at all. Chapter 1961. Before Murong Yang and the others could decide, the instigators, Zhongli and Qin Aotian, quickly fled. They had no intention of staying to help. Perhaps they knew how horrifying Yang Tsangming and Jin Yuan were and felt that they could not defeat them, so they used Xiao Chen and the others as shields. Do you think you can leave? Martial artists with divine dragon bloodlines are indeed as shameless as ever. Today, I will kill all of you. Yang Tsangming snorted coldly. Without even looking at Xiao Chen, he turned around and directly grabbed at Zhongli. Xiao Chen did not move, as Jin Yuan's saber intent had already locked onto him. There was no room for change in the confrontation of Qi. Touch of death. As Yang Tsangming waved his hand, countless strands of black energy moved towards Zhongli like dragon whiskers. Zhongli's expression sank. Black tentacles surrounded him from all directions. There was no way he could escape. Rushing cloud hand. With a furious roar, Zhongli's hands moved rapidly. Layers of clouds surrounded him as he thrust his palms forward. The clouds changed constantly, forming all sorts of mysterious phenomena that charged out in all directions with great might. However, once the clouds got close to the black tentacles, the mysterious phenomenon formed by the thousands of clouds corroded, rendering it useless. Thousand cloud flower rain, falling water turns to ice. Zhongli's expression changed slightly, and his hands moved as he attacked again. The mysterious phenomenon of thousands of clouds turned to ice. Cold qi spread everywhere, sealing the black tentacles in ice. He blocked it. Zhongli showed joy on his face. However, before his smile faded, he saw Yang Tsangming reach out and grab. Catcher, catcher. The layer of ice shattered, and thousands of black tentacles gathered into a tentacle containing the mysteries of the Death Dao. Then, it grabbed at Zhongli. Everywhere the black tentacle passed, all life was lost, and everything was silent. It was extremely terrifying. It's over. A trace of despair involuntarily surged in Zhongli's heart. If he was grabbed by this palm, he would lose most of his vitality. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The falling leaves filled the sky like rain. Shua. Leaves fell from the sky as the wind blew. They were sparse, like the sound of falling rain. A flash of saber light with strong life force and humanity appeared. It streaked across the sky and cut off the black tentacle. Liu Ruyun pushed off the ground and moved gently, shielding Zhongli. Let's go. I'll cover you. Thank you, senior sister. Zhongli was still in a state of shock. He felt a trace of shame in his heart, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he turned around and left. Xiu. Yang Tsangming hovered in the air. Then, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered black tentacles returned to his body. His entire body was suffused with a black aura of death. The aura wriggled like tentacles, looking exceptionally terrifying. What a pure white dragon bloodline. Your identity is definitely not simple. Yang Tsangming looked at Liu Ruyun, and his eyes lit up. He said seriously, perhaps there might be some value in changing my mind. When Xiao Chen noticed this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He said, protect Liu Ruyun. Xiao Chen had seen this Yang Tsangming make a move before. Yang Tsangming's strength was extremely terrifying, far beyond that of an ordinary holy venerate. This person's resentment and killing intent were the most horrifying that Xiao Chen had ever seen in his life. Su. Murong Yang and the others quickly rushed over and arrived before Liu Ruyun. At the same time, the other flood dragon humans moved as well, arriving behind Yang Tsangming. I alone am enough. You all go and chase after those small fries that fled, Yang Tsangming said indifferently. Yang Tsangming said indifferently, his tone filled with strong confidence. Yes, young master. The other flood dragon humans immediately scattered, leaving only Yang Tsangming. A wind blew. The flood dragon humans shattered. Jin Yuan appeared where Xiao Chen stood. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had already retreated far away, Jin Yuan asked seriously, are you not going to draw your saber? Jin Yuan's face hurt somewhat. He had already dodged very quickly earlier. However, due to his distraction, the saber chi broke his defense and injured his face. The saber chi broke through his defense and injured his face. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and prodded his wound. Then, he looked at the blood on his hand before looking at Jin Yuan. When a saber is drawn, it will definitely see blood. I promised your master to spare your life. Haha. That old fellow is really concerned about me. Since that is the case, why did you not send me to the 4 great monasteries earlier? This old man has had enough of that tiny place. Jin Yuan revealed a mocking smile as a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Since that is the case, then die. You can forget about drawing your saber for the rest of your life. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber, breaking the mundane. A black saber light burst out of Jin Yuan's body, and a black swastika appeared on his forehead. Scriptures appeared in the surroundings. All sorts of illusions appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, all of which were tragedies of the mortal world. The flames of war raged on. Corpses piled up. Cries of starving people filled the land. Crows ate humans. Emaciated people appeared everywhere, starving and cold, their clothes barely covering their bodies. Jin Yuan used the most decisive method, a method that was completely different from Xiao Chen's, to break the mundane world. Jin Yuan comprehended the mysteries of the first move of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber. However, in Jin Yuan's hand, it became an incredibly horrifying demonic saber. In the next moment, all sorts of illusions, crows eating corpses, and passers-by lying on the roadside, waiting to die, all showed their ferocious sides. Jin Yuan's sharp gaze focused on Xiao Chen. Then, it turned into a saber light and charged at Xiao Chen. The entire world turned into Jin Yuan's saber light. Break. Xiao Chen did not think too much. He materialized the divine dragon war body and punched 100 times in all directions. Bang! 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 Vital chi surged, and dragon roars rang out. The illusions instantly broke, and Jin Yuan took advantage of the opportunity to charge over. This is for not drawing your saber. Jin Yuan did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He quickly launched all sorts of sharp attacks, turning them into a complete saber move, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Xiao Chen was forced back several steps, allowing Jin Yuan's aura to reach its peak. Azura Hell Chop. When Jin Yuan's aura reached its peak, he did not hesitate to chop with his saber. The saber move that Jin Yuan set up completely erupted at this moment, revealing his ferocious and terrifying side. It turned into Azura Hell, concentrated in this saber strike. This was the opportunity that Jin Yuan had been waiting for. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and executed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal in the time it took for a spark to fly. His killing chi expanded 7-fold. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Jin Yuan's surging killing chi turned into rage, shaking the sky and making it pale. When Jin Yuan punched, killing chi surged out endlessly like a gushing river. Before the fist light arrived, the terrifying killing chi turned into a sharp dragon image and tore that azura hell into pieces. When the fist light arrived, the sevenfold killing chi suddenly erupted, and the azura hell instantly crumbled. Jin Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Shock appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his peak-killing move could not defeat Xiao Chen. Supreme Dragon Fist, Heaven Dragon Regret. While you are down, I'll take your life. Xiao Chen did not hold back. He leaped into the air. His killing chi erupted as he punched again. The boundless killing chi gathered into a lofty aspiration, like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of despair and self-sacrifice, pressing forward with no regrets. The strong dragon might caused the nearby ancient city to tremble. Many buildings collapsed. When Yang Tsangming, who was fighting 1 against 4, sensed this scene, he sent out a palm strike to block Liu Ruyun and the others. Yang Tsangming charged over to Xiao Chen in a flash. The mysteries of death chi all over his body surged as he sent a palm strike to clash with Xiao Chen's surekill fist light. Bang! The fist and palm clashed, and the shock waves spread out. The others all moved back, afraid of getting caught up in the shock waves. Cracks appeared on the ancient street. A certain formation that was originally supporting the ground looked like it would break at any moment. Xiao Chen took a few steps back and thought to himself, what a pity. This punch did not land on Jin Yuan. It would be difficult to subdue him. Jin Yuan had refined the demonic chi that the Black Dragon King had accumulated for many years. His physical body had already fallen into the demonic Tao, and his recovery ability was startling. Indeed, the demonic chi on Jin Yuan's body surged. His injuries healed at a visible rate. A brilliant light flickered in Jin Yuan's eyes, and the demonic chi on his body surged. Yang Tsangming looked at Xiao Chen, and a look of praise flashed in his eyes. Supreme Dragon Fist. To think that you actually managed to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. This is truly shocking. However, I know this fist technique as well. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. Right after Yang Tsangming spoke, he suddenly punched. Black dragon chi spread out from his body, and his veritable essence energy burned, materializing a war banner burning with black flames. When Yang Tsangming punched, the war banner carried a boundless tyrannical aura that commanded the surroundings as it shot towards Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. Clearly, he had not expected Yang Tsangming to practice this forbidden technique that only the Heaven Dragon Palace had. However, the situation before Xiao Chen did not allow him to think too much. He was very clear on how strong this punch was. As Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a blazing war banner as well. Then, he punched. Bang! One side infused the mysteries of the Death Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist, and the other infused the mysteries of the Massacre Tao into the Supreme Dragon Fist. The strong clashed, and the two war banners crashed into each other in the air. A horrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. The two war banners shattered at the same time, and a startling force exploded where they stood. The two war banners turned into a horrifying pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. In the next moment, the ground cracked open. A black hole appeared, and everyone fell into it uncontrollably. After everyone fell, a strong suction came from the hole, making it even more difficult for those who struggled to get out. They could not resist this mysterious suction at all. Chapter 1962. Inside the mysterious cave, Xiao Chen and Yang Tsangming did not give up on fighting. As the two descended, they continued to search for opportunities to severely injure each other. The two executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, exchanging moves in the average-sized cave, fighting intensely. The Heaven Dragon's Dragon Might and the Death Dragon Might clashed, neither giving way. Dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression, feeling shocked. To think that someone could rearrange the Supreme Dragon Fist like him. In reality, if the other party used resentment to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be even more mighty. However, like Xiao Chen, Yang Tsangming saw the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Fist and switched to the Death Tao to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. The other party's comprehension of the Death Tao was much stronger than Xiao Chen's Massacre Tao. Xiao Chen's killing qi had been tempered in the Great Thousand Realms for many years. Although it was vast and dense, it barely advanced to the level of will. Xiao Chen was still a long time away from truly comprehending the Massacre Dao. In reality, few of the thousands of cultivators, even divine vein sovereign emperors, could comprehend such a great Dao that surpassed attributes. The process was painful, arduous, and long. However, once one comprehended it, one's strength would be extremely horrifying. Within the same cultivation realm, one would be unrivaled. The Yang Tsangming before Xiao Chen was such an existence. To think that he comprehended the Death Dao. If not for Xiao Chen using the 7-kill seal to drive his killing qi, Yang Tsangming's supreme dragon fist would not be able to hold his own. However, Xiao Chen did not know that Yang Tsangming was even more shocked than he was. The other party should not have come into contact with the supreme dragon fist for long. However, the comprehension ability that he showed was already no weaker than Yang Tsangming's. How did you cultivate the Heaven Dragon Forbidden Art? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the other party. Compared to the other party's horrifying strength, this question was even more serious. Yang Tsangming retorted coldly, "When I came into contact with the Supreme Dragon Fist, you had not even grasped it yet." Boom. The two exchanged moves again, and the effects of the 7-kill seal on Xiao Chen slowly weakened. In the clash of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Yang Tsangming slowly fell into a disadvantage, losing his aura. "This is not enough for you to be arrogant in front of me." Yang Tsangming grabbed hold of this opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Chen before he landed. However, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen's aura had become erratic. Xiao Chen had clearly locked onto the other party, but Xiao Chen was unfathomable, like a fish in water. Bang! Xiao Chen punched out, only to find that he missed. The terrifying might of the fist exploded, but it did not hurt Xiao Chen at all. Heaven Dragon Profundity. You actually comprehended the Heaven Dragon Profundity. This greatly startled Yang Tsangming. Theoretically, a flood dragon human could become a heaven dragon. Yang Tsangming had studied the Heaven Dragon's mysteries for many years. Even though he could comprehend the Death Dao, he could not make any headway. Not only that, Xiao Chen snorted coldly in the darkness. The substantial Heaven Dragon's mysteries merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. When Yang Tsangming sensed Xiao Chen's aura, he recognized this move. It was the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move, "Only I am supreme." Without even thinking, Yang Tsangming used his strong Death Dao's mysteries and his mental cultivation technique, which he was far more familiar with than Xiao Chen's, to launch this punch first. Supreme Dragon Fist, "Only I am supreme." When Yang Tsangming punched, an unparalleled tyranny burst out from his body. That was the intense confidence of being the only one in the entire world, everywhere, and everywhere. What was a supreme? Until the end of time, a supreme would not age. Even after a long time, a supreme would not die. This heart would not die, these words would not be regretted, this body would not die. At first, Xiao Chen's fist move was the same as Yang Tsangming's. However, later on, it gained an even more distant state. Supreme Dragon Fist, "Only I am supreme." Although it was only an embryonic form and not complete, when Xiao Chen merged the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with it, Xiao Chen's punch became well prepared. In that instant, Yang Tsangming's might drowned out Yang Tsangming's. The instant the two fists clashed, Yang Tsangming's aura shattered. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as he went flying. Why? They were both using the Supreme Dragon Fist's final move. Even if Yang Tsangming grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, the other party's 7-kill seal was no longer effective. Yang Tsangming should be slightly stronger. However, why did the might of Xiao Chen's "Only I am supreme" completely drown out Yang Tsangming's? They were not on the same level at all. Yang Tsangming, who flew back in pain, felt very confused. However, before he could think too much, Yang Tsangming, who had been severely injured by the punch, lost control of his body and fell down. Withdraw. Xiao Chen opened his fists and retracted the scattered dragon might, negating the might of Yang Tsangming's punch. There was no one else in the darkness. Silence reigned. Yang Tsangming had been defeated. However, he could not continue his pursuit in this mysterious cave. Caught off guard, The others had already fallen somewhere. Only the two of them could control their falling speed. Now that Yang Tsangming was defeated, only Xiao Chen remained, able to control his body somewhat. This cave in the depths appeared rather abruptly. This was worth thinking about. Why would such a cave appear near the center of the city? Xiao Chen calmed his mind and entered deep thought. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and did his best to see his surroundings. However, the situation was only a little worse. He could only see some blurry light in the darkness. There were also flickering spots of light on the walls. Wait, there seems to be some pattern to these spots of light. Are they talisman scripts or ancient characters? Xiao Chen did his best to control his body. Then, he arrived before the wall. As he descended, he imprinted the flickering characters into the depths of his mind. He compared them with the memories that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind, hoping to gain something. These are divine characters. Xiao Chen finally confirmed that these were divine characters, the characters that the heavenly realm's martial gods used back then. Compared to ordinary characters, divine characters contained the energy of the divine Tao. After they were written, they naturally contained laws and supreme truths. Xiao Chen felt like this was a record of some cultivation technique. Unfortunately, whenever he tried to recall it, the divine characters imprinted in his mind would quickly slip away. After that, he had no recollection of them. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt something under his feet, and he landed. The huge impact nearly sent Xiao Chen tumbling down. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had been doing his best to control his body. Although the impact was strong, it was still within his control. After stabilizing his footing, Xiao Chen controlled his body and walked forward step by step. After opening his heavenly eye, he could see divine characters that others could not. Xiao Chen was strangely obsessed with these divine characters. Although he could not truly remember them, Xiao Chen found them very wondrous as he walked along the flickering divine characters on the walls. My soul energy. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that the originally faint sun and moon shining together in his soul pool actually glowed. A bright moon and a blazing sun competed for brilliance. Although the light was not dazzling, it flickered, giving this mysterious phenomenon its original form. Originally, Xiao Chen's soul energy had to advance by at least 5 or 6 layers to reach this level. However, just by observing these divine characters, he managed to achieve such an effect. This helped Xiao Chen save a lot of time. Interesting. If I continue to observe these divine characters, will I be able to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon in the end? Xiao Chen thought joyfully. Originally, he had only just advanced to the holy venerate realm. His soul energy had been extremely weak. After all, he had not cultivated any soul energy secret manuals. Previously, he had only been a star venerate. His usage of soul energy had been very crude. Wanting to bring out the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon without reaching the sovereign personage realm was like a fool's dream. Those outstanding talents of rank 7 sects had been nurtured from a young age and received pointers from experts. That was why they could bring out mysterious phenomena at the holy venerate realm. However, along the way, Xiao Chen had relied on himself to fumble about, unyielding perseverance to achieve this. Xiao Chen, who came from the abandoned land, was much weaker than many people in the Great Thousand Realms. With this anticipation, Xiao Chen immersed his consciousness into the divine characters, following the traces left by the divine characters as he chased after them. He did not notice that the space he was in had already turned blurry without him realizing it. Whoosh! Murong Yang was the first to come out of the cave. Soon after, Liu Ruyun, Wei Hongfei, and the others came out one after another. How piercing! The first reaction of these people, who suddenly came out of the darkness, was to close their eyes involuntarily. When these people got used to the light, they were horrified to discover that they were under a pink screen of light. There was a mirror made of light under their feet. They could not see the exit at all. Where's Xiao Chen? Liu Ruyun suddenly thought of this question and asked the others, appearing somewhat flustered. I don't know. He and that flood dragon human should have fallen in first. Logically speaking, they should have arrived earlier than us. Did you not see him? I was following behind you. I thought that Xiao Chen came out long ago. Just as the group felt confused, Sichu Changfeng said, at that time, I felt that Xiao Chen and that flood dragon human continued fighting after they fell in. Since that flood dragon human Yang Tsangming has not come out yet, Xiao Chen should not have come out so early, either. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyun and the others relaxed slightly. Soon, Yang Tsangming and Jin Yuan appeared together. However, there was still no sign of Xiao Chen. Damn it! What did the two of you do to Xiao Chen? Why is he not out yet? Liu Ruyun shouted when she saw the situation. This startled Yang Tsangming. He thought to himself, shouldn't this fellow have come out long ago? However, Yang Tsangming remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations. He smiled coldly and said, why are you so concerned about that fellow? You are a noble white dragon. Did you fall in love with a mixed blood dragon? He already died at my hands. You can rest easy now. You. Liu Ruyun and the others immediately became enraged. They prepared to activate their great desolate eon bloodlines and fight to the death with Yang Tsangming. Upon seeing this scene, Jin Yuan frowned slightly. These people activating their great desolate eon bloodlines was problematic. He said coldly, Xiao Chen is not dead. We do not know where he is, either. Before you make a move, look at your surroundings first. Everyone is looking at us like fools. Chapter 1963. Xiao Chen followed the flickering divine characters on the walls and walked all the way. When he startled awake, he discovered that he was in a strange world. Where am I? Where are Liu Ruyun, Murong Yang, and the others? Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He felt that there was only one path in the cave, and he had walked for a long time. After walking for so long, even if Xiao Chen was at the very back, he should have met someone else or left the cave he came from. Or perhaps Murong Yang and the others had already arrived here before him. However, after looking around the place, he didn't find anyone else. The strangest thing was that Xiao Chen discovered that the path he came from had been cut off. It looked like he had arrived in this strange space for some reason. This place was filled with pink crystal walls that flickered with a dazzling luster. Xiao Chen did his best to recall. Unfortunately, he had been immersed in the divine characters earlier and had no recollection of them at all. Of course, the divine characters that captivated him had all slipped away. He could not remember a single one of them. The only thing that proved their existence was that Xiao Chen's soul energy had increased significantly. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in Xiao Chen's soul pool had become increasingly distinct. The silhouettes of the sun and the moon appeared clearly. Not only did they flicker with light, but they also shed a faint radiance on the ground. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. With a thought, he sent out his holy venerate will. Boom! In that instant, the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together appeared in Xiao Chen's soul pool. The bright moon and the blazing sun appeared at the same time. The entire space and the surrounding crystal walls reflected off each other, looking very beautiful. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. I succeeded. The increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy allowed him to finally bring out the mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together. In the future, even if he faced a sovereign personage's will of soul, he would be able to hold his own. Xiao Chen would no longer be in a predicament like when he was a star venerate, feeling a headache every time he faced a holy venerate's will of soul. After withdrawing the mysterious phenomenon, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Returning to reality, where exactly am I? After searching for a while, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. There was no exit. The entire space was like a maze, crisscrossing and confusing. There were crystal walls all around him that emitted pink radiance. They were filled with an energy he couldn't understand. That energy was unfamiliar and powerful, causing people to feel reverence. It was somewhat similar to the divine text, but this was tangible energy. Xiao Chen knew very well that he did not absorb it. Bang! Bang! Punch after punch landed on the crystal wall. Xiao Chen's hands hurt a little, but the crystal wall didn't move an inch. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never change. Was he going to be trapped here for the rest of his life? Since he could get in, he could definitely get out. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and began to search for the divine characters that had drawn him in. The light of the crystal wall covered the light of the divine characters. Xiao Chen's eyes were dazzled, but he still didn't discover anything. He had to think of a way to make the divine text appear. With a thought, Xiao Chen said softly, "Demonic cloud heaven swallowing art." Within his 9-star primal core, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art slowly circulated, and strands of black demonic qi emanated from his body. The demonic qi thickened and stuck to the walls, covering up the light of the crystal walls. The originally flickering space turned pitch black. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and nimbly controlled these demonic clouds, making them thinner. With Xiao Chen's continuous effort, flickering divine characters finally appeared on the crystal wall. In this dark environment, these flickering divine characters gave off a faint light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Chen activated the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories to see if he could dig out more information about the divine characters. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was only one step away from becoming a true martial god. Although Xiao Chen could not write divine characters, he could still recognize them in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen knew that the original deities of the heavenly realm had a complicated relationship with the peak factions of the Great Thousand Realms. In reality, in every war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the true masterminds behind the scenes were these deities of the heavenly realm. Be it the righteous Tao or the demonic Tao, they all had the support of the heavenly realm's deities. However, the deities had not expected that the last great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions would involve a variable like the Black Dragon King, bringing the flames of war to the heavenly realm. The chaotic war between the deities resulted in the heavenly realm's destruction. From then on, the heavenly realm no longer existed in the Great Thousand Realms. However, when the deities of the heavenly realm still existed, the decrees they passed down were written in divine characters. The various major factions all had people who could read the divine characters and clearly understand the decrees of the heavenly realm's deities. Naturally, the divine dragon empire had a backer in the heavenly realm back then. Those dragon races that advanced to martial god would definitely take care of their own races in the central great realm. As the ruler of the divine dragon empire, the blood-soaked dragon emperor naturally could read the divine characters. After some hard work, Xiao Chen finally obtained some simple techniques for reading the divine characters. However, these techniques were limited to letting Xiao Chen understand the divine characters. They could not leave an impression in his mind. Divine characters were different from ordinary characters. The meaning of one divine character might require thousands of ordinary characters to describe. Xiao Chen's eyes quickly scanned these divine characters, searching for a way to escape. Since Xiao Chen came to this place because of the divine characters were definitely his only chance to escape. It was very possible that he had accidentally touched one of the characters while reading those divine characters, which resulted in him being sent here. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived before a divine character. After hesitating for a moment, he gently tapped on it. Perhaps he could use the same method to send himself out now. Boom! A huge force shot out, and Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. This divine character recorded a flame, containing the supreme principles of the Fire Tao. It was berserk and merciless, inflicting severe damage on Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Xiao Chen did not complain. After he stood up, he continued to read these obscure and unfathomable divine characters. After trying many times, Xiao Chen felt like he was on the verge of death, killed by the energy in the divine characters. Xiao Chen thought about giving up. However, if he gave up, he might really be trapped here forever. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, feeling mentally fatigued. Then, he touched another divine character. If Xiao Chen understood this divine character correctly, it described big. There was no way to count on a beginner like Xiao Chen to understand the complete meaning of this divine character. It was already extremely difficult for him to comprehend a rough state. This divine character contained a state that Xiao Chen could only comprehend to big. Boom! After Xiao Chen touched the divine character, the entire crystal wall started to tremble slightly. The flickering divine characters vanished, hiding within the crystal wall. Xiao Chen did not know what happened. He withdrew the demonic clouds in the surroundings, and the space regained its brightness. That is, in the center of the crystal wall, Xiao Chen discovered a beam of light encasing a stone stele. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen was certain that before he touched the divine character that represented Big, this stone stele had not appeared. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly walked over and looked carefully. Then, he muttered, "Divine Universe Stele." Just as Xiao Chen finally obtained an opportunity to leave this mysterious place, Murong Yang, Liu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. Murong Yang, Liu Ruyun, and the others found themselves in trouble. They followed Jin Yuan's instructions and looked around. Then, they all showed stunned expressions. At the moment, they were in a certain barrier, and beneath their feet was a pink mirror that was as bright as if it had been washed. Outside the barrier was a group of cultivators so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. These people were the 4 rank 6 sects and the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's upper echelon and elite disciples exploring the center of the ancient city in search of the greatest fortuitous encounter, the divine crystal. Aside from these people, there were also many sovereign personages, loose cultivators in ancient desolate town who were confident in their strength. These loose cultivators cut their way through the pressure of the divine crystal, crossed many restrictions, and killed countless corpses. After paying a huge price and going through a lot of trouble, they finally arrived here. After that, they discovered to their frustration that the divine crystal was right before them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break the barrier of the divine crystal. Even with the combined power of several soul tools, they could not shake this barrier at all. In the hands of a sovereign personage, a soul tool could bring out 50% of its might, perhaps even 100%. Compared to the might that Xiao Chen and the others could bring out with soul tools, it was on a completely different level. However, even under such circumstances, they still could not break the barrier. Looking at the divine crystal right in front of them, yet they couldn't get their hands on it, anyone would go crazy. Just as they were about to despair, Murong Yang and the others appeared inside the barrier. How could they not be shocked? Damn it! Did I see it wrong? There are actually people in there. I did not see wrongly. I saw it too. How did this group of people appear? Quickly come over and tell us how to enter. Otherwise, everyone will die. After the upper echelon of the 4 rank 6 sects recovered from their shock, they rejoiced and shouted. After the initial shock, Murong Yang and the others discovered that this group of people could not enter. So, they ignored this group of frantic sovereign personages. Liu Ruyun looked at Yang Tsangming and demanded, "Where is Xiao Chen? If you do not give me an explanation today, I will not let you off." Yang Tsangming's and Jin Yuan's gazes were already fixed on the sky. A pink crystal floated there quietly. This was the divine crystal that the group of people outside yearned for. This divine crystal gave off an awe-inspiring energy that they could not comprehend. A fanatical look flashed in Yang Tsangming's eyes for only an instant before he calmed down. Given Yang Tsangming's current cultivation, snatching this divine crystal would be pointless. Not only would he not be able to comprehend it, but it would also bring him a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Liu Ruyun's words, Yang Tsangming recovered his wits. He smiled and said, "I feel that you should not worry about Xiao Chen at this moment. You should worry more about yourself and the people around you." When Murong Yang and the others heard the meaning behind Yang Tsangming's words, their faces immediately sank. They stepped forward and shielded Liu Ruyun. "Jin Yuan, you don't mind helping me block the attacks of these people with their great desolate Eon bloodline, right? I am very interested in this young lady. Her value might surpass our imagination." Yang Tsangming had great insight. When his gaze fell on Liu Ruyun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. "As you wish." Jin Yuan felt somewhat displeased. However, since Yang Tsangming insisted, he could only agree. Boom. In that instant, Jin Yuan ignited the demonic nature that the Black Dragon King left in his body. His black hair immediately fluttered about, and his eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. His expression twisted, and his demonic might flourished. Chapter 1964. Yang Tsangming had sharp eyes. He determined that Liu Ruyun had an extraordinary background and was extremely valuable. Even if Murong Yang and the others activated their great desolate eon bloodlines, the two of them would have to pay a heavy price. He still felt that it was worth a try. Jin Yuan had been in the central great world for some time. He knew how terrifying the martial practitioners with the 8 overlord bloodlines were after they activated their great desolate eon bloodlines. If he were to lower his guard, he might very well lose his life here. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature that he had absorbed and refined. His body immediately erupted with a demonic might that rivaled that of a sovereign personage. However, this was because his cultivation was not high enough and his body could not withstand it. The Black Dragon King's demonic nature could display even more terrifying might. However, now, it was already frightening enough. The moment the demonic might appeared, Murong Yang and the others trembled in fear. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. Jin Yuan drew his saber and shouted ferociously. A black saber light instantly materialized, a horrifying scene of purgatory. Jin Yuan turned into the Kasyapa Buddha in hell, exuding boundless demonic might. The demonic smoke materialized thousands of malicious spirits circling above Murong Yang and the others. They bared their fangs and claws, giving off ghostly cries and wolf howls. From time to time, the spiraling demons and monsters would transform into sharp saber chi. They rained down like a torrential storm, each and every one of them lethal. They carried fear and resentment, and very quickly, they messed up their formation. As expected of a Buddhist forbidden art. If you can learn the 7 kill seal, TSK, its power will be unimaginable. However, this move can actually be more perfect. I'll bring you to the real Azura Blood Sea to train some other day. Yang Tsangming silently spread out his Death Dao's mysteries. Black smoke lingered on his body, wriggling like tentacles. Jin Yuan said in a deep voice, "End the battle quickly to avoid any accidents." As Yang Tsangming looked at the somewhat disheveled Murong Yang's group, he smiled casually. They are just a group of outer sect disciples. If they were the Dragon's Gate's inner sect disciples, it would be somewhat problematic. However, it was true that he had to end the battle quickly. Accidents were bound to happen. Death like wind. Hu Kai. With a wave of his hand, it was as if autumn had arrived in an instant, bringing with it gusts of autumn wind that were suffused with a bleak feeling. It arrived mercilessly, sweeping away all the fallen leaves in the world, bringing with it a sense of desolation and withering. The wind of autumn, the wind of death. This move was so brilliant that it made people gasp in amazement. He had actually merged the Death Upanishad into the wind invisibly. One would not be able to sense where the death force was hiding. While it appeared to be empty, it was actually like a shadow following one's body. What a terrifying young man, to have mastered the Tao of Death to such a level. Outside the barrier, the sovereign personages of the various sects, who were shouting earlier, all showed grave expressions when they saw Yang Tsangming make a move. He is Yang Tsangming. So, it is him, the strongest outstanding talent of the Flood Dragon humans. According to rumor, when he fought a sovereign personage, he managed to retreat unscathed. This group of Dragon Clan juniors are going to be unlucky. Against him, they would have to be at least at the level of the 7 sons of the Divine Dragon to be able to suppress him. However, this guy is truly terrifying. I've never heard of him comprehending the Tao of Death before. This fellow holds a great grudge against the dragon race. The dragon race cultivators that run into him usually do not have a good ending. Some sovereign personages recognized this Yang Tsangming. It turned out that he was not a nameless person. We have to break this Azura purgatory first, or we'll all die. Sichu Changfeng shouted and arrived at the front. When he saw the death wind, his expression turned grave. Then, he attacked decisively. 1,000 cloud stacking cliff. In an instant, a heavy cloud will emerge from his body, stacking layer upon layer like a cloud mountain. The wind follows the clouds. This young man is very decisive. He wants to attract the wind of death to himself, creating an opportunity for his companions. But, can he withstand it? The eyes of many sovereign personages lit up as they figured out Sichu Changfeng's intentions. Boom boom boom. Murong Yang and the others activated their great desolate eon bloodlines one after another. Without hesitation, They each sent out a move at the Azura hell, trapping them. Amidst the horrifying dragon roars, several people attacked at the same time. The Azura purgatory immediately shook, looking like it would collapse soon. "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Just at this moment, Jin Yuan shouted, and the demonic might on his body turned into a horrifying Buddhist might. A black swastika appeared under his feet. The full might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell, was displayed. "Block him." The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed drastically. This was the greatest danger they had faced since they started cultivating. They all focused and did their best. Heaven burning rage. Golden light cauldron. Falling leaves filling the sky, sounding like voices. Boom. The few attacked at the same time, clashing with the horrifying saber move that Jin Yuan executed after he ignited the Black Dragon King's demonic nature. However, after Jin Yuan ignited his demonic nature, he executed entering hell. This could not be viewed with common sense. This saber strike knocked Murong Yang, Liu Ruyun, and the others back one after another. Their auras plummeted, and blood leaked out of a corner of their lips as they fell to the ground. Jin Yuan turned around and took 3 steps back before he stabilized himself. The demonic might on his body slowly receded. Bang! On the other side, Sichu Changfeng, who was blocking Yang Tsangming's killing move alone, finally could no longer hold on. The 1,000 cloud stacking cliffs shattered, and the mysteries of death entered his body. Sichu Changfeng's life force immediately drained away. His expression turned grave as he resisted the endless mysteries of death in his body with much difficulty. Whoosh! "Come with me, then." Yang Tsangming brushed past Sichu Changfeng and charged at Liu Ruyun, preparing to send Sichu Changfeng flying. However, something strange suddenly happened. A horrifying aura burst out of Liu Ruyun's body. Despite moving later, she arrived first and soared into the air. Yang Tsangming revealed an extremely horrified expression because of Liu Ruyun's aura. At this moment, it completely suppressed Yang Tsangming. His body even turned somewhat stiff, and fear welled up in his heart. Liu Ruyun blew away the death chi on Yang Tsangming's body with a palm strike. Then, she instantly stabbed the saber with her right hand into Yang Tsangming's chest. A horrifying saber intent surged out. Even the injuries that Yang Tsangming suppressed when he fought with Xiao Chen erupted at the same time. At the crucial moment, Yang Tsangming landed a palm strike on Liu Ruyun and quickly bounced back. "Sichu, are you alright?" Liu Ruyun landed and looked at Sichu Changfeng with guilt on her face. Had Sichu Changfeng used the strand of aura that the White Dragon King left in his body earlier, Sichu Changfeng would not be in such a predicament. If Liu Ruyun used this strand of aura, her father, the White Dragon King, would know that she had snuck out. The dragon race had extremely strong life force. The innate energy that their bloodline gave them made them different from other cultivators. They had strong recovery abilities and strong life force. When facing the corrosion of the Death Dao's mysteries, they should have strong resistance. However, this Yang Tsangming seemed to have modified his Death Dao, making it especially effective against dragon race cultivators. Sichu Changfeng's current situation did not look optimistic. "Damn it! You 2 bastards!" The others struggled to get up. After checking Sichu Changfeng's situation, they glared at the 2. "So, that's how it is. I know who you are now." After Yang Tsangming fell to the ground, he executed a strange hand seal. Then, the death chi on his body suddenly soared, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Yang Tsangming's gaze turned even more fervent as he looked at Liu Ruyun. "It is not just him. All of you will not be able to escape death today. In your next life, don't be a dragon race cultivator." Yang Tsangming roared, and a terrifying demonic flame continuously appeared behind him. Even the smooth mirror under his feet looked down on it. Reversing the Death Dao's mysteries. He is really crazy. His talent is also startling. His comprehension of the Death Dao puts even the older generation demonic Dao experts to shame. When the many sovereign personages outside the barrier saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Yang Tsangming's gaze locked on Liu Ruyun. Aside from her, everyone else was a dead person to him. Bang! Right at that moment, a strange change occurred. Cracks began to appear on the spirit formation barrier, and frightening power began to leak out non-stop. Just as everyone felt confused, the floating divine crystal in the air suddenly exploded. A white figure floated down from the sky. The divine crystal exploded. Furthermore, a person flew out of it. This person was Xiao Chen, who had found an opportunity to break free. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw Yang Tsangming, who exuded a terrifying death Dao. Holy venerate will, sun and moon shining together. With a thought, Xiao Chen brought out his holy venerate will. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose up at the same time. Moonlight and sunlight intertwined. As Xiao Chen slowly descended, he let his will of soul encase Liu Ruyun and the others. This immediately suppressed Yang Tsangming's death Dao's mysteries, causing him to feel a huge resistance. Yang Tsangming's way forward immediately became restricted. Damn it! At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. This instantly drove Yang Tsangming, who had suppressed all his trump cards, crazy. The negative effects of reversing the death Dao started to appear. Black demonic patterns appeared on Yang Tsangming's face, and pain appeared in his eyes. Yang Tsangming's death Daos might continuously weakened. Zhen Yuan shouted anxiously, Yang Tsangming, it's time to go. Damn it! A great opportunity is gone, just like that. Xiao Chen can only let them off today. Whoosh! A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The tyrant saber, which had not appeared for a long time, instantly appeared. Xiao Chen drew his saber. Before Yang Tsangming, who had just thought of retreating, could react, a cold saber light flashed. Then, Yang Tsangming's head flew into the air. His head separated from his body, and blood spurted out. He's dead. Zhen Yuan, who had already taken a few steps back and waited for Yang Tsangming to retreat, was stunned when he saw this scene. Chapter 1965. The tyrant blade was unsheathed, sealing the Marquis with blood. For some reason, Zhen Yuan suddenly recalled what Xiao Chen told him. It was not that Xiao Chen did not want to draw his saber, but that when he drew his saber, he needed to see blood. That saber. His gaze fell on Ba Dao, and his face instantly became solemn. Zhen Yuan had seen that saber before. However, now that he saw it again, he felt like he had been reborn. Tyrant blade. He was very clear about the origins of this saber. Back then, he had a great chance of obtaining this saber as well. Unfortunately, it still fell into Xiao Chen's hands by chance. At first, it was not particularly scary. However, now, the feeling it gave Xiao Chen was one of fear. If Xiao Chen had used this saber back then, he would have died. He might be caught off guard and lose his life without any mental preparation. This was what happened to Yang Tsangming before Xiao Chen. He died a wrongful death. Despite being severely injured, he still managed to reverse the Tao of death. When he saw Xiao Chen, he hesitated for a moment and did not retreat on the spot. When the profound of death started to devour him, he wanted to retreat, but Xiao Chen didn't give him the chance. Clang! After sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen landed beside Sichu Changfeng and checked on his injuries. Xiao Chen frowned. What a horrifying death profound. The death energy in Sichu Changfeng's body was invisible and formless. However, it continuously tortured Sichu Changfeng, corroding his life force. He was like a bright flower slowly withering. If he wanted to treat Sichu Changfeng, he would have to find the mysteries of death in his body. Of the group, Duan Fei, who was the most skilled, had already tried but could not find a solution. He directly said that only the elders of the Green Dragon Palace had a solution. However, based on Sichu Changfeng's current situation, he would not be able to last that long. Xiao Chen, is there any way to save him? Murong Yang asked sullenly, feeling extremely grave. He simply did not wish to see Sichu Changfeng die. Xiao Chen pondered and nodded. Don't worry. I have a way to stabilize his injuries first. If anyone has any medicinal pills that can excavate the power of the bloodline, give them to Sichu. With the toughness of the dragon race's bloodline, it can slightly slow down the loss of vitality. This was only to strengthen Sichu Changfeng's life force foundation so that his life force would not drain away so quickly. Xiao Chen treated the symptoms and not the root cause. However, as long as he could endure this period, Xiao Chen would have a way to temporarily suppress the power of death in situ Changfeng's body, allowing him to last until he reached the Green Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the Green Dragon Palace elders, it would not be difficult to remove situ Changfeng's death energy. I do. Me too. The few of them rushed to take out their treasured medicinal pills and handed them to situ Changfeng. Xiao Chen, is there really a way? Liu Ruyun's eyes turned red. Her valiant face looked somewhat heart-wrenching. This time, the stimulation this child received was still a little too big. For Xiao Chen and the others, they had experienced the parting of life and death a long time ago. No matter how fierce the competition was within the sect, it would not result in death. However, once they left the sect, death was all too common. At every moment, there would be cultivators falling on their way to the peak. You can, trust me. Xiao Chen looked seriously at Liu Ruyun. Liu Ruyun, who always trusted him, nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Carrying situ Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chen looked around. Cracks appeared in the barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Thousands of divine crystal shards hovered in the sky, attracting the attention of the various cultivators. No one had expected Xiao Chen to come out of the divine crystal and kill Yang Tsungming with one saber strike. All the more, no one had expected the divine crystal to explode, producing so many shards. Some people rejoiced, and some people raged. The people rejoiced because the divine crystal had shattered into so many shards. The loose cultivators would have a chance to fight for them. The people raged were the stronger ones. With the divine crystal exploding, the complete true God's mysteries would no longer exist. Even if all the divine crystal shards were pieced together, their value would be far from comparable to a complete divine crystal. Let's go. This place will turn chaotic soon. We should leave this troublesome place first. With the shattering of the barrier, blood would flow like a river because of the divine crystal shards. Boom. Indeed, someone quickly used a soul tool to shatter the barrier. Many sovereign personages soared into the sky, heading for the divine crystal shards in the air. Xiao Chen and the others had already retreated to the periphery. The moment the barrier shattered, they quickly left. However, the group did not notice that Yang Tsungming's headless corpse on the ground silently turned into a clump of black smoke. After the black smoke of death formed a formation, it infused into a divine crystal shard. The divine crystal instantly turned black. Amid the chaos, it flew towards Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. He received the divine crystal shard, feeling confused. Then, he revealed a confused expression. When Zhen Yuan saw a strange talisman seal in the divine crystal shard, he revealed an expression of understanding. I just knew that you would not die so easily. After putting away the divine crystal shard, Zhen Yuan carefully sized up the surroundings before leaving quickly. Brat, stop right there. On the other side, Xiao Chen ran into trouble. Someone had been targeting them for a long time. The moment the barrier shattered, a sovereign personage elder from the ruling sword gate was sent to block Xiao Chen. This was an initial perfection sovereign personage elder. His cultivation was about the same as Liu Yuanzong, whom Xiao Chen interacted with. However, this sovereign personage came from a large sect. He should be slightly stronger than Liu Yuanzong. When a sovereign personage blocked their path, Murong Yang and the others showed grave expressions. In the earlier battle, Murong Yang and the others had activated their great desolate Eon bloodlines and could not put up a fight at all. Even if they did, it would not be of much use against a sovereign personage. It would not make much of a difference. You killed Qi Yunfeng, right? The old man said with a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. Clearly, there had to be a reason why this old man sought trouble for Xiao Chen while the other sovereign personages chased after the divine crystal shards. You speak too much nonsense. Xiao Chen knew that he could not resolve this peacefully. He did not overthink. The moment he appeared, the god shadow bow appeared in his hand. A spot of heart flame burned on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread to the arrow. Then, a simplified version of heart force merged with the arrow. Xiao Chen drew the bow and drew the bowstring. Veritable essence energy and soul energy continuously poured into the bow. When facing a sovereign personage, Xiao Chen showed no intention of holding back. Aside from activating his bloodline power, he brought out the god shadow bow's full might. A soul tool. Interesting. This old man looks forward to seeing how much might an insignificant holy venerate like you can bring out. The old man showed a calm expression as he smiled faintly. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. The old man was very clear on the strength of a soul tool and the requirements to use it. A holy venerate would not be able to bring out much of its might. Boom. However, as the vast might and pressure from the god shadow bow soared up, the sovereign personage old man gradually turned grave. Damn it. The old man cursed after clearly seeing the grade of that soul tool. Then, he turned to leave. Without a doubt, even a sovereign personage would not dare to clash head-on with Xiao Chen using the god shadow bow at full power and the heart flame. However, by the time the old man flew over and blocked Xiao Chen, it was already too late. The god shadow arrow had never missed before. The instant Xiao Chen let go, a miserable shriek rang out. There was no way to dodge. After the arrow struck the old man, it did not lose any momentum, continuing forward ferociously, destroying countless buildings and carving out a path. Let's go. With the significant increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy, he still had some strength left over after executing the god shadow bow at full power. It was no longer like before, where he would run out of energy after executing the god shadow bow once more. Then, Xiao Chen carried Sichu Changfeng on his back and quickly led the others away. Right now was far from the time when the danger was over. Xiao Chen, thank you. Sichu Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was in a daze. His mind was somewhat unclear, sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. At this moment, Sichu Changfeng endured the dizziness and the loss of life force before he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Xiao Chen understood Sichu Changfeng's state the best. The death energy suppressed his life force. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. Even in such pain, Sichu Changfeng still had to thank Sichu Changfeng. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. He replied softly, Sichu, don't speak. Conserve your strength. On Xiao Chen's back, Sichu Changfeng said in a somewhat daze, I can't. I have to say it. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to say it. That would be too regretful. Murong Yang felt a lump in his throat, and tears indeed flowed out. As he cried, he thought, stop talking. Xiao Chen said that he can save you, so he definitely can. Murong Yang thought of many things. He had known Sichu Changfeng for much longer than Xiao Chen. Many times, Sichu Changfeng would step forward without hesitation. Murong Yang thought of demonic venerate Mu Yun in Violent Flame Desert. Sichu Changfeng had saved his life when he was in danger. Now, if not for Sichu Changfeng blocking Yang Tsangming's death like wind, all of them would have died. They would not have lasted until Xiao Chen appeared. Sichu Changfeng was always so kind. Most of the time, Murong Yang was heartless and did not overthink. He did not even say a word of thanks. Sichu Changfeng's words were unbearable for Murong Yang. He should be the one thanking Sichu Changfeng. Wei Hongfei and the others showed unsightly expressions as well. Their eyes even turned somewhat moist. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression when he felt the weight on his back. It was not because Sichu Changfeng was really heavy. Instead, it was because he felt his responsibility. He felt everyone's anticipation of him saving Sichu Changfeng's life. Xiao Chen killed Yang Tsangming with one saber strike and knocked back a sovereign personage with one arrow. To others, these actions looked casual. However, who knew how much effort, soul energy, and veritable essence energy Xiao Chen put into them? Xiao Chen did not say anything. He silently carried Sichu Changfeng on his back as he killed the guards along the way. After making one round, Xiao Chen returned to the place where he fought with Yang Tsangming. He wanted to go to the southern city, to the herb garden in the southern city. Whether Sichu Changfeng could survive or not depended on Xiao Chen. Kill. As Xiao Chen faced the guards blocking his way, he did not hold back on his veritable essence energy and soul energy, which he did not have much in the first place. It looked like hope was right before him. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. When he looked up, he saw a white-clad monk and a mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow standing on the roof in front. Ming Xian, Xiao Chen said through clenched teeth as he stopped walking. He had not expected to run into this person at this moment. Chapter 1966. Black Lotus Church's Holy Son, Ming Xian. He had actually appeared at a time that Xiao Chen would never have expected, and in a place that he would never want to see him. This caused his heart to sink for some reason. Who is this person? Upon seeing the Holy Son Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in blood, Murong Yang and the others were stunned, feeling somewhat worried. Based on the auras that the two gave off, it was clear that they were not ordinary holy venerates. Xiao Chen looked at Ming Xian and said, Ming Xian, I had a chance to kill you before your master died. However, I spared your life. Now, can you return this favor? I'll stay and let my friend leave. The current situation was not suitable to fight with someone like Ming Xian. In his life, Xiao Chen rarely gave in. Even if he was weaker than the other party, he would never beg the other party to let him go. As for those of the same generation, there was no such thing. Xiao Chen was alone. At most, he would die. At worst, the result would be nothing more than that. He was not too afraid. But now, it concerned Sichu's life and death. Xiao Chen still wanted to fight for it. Of course I can agree. The Holy Son Ming Xian had a calm expression as he spoke softly with a smile. Just based on his expression, it was hard to imagine that he had a deep grudge with Xiao Chen. But I won't agree. The mysterious person shrouded in a bloody shadow beside him said in a hoarse voice. Based on the Holy Son Ming Xian's expression, it was like he knew that the other party would say that. He shrugged and said, Sorry, I can only represent myself. I already repaid your favor. Please don't say such things in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help feeling enraged. This Ming Xian was simply toying with him. He had no sincerity at all. He had never thought of letting the people around Xiao Chen go. I can still shoot another arrow. However, the current Holy Son Ming Xian is somewhat unfathomable. It was unknown whether or not this arrow could kill the other party. What was even more difficult to deal with was that there was another person beside Ming Xian. That person's aura was even more terrifying than Ming Xian's. Don't worry. A person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Everything becomes empty. What worries will there be? From the center of the ancient city, he chased after them in secret until now. Ming Xian would definitely not give up on such an excellent opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. He would not have such a good opportunity the next time they met. How could Ming Xian give up? Xiao Chen had never been afraid of fighting, but at this moment, he really yearned for a way to solve the problem in front of him without fighting. When Ming Xian saw the unresigned expression in Xiao Chen's eyes, he smiled and said, Still not giving up? Do you think that someone will come and help you? Accept your fate. Caw. Just at that moment, a piercing bird cry suddenly rang out from the horizon. It carried a sliver of arrogance as it resounded through the heavens recklessly. Xiao Chen was very familiar with this voice. It was the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that in the sky. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and soared high into the sky. It did not know what fortuitous encounter it had, but flames covered its entire body, making it look like a blood phoenix filled with divinity. Xiao Chen, that stupid bird of yours is here. Murong Yang rejoiced when he saw the demon blood vulture turn into a flaming cloud, covering the sky and sun as it charged at Ming Xian. Without saying anything, the demon blood vulture, whose strength had increased explosively, moved like scarlet lightning. The smile on Ming Xian's face froze. Then, he said sullenly, What the heck is that? Quickly scatter. The mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows at the side said quickly when he sensed the extraordinariness of the demon blood vulture. However, the instant that voice rang out, the demon blood vulture crashed into where Ming Xian and the mysterious person shrouded in bloody shadows stood. A loud explosion rang out. Pillars of flame soared into the sky. The two did not have time to dodge at all. They were thrown into disarray, not knowing what was going on. The two appeared to be in a sorry state amid the flames. They did their best to charge out, but they appeared increasingly flustered. Let's go. With the demon blood vulture appearing to block these two, Xiao Chen could relax. Carrying Sichu Changfeng on his back, Xiao Chen ran wildly, killing the damned servants in his way. 4 hours later, the herb garden they were in earlier reappeared before Xiao Chen and the others. However, Sichu Changfeng, who was on Xiao Chen's back, was already fainting. The death qi had corroded away all the life force in his body. Sichu Changfeng's body grew increasingly lighter. However, Xiao Chen felt his footsteps getting heavier. Quick, 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 quick. The group returned to the herb garden in a fluster. Xiao Chen quickly put Sichu Changfeng down. Then, he looked at the coiling dragon tree, which had stopped growing. Without thinking, Xiao Chen leaped down along the roots. Look after Sichu Changfeng. Wait for me to come up. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he descended along the roots. The medicinal spring was already close to drying up, having been absorbed by the coiling dragon tree. Xiao Chen's descent was much faster than before. Right now, Xiao Chen placed all his hopes on the great desolate 10,000 beast pill, the little bird that he left here with the life bestowal spell. He saw the scene of the coiling dragon tree successfully suppressing the pill demon. The surging demonic nature scattered, turning into filth and scattering everywhere. Right now, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill should have been washed clean of impurities, leaving only the essence. As long as Sichu Changfeng consumed it, it would continuously consolidate his life force, strengthen his bloodline, and unearth an endless stream of life force. The vast medicinal energy of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill was more than enough for Xiao Chen to rush to the Green Dragon Palace. Boom! Soon, Xiao Chen arrived at the medicine cauldron. Even though the coiling dragon tree had already absorbed most of the flames, using them as nourishment, the coiling dragon tree still had not recovered. The flames in the medicine cauldron were still frighteningly powerful. Xiao Chen used his true essence to protect his body. He didn't care about anything else as he ran through the fire. He searched for the great desolate 10,000 beast elixir in the raging fire. Alas, the space within the cauldron seemed to be a world of its own, vast and boundless. Flames filled the entire area. Where was the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? There was no way to find it. How could this be? Xiao Chen felt very anxious. According to his understanding, a medicinal pill at the level of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill would not be able to withstand it. Even if most of the medicinal properties had been shaken off along with the demonic nature, it was still as dazzling as the stars. It should not be difficult to find. Where is the divine pill? In the depths of the blazing fire, Xiao Chen calmed himself. There would definitely be no results if he searched blindly. Since it was a divine pill, no matter how weakened it was or how much the medicinal properties had been demonized, that strand of divine nature should still be there. I got it. Although the pill demon had been shaken off and its demonic nature eliminated, its divine nature and intelligence still remained. The pill demon knew that Xiao Chen was looking for it, so it hid. If Xiao Chen could not figure this out, he would never be able to find this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. I will only lend you 10% of the medicinal properties to save my friend's life. I will not destroy your intelligence or take away your divine might. Xiao Chen shouted from within the medicine cauldron. He knew that the other party would definitely understand what he meant. However, the flames in the surroundings did not move or respond. Xiao Chen tried to persuade Xiao Chen with kind words, but the other party did not put on any pretense. Xiao Chen could not help getting enraged. He said sullenly, "Since you do not dare to show yourself, it means that your divine nature is weak and cannot withstand a single blow. If you continue wasting time with me, even if it takes 10 years or 100 years, I will sweep away the flames in the sky and find your hiding place. Why are you still not coming out and offering up 10% of the medicinal properties?" Boom, boom, boom. The ice snow divine flame in Xiao Chen's left hand and the primal chaos heavenly flame in his right hand. One was yin, and the other was yang. No flame in the world could break free from these two attributes. Xiao Chen let go, letting the ice snow divine flame and the primal chaos heavenly flame continuously absorb the flames in the medicine cauldron. Immediately, the flames in the medicine cauldron surged like waves, roaring continuously. Xiao Chen remained unmoved, showing a calm expression. After a while, A bright light suddenly flew over to him. It was a great desolate 10,000 beast pill containing heavy medicinal properties. However, it did not have any spirituality or divine might. The true great desolate 10,000 beast pill must have listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and used 10% of its medicinal properties to refine it into a pill. Humph! Xiao Chen stopped absorbing the flames in the cauldron and snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He shouted, "If you waste my time, I will settle the score with you later." Whoosh! After obtaining the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen flew up on a cloud and arrived at the surface of the herb garden. When the others saw Xiao Chen, they were greatly startled and could not bear to look at him. Xiao Chen could not care less about his doubts. He took out the medicinal pill and handed it to Liu Ruyun. "Feed it to him." Liu Ruyun was stunned for a moment. Then, she received the medicinal pill and fed it to Sichu Changfeng. Murong Yang asked nervously, "Xiao Chen, will this medicinal pill be effective?" "It should be." Xiao Chen felt somewhat uncertain. After all, there was only 10% of the medicinal properties. He could not guarantee anything. Who knew? Right after the two spoke, the great desolate 10,000 beast pill took effect. A vigorous life force surged out of Sichu Changfeng's body. His complexion recovered, and his lips turned red. This directly pulled him back from the gates of hell. Such a strong medicinal pill delighted the group. They were already in despair. To think that Xiao Chen could still pull Sichu Changfeng back from the brink of death. "Xiao Chen, what medicinal pill is this?" Wei Hongfei sighed somewhat. "Why do I feel that the aura of his bloodline is becoming increasingly stronger? What exactly rank is this medicinal pill? Even the rank 6 heavenly pills that I once saw could not strengthen the bloodline so quickly." No matter what, Sichu Changfeng managed to keep his life, even profiting from a disaster. As for what the medicinal pill was, naturally, Xiao Chen would not say. If the matter of the divine pill spread, it would result in huge trouble. The demonic Dao cultivators had a vicious method of refining human blood into a medicinal pill. This increased the risk for Sichu Changfeng. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. Then, he sized up his surroundings, the pill river, the herb field, the coiling dragon tree, and that heaven-supporting medicine cauldron. In the past, there were no suitable treasures to collect. However, the divine universe stele that Xiao Chen obtained from the divine crystal seemed to be able to collect everything. Chapter 1967. After a lot of effort, the group arrived at the herb garden. Outside the ancient city, a person wearing robes with pictures of the 26 constellations used his soul energy to rush over from the distant heavenly lodging sect's headquarters. The blood sand that lingered in desolate God Valley all year round and the harsh environment did not seem to affect this person at all. It was like he was walking on a boundless plain, looking down on everything. All the storms, sand, and horrifying ferocious beasts did not exist before him. Or rather, they were not worth his attention at all. He simply ignored them like air. The terrifying blood sand storm scattered before this person. Before the horrifying ferocious beasts could show their ferocious side, the blood sand storm had already shattered into pieces. Not even a corpse remained. This person simply walked over, looking down on everything, feeling suffocatingly strong. No one knew where this person's destination was in the vast desolate God Valley. His eyes scanned the surroundings as if he was searching for something. From time to time, he would close his eyes to sense, and a trace of worry and hidden anger appeared between his brows. That hidden anger made everyone who had seen his strength not want to become his enemy. After confirming a direction, the old man quickly headed over. However, when he reached his destination, he found nothing. In this desolate God Valley, even someone as strong as this person experienced interference with his soul energy. After a few attempts, the old man continuously corrected his direction. His hidden rage reached its limit. Finally, a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot hovering in the air appeared before the old man. Then, the old man truly stopped moving. Boom! The old man threw a palm strike, and the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot exploded in the air. The heaven-suspending war chariot was like a toy. The defensive formations that the Pirate Alliance put in so much effort to create were not worth mentioning before this person. The heaven-suspending war chariot exploded, and a figure fell. The old man's figure flashed and firmly caught this figure. Naturally, this person was Hua Qingyun, whom Xiao Chen and the others had been restraining. The old man casually removed the restrictions on Hua Qingyun and sent in a strand of astral energy. Hua Qingyun slowly woke up. When Hua Qingyun saw the old man's face, he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Grandfather." This old man was Hua Qingyun's grandfather, the heavenly lodging palace's sovereign emperor, Hua Qin. When Hua Qin saw that Hua Qingyun was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked sullenly, "Who did this to you? They are truly audacious. They even dare to bully my Hua Qin's grandson. The people of this branch in ancient desolate town are all trash." The appearance of Xiao Chen and the others immediately appeared in Hua Qingyun's mind. He said, "It's a group of people from the Divine Dragon Empire. I only remember their appearances. I don't know who they are. That's enough. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Whoever hurts my grandson, no matter who it is, must pay the price." The anger on Hua Qin's face seemed to be enough to make one's soul tremble. In the herb garden, Sichu Changfeng recovered at a visible speed, and his complexion became better. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Sichu Changfeng had profited from his misfortune. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but his bloodline had also been strengthened. "Xiao Chen, what kind of medicinal pill does Sichu eat? Give me one as well." When Murong Yang saw that Sichu Changfeng was fine, he relaxed and said with a smile, "Get another one." It was estimated that the pill spirit would fight with him. There was not much medicinal power in the first place, and Xiao Chen seized 1/10 of it. If Murong Yang took another 10th, the pill spirit would definitely go berserk and try to take him down with it. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the pill spirit had divine nature. Murong Yang could not casually offend it. Xiao Chen smiled and ignored Murong Yang's request. He looked up at the sky, wondering how the demon blood vulture was doing. In reality, Xiao Chen was not too worried about the demon blood vulture's life or death. The demon blood vulture was very crafty and strangely fast. Even if it could not defeat Ming Xian and that mysterious person, it would not have difficulty fleeing. Xiao Chen did not know what fortuitous encounter the demon blood vulture obtained, but it looked like a burning blood phoenix. Speaking of fortuitous encounters, Xiao Chen should be the one with the greatest fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Xiao Chen did not fight for the shattered divine crystal fragments. However, he vaguely sensed that the divine universe stele he obtained was even more valuable than the complete divine crystal. The four directions were called the universe, and the ancient times were called the Eon. The divine universe stele was a space-related miraculous item. However, Xiao Chen had not had the time to investigate its mysteries. As for its origins, Xiao Chen found only some clues and a few words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. It was mysterious and unfathomable. There was no real explanation for it. During the primal chaos epoch, before heaven and earth were separated and order was not born, the world was in primal chaos, giving birth to countless gods and demons. The primal chaos ended and shattered, giving birth to the great desolate continent. Legend had it that this divine universe stele was born when the primal chaos shattered. Aside from the divine universe stele, there was the even more mysterious divine Eon stele. However, no one knew how many divine universe steles and divine Eon steles were born at the same time, and whether there were other items born at the same time. Xiao Chen did not know how many mysteries the divine universe stele had. However, he could understand its simple function of storing things. The herb garden should be safe for now. Xiao Chen searched for a quiet place in the surroundings. He took out the divine universe stele, wanting to refine it and merge it with his physical body. However, after trying for a while, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that he could not refine this divine item at all. Even leaving his own spiritual mark on it was extremely difficult. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that he needed divine energy to truly refine it. He had to settle for the next best thing, merging a strand of his will of soul with the divine universe stele to achieve simple control. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat weak. Without a spiritual mark and without refining it, he could not leave it. If someone snatched it away, it would easily become someone else's treasure. Simply put, even if someone snatched away the tyrant saber in his hand, he would not worry at all. Others would not be able to use it at all. They might not even be able to draw the saber out. Sooner or later, it would belong to Xiao Chen. After a strand of his will of soul merged with the divine universe stele, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the divine universe stele's inner space with a whoosh. The inner space was vast and boundless, with primal chaos at the edges. Deep inside, Xiao Chen felt very different from the immortal spirit ring. This was a real world. Can I enter with my physical body as well? Just as Xiao Chen wondered this in his heart, he felt something solid under his feet after a moment of distraction. He actually really entered. Where's Xiao Chen? The sudden disappearance of Xiao Chen quickly attracted the attention of Murong Yang, Liu Ruyun, and the others, greatly startling them. When they rushed over, they saw a stone stele radiating a horrifying might and pressure hovering where Xiao Chen cultivated. Divine Universe Stele. After the group read out the ancient words on the stone stele, they revealed doubtful expressions. They had never heard of such a stone stele before. Could it be that Xiao Chen entered the stone stele? Murong Yang's guess startled him. If that was true, then this stone stele was rather heaven-defying. A spatial treasure that could store a living person definitely surpassed a soul tool. People had only heard of such a divine item, but few had actually seen it. As though to verify Murong Yang's guess, Xiao Chen silently appeared before the group while holding the divine universe stele in one hand. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock, "What is Xiao Chen doing?" Xiao Chen smiled as he replied, "This is the divine universe stele that I obtained after deciphering some divine characters in the divine crystal. Right now, I do not know how useful it is." The group felt shocked at Xiao Chen's luck. After congratulating him, Wei Hongfei said with a grave expression, "Xiao Chen, don't casually reveal this treasure. I believe that even a sovereign emperor will want to kill it if they see it." Xiao Chen nodded. Even if Wei Hongfei had not said so, he would not have dared to casually take it out. After all, he had not even left a spiritual mark on it. The divine universe stele did not belong to him yet. After separating the group, Xiao Chen arrived before the Pill River and infused his soul energy into the divine universe stele. After a while, the entire Pill River soared up like a dragon, flying towards the divine universe stele. When the Pill River was completely absorbed into the divine universe stele, Xiao Chen wobbled somewhat, and his complexion paled slightly. Many people had set their sights on this Pill River. However, at best, they could only collect some of it. It was not even a drop in the ocean. However, Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the divine universe stele activated, storing the entire Pill River in it. Murong Yang and the others were flabbergasted at this sight, feeling incredibly shocked. After resting for a while and recovering some of his soul energy, Xiao Chen held the divine universe stele and stored the coiling dragon tree and the gargantuan medicine cauldron into it. Xiao Chen nearly overdrew on his soul energy. If not for reading the divine characters strengthening his will of soul significantly, he would not have been able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. Even with the divine universe stele, Xiao Chen believed that he would not be able to collect the Pill River and the coiling dragon tree. This made Xiao Chen realize that the divine universe stele was not omnipotent. When collecting treasures, it exhausted a startling amount of soul energy. As Liu Ruyun and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they all felt somewhat afraid. Right now, Xiao Chen's wealth was comparable to that of a sovereign personage. Even a sovereign personage would pale in comparison. There was a Pill River that could feed a rank 6 sect, a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, and a spatial divine item that could store a living person. Liu Ruyun suddenly recalled that when Xiao Chen obtained the coiling dragon tree sapling, he said that he would not hand it over to the Dragon's Gate to exchange for a reward. In that case, what was the point of keeping it for himself? A divine item like the coiling dragon tree could bring out its greatest value in the hands of a sect faction. It would benefit the sect disciples and quickly strengthen them, ensuring that the sect's inheritance would not be destroyed. To an individual, the only thing they could obtain from it was the coiling dragon fruit. At most, they could eat 4 or 5 of them, and there would not be much of an effect. Liu Ruyun thought for a while but could not figure it out, so she stopped thinking. She revealed a faint smile. She should be happy for Xiao Chen for having such a fortuitous encounter. Sichu Changfeng is awake. Murong Yang discovered that Sichu Changfeng had opened his eyes at some point in time and stood up. Sichu Changfeng stood up and looked at Xiao Chen with gratitude in his eyes. Sichu Changfeng knew better than anyone else what kind of medicinal pill Xiao Chen gave him and what kind of changes it would bring him. Sichu Changfeng had not expected Xiao Chen to give away such a precious medicinal pill instead of consuming it himself. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He could tell what Sichu Changfeng meant by his eyes, telling him not to mind. Sichu, sorry. If I had used the strand of will that father left in my body earlier, you would not have suffered so much. Liu Ruyun stepped forward and apologized to Sichu Changfeng. This young lady had been feeling guilty all this time. Sichu Changfeng smiled casually and said, "You should learn from Murong Yang. I saved this fellow's life several times, but he did not say a word of thanks." Clearly, Sichu Changfeng did not mind Liu Ruyun's teasing and did not blame her. Liu Ruyun giggled. Only then did she feel relieved. Strangely, Murong Yang did not retort. Everyone looked around. Be it Wei Hongfei, Duan Fei, or Xiao Chen, they all revealed smiles. After a calamity, one would understand many things. How fortunate was it to have such a group of friends and brothers to take risks and live together. Chapter 1968. In the ancient city, after Qin Aotian's group died and only 3 people remained, they finally escaped the pursuit of the flood dragon humans. Those people seemed to have retreated. Zhongli said cautiously as he sized up the surroundings after not seeing any movement for a long time. Beside him, Liu Yunfei's shoulder was bleeding profusely. His injury was terrifying. "Junior brother, is your arm okay?" Zhongli asked sullenly. Of the White Dragon Palace disciples that came with him, only Liu Yunfei remained. The price he had to pay for this opportunity was a little too high. Most importantly, they didn't get any fortuitous encounters at all. After entering the city, they took the wrong path and entered the east gate. Not long after, the group ran into Yang Tsangming and Zhen Yuan. These 2 freakishly strong people managed to injure the group within a few moves. As for Qin Aotian, Zhongli could only say that he had been blind to think that Qin Aotian was someone important. He had inherited Dao artifacts and grasped several great Daos at the same time. Before he met a true expert, he was truly boundlessly strong. Xiao Chen felt that he was practically unrivaled among holy venerates. He gained many fortuitous encounters in desolate God Valley. However, Qin Aotian did not last even 10 moves against Yang Tsangming and veritable essence energy. Qin Aotian ended up severely injured within 10 moves, losing all his aura and being scared out of his wits. If Xiao Chen had all these inherited Dao tools, not to mention defeating Yang Tsangming, he would at least be able to protect himself. Thinking about himself, he did not even have a decent inherited Dao tool. This fellow was really lucky. Zhongli. Just as Xiao Chen was examining Liu Yunfei's injuries, Qin Aotian suddenly walked over and grabbed Xiao Chen's collar with a sullen expression. "Qin Aotian, what are you doing?" Zhongli turned pale with fright. He even saw a trace of killing intent in Qin Aotian's eyes. Qin Aotian demanded coldly, "Tell me, what is your relationship with that white-robed bladesman? Why did he help you block Qin Aotian?" After recovering from his shock, Zhongli's expression slowly calmed down. He did not reply and only pointed his finger. In an instant, the tip of his finger shone with a cold light and was extremely sharp. Qin Aotian was slightly startled, and he let go and retreated. Zhongli said indifferently, "Qin Aotian, don't get touchy with me. I do not know the person you are talking about." Qin Aotian smiled and said, "You are actually playing dumb with me. But it doesn't matter. Since I already know his name, I will find out his identity sooner or later." Zhongli found this strange. Just what kind of enmity did this fellow have with Xiao Chen for him to endure for so long? After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately erupted. Boom! Just at this moment, an aura enveloped them. Qin Aotian, Zhongli, and Liu Yunfei were immediately restricted, unable to move. Their hearts were filled with fear, and their eyes were filled with terror. Is it them? Looking carefully, he discovered that the source of all this aura was an old man wearing a constellation robe on the opposite roof. Beside him was a young man. The young man shook his head and said, "Not them." For some unknown reason, when the young man said that it wasn't them, Qin Aotian and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. There are 2 auras of dragon race cultivators in the city. Since it is not them, it should be another group of people. Just as the sovereign emperor Hua Qin was about to leave, he suddenly waved his hand in the air, and a portrait of Xiao Chen appeared clearly before the 3. "Do you recognize him?" The expressions of Zhongli and the other 2 changed slightly. However, at this moment, even Qin Aotian could not be stupid enough to say that he knew Xiao Chen. The 3 shook their heads and denied it. Hua Qingyun smiled coldly and said, "What clumsy acting skills. Since you know this person, grandfather, just kill them." Qin Aotian and the other 2 immediately felt like crying. What was going on? This was especially so for Qin Aotian. He cursed all 18 generations of Xiao Chen's ancestors in his heart. Xiao Chen offended a sovereign emperor for no reason at all. What exactly did he do? Hua Qin remained expressionless. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qin Aotian like he was a little chick. All Hua Qin needed to do was squeeze gently, and he could kill Qin Aotian like he was squashing an ant. Qin Aotian was so frightened that tears leaked out of his eyes. He felt a chill in his pants. He had actually lost control. Hua Qin revealed a look of disgust in his eyes. However, just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a trace of a pure golden dragon royal bloodline in Qin Aotian's body. To think that the purple gold dragon emperor's bloodline has such a cowardly descendant. How laughable. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin revealed a disdainful expression as he tossed Qin Aotian back to the ground. When Hua Qingyun heard that, he could only give up on killing Qin Aotian. He looked towards the center of the city and said, "Grandfather, there seems to be some fortuitous encounter there." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin replied indifferently, "It is just a pile of divine crystal fragments. They are not of much use. After I deal with the matter at hand, I will get them to spit them out." The incomplete divine crystal did not hold much attraction to Hua Qin. However, it would be a pretty good reward for a sovereign personage of the sect. Whoosh! The 2's figures flashed, and they left this place. Am I dead? After Qin Aotian was tossed to the ground, he still had not recovered his wits. It was like he was scared silly. Zhongli and Liu Yunfei heaved a long sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, they relied on the clan behind Qin Aotian to survive. However, the 2 felt somewhat embarrassed and did not look at Qin Aotian. "Senior brother, senior sister Ruyun is still with Xiao Chen," Liu Yunfei said when he thought of something. Zhongli looked in the direction that the sovereign emperor left and said, "Let's follow and take a look. If we can find senior sister before this sovereign emperor, we might still make it in time. Let's go." The 2 knew Liu Ruyun's identity. Earlier, they left her behind because they felt that she would not die if she was with Xiao Chen and the others. However, now that a sovereign emperor was here, the situation was different. As cultivators of the white dragon race, the 2 still had some conscience. However, while they had good intentions, how could they be faster than a sovereign emperor? Back in the herb garden, Xiao Chen sensed that the demon blood vulture had already shaken off the holy sun Mingxian. He relaxed and decided to leave the city immediately before meeting up with the demon blood vulture. Aside from Xiao Chen, everyone else in the ancient city had gained something and was already satisfied. Everyone agreed to the suggestion of leaving. "You want to leave just like that?" Who knew, just as the group left the herb garden, a familiar voice rang out from the roof in front. Hua Qingyun. When the group saw the source of that voice, they were greatly startled. They had clearly worked together to restrain this person. At this moment, Hua Qingyun should be in the heaven-suspending war chariot outside the city. Why was he in the ancient city? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Then, he said, "Let's go." Murongyang and the others did not understand why they should fear Hua Qingyun. However, since Xiao Chen said it, it was better to listen to him. At this moment, Xiao Chen could only place his hopes on that person. He was greedy for the divine crystals in the center of the city and did not come with them. Bang! 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 The group soared into the air. However, they crashed into an invisible barrier in the air and bounced back. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground with a grave expression. He knew that the thing that he did not want to happen the most had happened. Since Xiao Chen learned of this Hua Qingyun's identity, he had thought about how to deal with this person. Originally, he wanted to release this person after leaving ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen thought that a sovereign emperor expert would not make things difficult for them, the juniors. If Hua Qingyun came to seek trouble, he would just be seeking his own humiliation. There was no need to worry. Unexpectedly, that mysterious sovereign emperor cared so much about Hua Qingyun that he personally came to seek trouble. When Hua Qingyun saw Murongyang fly up in disbelief and get knocked down again and again, he mocked, "Go ahead and fly. Aren't there a bunch of dragons? Why are you all not flying anymore?" Even without Xiao Chen's reminder, the others already felt that something was wrong. Xiao Chen looked around and said indifferently, "Senior, just show yourself. Since you are already here, why are you still afraid of embarrassing yourself before us juniors?" Humph! A cold snort rang out. Xiao Chen and the others felt like they were struck by lightning. Their souls trembled, and their qi and blood surged. They could no longer endure it and vomited a mouthful of blood, their complexions paling. Hua Qingyun slowly walked out and looked coldly at Xiao Chen and the others, not saying anything. A sovereign emperor. Despair surged in the hearts of Murongyang and the others. This old man was definitely someone who surpassed sovereign personage. The pressure he gave off was too strong. There was no way around it. Interesting. To think that a mixed-blood dragon has more backbone than the purple-gold dragon emperor's descendant. When the sovereign emperor Hua Qin saw that Xiao Chen remained standing, showing no intention of begging for mercy in his eyes, he revealed a trace of appreciation. "However, I like to torture people with backbone the most." The sovereign emperor Hua Qin flicked his finger, and two cracking sounds rang out. Xiao Chen's calves shattered, and he fell to his knees. Amid the intense pain, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth in silence. He stabbed the tyrant saber into the ground with his right hand and supported himself on one knee. "Xiao Chen." Liu Ruyun rushed over and supported Xiao Chen, glaring at Hua Qin. However, Xiao Chen's gaze remained incredibly calm, not showing any fluctuations. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin asked, "Don't you hate me? I am not as skilled as others. What is there to hate? However, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I killed the heavenly lodging palace's people. It has nothing to do with others," Xiao Chen said, enunciating every word as he looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. "If you dare to touch him again, I swear that I will make you pay the price." Liu Ruyun supported Xiao Chen as she looked at the sovereign emperor Hua Qin. Her valiant face looked somewhat scary. The White Dragon King's descendant. The sovereign emperor Hua Qin looked at Liu Ruyun. When he saw the royal white dragon bloodline in her, some surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Hua Qin soon smiled coldly. "I just killed a mixed-blood dragon. Do you think that the White Dragon King is your father? He only has a royal bloodline. At most, he can guarantee your death." Having a royal bloodline did not mean that one was a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. It was just like how Qin Aotian was definitely not a descendant of the purple gold dragon emperor. He was just a relative of that bloodline. "Sorry, I am really her father." Faint laughter came from the surroundings. Then, a figure that looked like a white dragon suddenly appeared. This figure clashed with Hua Qin's palm strike. Boom! The shock waves spread out. All the buildings within 50 kilometers that were not protected by special formations turned to ashes. Blood leaked out of a corner of the sovereign emperor Hua Qin's lips. Horror flashed in his eyes as he staggered back a few steps.